Welcome into another Friday night Pop Blender Unfiltered number 32. I have a very special guest tonight. We're going to get into that in just a moment. But I want to welcome you guys in as always. It's always a pleasure to be able to come and hang out on a Friday for any and all that want to come hang out and chill. This is a little different show than what I normally do. I've had guests on in the back, or back in the day, rather, in the past. And, you know, it was more of a free flowing kind of multiple people, and that can kind of be difficult to put together. But it was fun, but it's been a long time. But anyway, so tonight we are going to have some fun. We're not going to talk about um, politics, which I know many of you might be used to on the stream. We're not going to get into it. So it just doesn't even got no place tonight. And so we're going to have some fun with my guest. I've been looking forward to this. He had me on Thursday Night with a Friend, which is an ongoing series every Thursday night, as you know. And I had a real good time doing that. So I definitely want to bring to the main stage, ladies and gentlemen, the lovely, the talented, the magical, and mysterious, a punk with toys.
How you doing?
What's up? How you doing?
Thank you for having me. I almost wore a Punisher shirt today.
Well, I was kind of hoping for some weird reason that you would. when
Oh,
I,
I almost did.
well, that's awesome because that's literally, I was in my mind thinking, what if he wears a Punisher shirt? That's gonna be really weird.
That Punisher shirt is really old too. Because I have pictures of it when we were at Disney World, and that was before my ex and I split up, and we've been split up 9 years.
Oh, wow.
So like those pictures are from almost 9.5 years ago, and
Does
it doesn't
that
have holes in it or nothing, which is kind of
really?
odd. Yeah.
Because
I
the
have so
key,
many shirts now that I just rotate.
well, and so here's the thing. Um, I did buy this shirt recently because as I went back and looked at my streams, I'm like, oh, that's a Star Wars shirt. Oh, that's a G.I. Joe shirt. Oh, that's the same shirt I wore over that shirt. Oh, there's the vest. And so, yeah, I was like, I need a new shirt. At least one. I saw a couple of three that I actually really liked, but, I didn't pull the trigger on them. I just grabbed this one because I was a huge fan back in the day of the Punisher, like big, big time. My cousin could probably tell you so.
So I don't really, I don't really pay attention like to my videos that I redo,
Yeah.
but like I watch Robo almost every week, and I
Okay.
notice when he wears the same shirts. And it's not like he wears it at the same. It's not like he wears it, but like he has one that is it's not a Rancid video, it's a Rancor, and it's supposed to be in Rancid, right? So of course I noticed that because it's Rancid, So
Right.
like you start to notice, and Nick Nimmin, he's one of the guys that I used to watch about creating content, and he would say, pick a day to do your content, and if you do 4 videos, just make sure you're changing your shirt. And I was telling you before we went live, like when I do the classic videos, I'll do 3 to 6 at a time, but I don't have to, you know, not to let everyone know, but when I do
How is the sausage made? Like,
okay,
how is the sausage made, Punk?
so I use my iPhone to do all my reviews. So when I start off with the review, it's firsthand. So I sit in front of the camera. I have one tripod with the light. You probably see it in my glasses.
Yep.
I sit in front of it. I show off the figure. I go over it. Then I open it up, and now the next time that you see it, I've moved the camera and it's facing down at my desk, and I'm messing with it, showing you everything, going through it. And then when I finish up, I go to the exact same spot that I was before, but I got to move the phone, and then I'm showing it off, right? Because it's
Right.
firsthand. Well, with the retro carded, well, not the retro carded, with the classic videos, all this old ring stuff, I've already had it. So I'm sitting in front of the camera, and I show you the figure, what we're going to talk about. Well, then the ending, I don't have to I'm not opening it. I've played with it for years. I record the end of it. So now if I'm doing
Got you.
6 of them in a row,
Yep.
I'll do the beginning, ending, change shirt, beginning, ending of the next figure, change shirt until I'm done. Then I just flip the camera around, sit in front of everything, and then it doesn't matter what shirt I'm wearing. I can be shirtless. Not that anyone cares.
Which, hey, I mean, listen, that might I've seen some of your old videos. Some of the oldest videos actually, folks, which we're going to take a look at here
I
in
had a
a
shirt
couple
on in
of
all of
minutes.
them.
You did, but my point being is you know, you're lifting some heavy shit, man. And last time I saw you at Joe Fest, the only time really that I saw you, you looked fantastic. You looked great and looked like you work out on a regular basis, or you know, you at least are healthy, you know. You don't drink, right?
No.
Okay. So that's probably the biggest number one key, especially for most of us
Well,
out
my
there, right?
doctor doesn't think so.
Yeah, I'd say so, right?
My
Uh,
doctor's like, you need to cut down some of this
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so no, you looked fantastic. And
Thank you.
then it's funny going back and I was doing a little research earlier today. And it's like, oh, okay, this is interesting because I'd never really done that. I do that with some creators where I'll go back to try to find their first video. You know, what was the first thing they posted? Well, I've got them here. We're going to talk about them.
Man.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, pretty
I mean,
funny. And,
I would
you
say
know,
anything that I posted had nothing to do with toys.
I
Like,
agree. And like I said, we'll look at them here in a little bit as we get in, you know, as we get into it.
you know,
You know,
I want to add on that. I have people that will make a comment on something from like 3 years ago.
yeah,
And,
right.
and, like they'll reference something that I said. And it's like a 20-minute video, and I'm like, dude, I'm not watching the video. I don't remember what like.
You're
Why are you
like,
referencing? And again, if it's any of you watching, I appreciate anyone that goes back and watches it. The whole goal is that 20 years down the road, there's this, people fall asleep and they're just the videos are playing and you get this, money flowing in, right? But
yeah.
someone will reference something and I'm like, sometimes I might, most of the time I'm like, I have no clue. But if they reference like a specific like timestamp, all right, I'll go
Right.
and quickly look. I'm like, I'm not watching through Tiger Force Duke to see what I said. I'm sorry, like
Let alone, think about this, go back to 2019, go back to 2020, and try to, I mean, Tiger Force Duke, wasn't that long ago, but I'm with you. It's really hard to remember. Like, there's no way, right? You can kind of in
oh
your mind picture the review and maybe what you think about it, what you said, and you can formulate that in your head. And I probably said this, but unless you go back and watch it,
yes,
yeah. And, as this topic kind of came about, um, I don't really normally really go back and watch any of my stuff. The reason I
I very rarely
noticed,
do either.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't if I was anybody, but
I have because I'm like, how bad was it? I'm like, oh, it was as bad as I remember.
well, and looking at some of those early ones, right? And not talking about you, but even, just myself. I mean, any of us that do videos on YouTube, whether that's reviews or commentary or whatever, those early ones are difficult. And but especially when you look at maybe what you were wearing or your hair or, whatever. And so it's interesting and I guess, we'll probably go ahead and maybe get a start into things. I wanted to kind of just set the table and get the pleasantries out of the way and
I
um
reference like the early videos where I didn't even realize I could clip stuff, and you'll see me walk like hit record, and you'll see me walking into frame
oh
behind.
yeah.
But I
Oh,
leave the stuff up there because I want people. And
yeah,
again, I don't. I mean, it's not like my stuff is real heavily edited, but I leave
right.
it up there so people can see. Like, we all started somewhere.
Yes. Yes, we did. And definitely I have some of those pulled up. I've got them saved over here, so we'll pull them up and just
I'm gonna
have some
copyright
fun with
strike
it.
this shit.
Yeah, you will. But I thought maybe people would have fun kind of looking at that too for those that haven't gone back, because a lot of us don't do that. It's just you pick up with the creator wherever you pick up with them, and you may go back and watch some older reviews, but most people don't go back to the beginning.
Yeah, I've had,
You
I've
know,
had a few people. Well, I know one guy recently was like, "Hey, he hit something." He's like, "Okay, man, I just finished watching every single one of your classified reviews."
yeah.
That's why it drove me nuts that I didn't have Pimp Daddy Destro done.
Oh yeah, dude. No,
Because
I get
when
it.
I was doing the 20, that series there, and I didn't have it, it bugged me. But then I remembered
Sure.
I was comparing the figures, and since I didn't have a Profit Director Destro, there was no reason for me to review it because I wasn't doing what I was doing now.
Yeah, yeah,
So I finally did it.
yeah.
It bugged me that much.
No, I don't blame you, and I could see from your stance where you would want to. Others may just be like, whatever. But no, I get it. So
It
I
was
did.
incomplete. The collection,
Oh
the
Lord.
review collection
Yes.
was
Okay.
incomplete. All
Yeah.
right.
No, that's perfect. No, that's perfect. And God knows for the completionist, especially that will keep you up at night.
You know what else kind of bothers me is that I reviewed Xamot and Tomax together,
Oh man.
but there was
Okay.
no reason to do them separate.
There's not a reason. There's not a reason to do them separately.
Yes.
I tell you what, before we get into it, let me at least hit some of the chat up here and just recognize some of the people that are in here and going and leaving comments and hopefully as we go along we'll add some more. If we don't, I don't really care personally. I just want to hang out with somebody and chat and like yourself. And and so I know that Krusty Old Crow was in here first and foremost at 8:50 p.m. But I've got to tell you, Punk, Shane from Same Time Toys jumped in yesterday.
But you can't see it.
Actually,
You
you know
might be
what?
able to see it.
Actually, it might have been at 6 o'clock this morning. I just know that it was there. I saw it at like 6:15 a.m., something like that.
Yeah,
And
it's
now
not
it's
there.
gone.
If you go too early, if you ever jump in too early, especially the people that will send like every now and then someone will send a super chat early,
Okay.
it'll disappear. I mean, you still
Okay.
get the money.
Yeah, sure. But
YouTube's
obviously
like, we
there's
want our cut in it.
I mean, come on now. That's
But it
that
makes
is
like, why does it disappear? Like, it makes no sense. Like, why does it disappear?
it is strange because again, it was on the same calendar day. So, but it was so funny because I looked up and I see Shane. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna make me wait X amount of hours for this thing," and I'm sure maybe he'll pop in here in a little while. But it was so funny because I had fallen asleep. Truth be told, I fell asleep in my computer chair after working on some stuff last night and saving some stuff for this. And I woke up at like 6 o'clock, and I just happened to look over, and I'm like, "What the hell?" And it's Shane, same time, toys, and he was technically the first one in, Crow. So I apologize, but you are here first in the chat tonight when the doors actually opened. 3 Star Draw says, "Let's effing go." I don't know how early we are in the stream, but you know me, I cuss like a sailor. Viper Scout, what's
It,
going on, buddy?
I believe it's like 30 seconds into the stream.
I know when
It's
it's like
super.
videos that it's pretty short too. You got to give it like a
Yeah,
minute
it's
maybe or
it's
something.
early on because
But you know what? 3 Star Draw, I'll make it up to you. Let's fucking go. All right, there we go. Usually, like I said, I cuss like a sailor on these streams, so I get pretty
I
rowdy.
mean, you've heard me. I swear a lot on my live
Oh
stream,
yeah,
but I don't swear on my reviews because again, like my live streams are they're geared towards adults and they're later on in the day.
yeah, yeah.
And
Well,
this is what I've told Tony this, Tony's Figs many times. I'm like, don't swear because you don't know how someone else raises their kids. And if a dad is watching like sometimes they just want to put it on like in
yes.
front of their, on their TV or whatever. And you don't want to be just like, fuck this and fuck that. This thing, like, it's just like a TV show. So, like, if you hear me swear during a review, it's either for at a comical point of making, something funny, or I'm really pissed off. And I don't get that pissed off. Very
Mine is
seldom do I get that mad about toys. I mean, I can't
so
speak for
I
everyone, but
I'm with you. I honestly don't get that upset. There are certain things, but honestly, truthfully, I don't get that upset about a lot. But in my case, it's really just more of a, I use it for a point of emphasis. You know, it's
yes.
not necessarily being angry or it's not necessarily even from a joke, although I do that a lot too. But it's usually just a point of emphasis, right? To emphasize how much you feel about something or whatever. That's a lot of times that's what it is for me.
And
Um,
there's sometimes I've gotten mad.
yeah, no,
I don't.
and I
I'm
watched.
looking. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. No one said anything about Falcon yet. No one
I
said
know.
anything about Falcon.
Well, I tell you what, let me get on down here. Viper Scout in the house. Todd C in the house. The backdrop looks like a postcard Punk would send to people. You talking about the stars or you talking about my background?
They're not
Um,
mine.
I was gonna say, I
I
mean, of
look like
course,
I'm in
if
a. I heard mine looks like I'm in a dungeon.
if you well, yeah, but I like the dark lights. I'm down with that. I like the blue. I like whatever color you pick. I like that one kind of color. I know my cousin, he got some new bulbs and stuff, and or a bulb or couple rather lights, not just bulbs, but lights, and they look like they work fantastically. He's had them up and they look great for what he's been doing. Dreadnought K6, what's up? What's up, y'all? Pop, you okay? He's talking about us being late. Well, we were backstage chatting a little bit, and once we get to running our mouths, it's hard to stop them. It's just the way it goes. And then let's see here. Wraith Mason's in the house. Crusty old crow. Obviously, I mentioned at the top, and I wanted to say I did want to read what he said. He said, "Is Photoshop the same thing as AI? You're only having one punk in, but there's five in this picture." He's talking about the thumbnail for the stream, and no one's going to say anything bad about it. Bunch of jerks. I'm like, well, damn. I thought I'd have fun. I was gonna title it "The Many Faces of a Punk with Toys," and
It was
that's
strange. It was
that's
strange looking at that because you
that's
have
a
one
hell
of
of a
me
title.
skateboarding. You have one of me
Oh
skateboarding,
yeah,
but it
man.
looks really weird because of how it is. And
Yeah,
I
it's
know what angle I'm on, and it's
I changed the angle a little bit.
yeah.
So,
But even like
um,
the angle of me doing the trick, and I
yeah,
know
yeah,
what trick it was. Um,
yeah. 3-star draw also says it's the real Punisher logo. Hell yes, it is. I hope they don't change it. Graph.
I
I
still
am
don't know
I
how.
late for the Motu news? No, there's no Motu news,
Do
my
we
friend.
know if it's giraffe or giraffe yet?
I'll be honest with you. I do not know
Uh,
if they want to put it in the chat and actually say it, like spell it phonically out. I'm good with that because I'm a stickler for pronunciation and
yeah, me
enunciation.
too.
Yeah. Oh, hell no. You know what's funny is one of my 20 questions was gonna be based around that, and I decided to remove it.
Why?
Uh, but no, I knew you wouldn't get pissed. But it was kind of funny. But I was like, no, no, no,
But
I'm
now I
not.
want 21 questions.
I know 21. Well, you might get it then. Joe Fan 84, loyal to the end, man. I see Joe Fan like almost every stream that I
Yeah.
go to. Love him. It's awesome, man. I really appreciate it and appreciate the support. Let's see here as I scroll down. Of course, everybody doing pleasantries with each other. Of course, Warchest is here, but he didn't come in with the usual bravado, did he?
No, he's way early too. So get him the fuck out of here till 45 minutes after.
Shit. Clint Jorgensen. He says, "What up, Joe Fan and Chad?" Of course, he also says, "Did Destro pass the review?" Um, I don't know. Did Destro pass the review, Punk? Do you know? Do you know what that is?
I have no idea. I wonder if he's talking about actual profit director Destro that always
I
pops in.
bet. I bet
That's all.
maybe that's what. Yeah. Let's
I
see here.
honestly like going back. That is a good figure. Like it is a good figure. It's kind of weird, but if you have the Robo Skull, he fits it.
I can't do it. It's Pimp Destro. I can't. I just don't know why I can't. I don't like that figure. I think it's super goofy. But it's there's other figures that I like that probably other people
Yeah.
think are stupid too. So it it is what it is. I appreciate it. I mean, he's ready for some James Brown on a Saturday night. You know what I mean? Like, put his stacks on. You know, his a feather in his cap. But Turk Murphy's Toy Solutions is
He
here.
has sunglasses,
Fucking
which
shit.
makes no sense because when he's number like 15 in the line, I'm like, why are these sunglasses good? Then all of a sudden, there's all these crap sunglasses.
I
Like his are good.
swear.
They're nice. They're solid and
Hard
everything.
thing. Hard thing to get when it comes to classifieds is the glasses.
Yeah,
Tony's Figs is in the house. What's up, Tony? Always love to see you, buddy, and hope to be in Tarkin's Club Tarkin here in the summertime. And
he's not
I hope.
going.
Well, I didn't know.
He's no, yeah,
I know he's got some stuff
yep,
going on, and I had not heard the latest word. So
yeah. So yeah, as of now,
okay.
he's not going. He's the one who has an
Okay.
excuse.
Well, maybe I can work out some kind of golf trip, later in the year or something like that because I'd love to hang out with Tony again. Tony, great people, good people. Let's see. All right, I think we've kind of hit everybody. I know there's other streams going on tonight, man. And first off, before we get into it, um, it's almost impossible now to pick a time to do a stream because everybody is doing a stream in the toy sphere, right? In the toy tuber community. Really in whatever. But especially with toys, I've noticed in like the last year how many more people are streaming
After Joe Fest, it
after
blew
Joe
up.
Fett. You're right, man. Isn't that
Tony talks
crazy?
about it all the time. He brings it up, and there was a lot of other people. I mean, there were people before, but you could pick a day. Now you can't.
You can't.
My opinion, it's just you've picked a day, and all you have to do is say, "I'm going to wait everyone out," because there are people that will get burnt out of it. That don't. A lot of people are clearly doing this because they think it's going to bring them some notoriety or something.
Or
I don't think
money.
that they're in for or money. Like I don't really know what their purpose is, but I know that I've built everything around. The guys that skate with hate it because we used to skate on Wednesday, now they skate on Monday, and they're like, "Well, come on, why can't you change it?" I'm like, I have spent way too long. I spent way too long building up my Monday show to switch it. And that's what we're
Dude.
and actually they fully understand. They just they,
No,
they they hate that I can't come out and skate on Mondays.
I get it. And I had an opportunity to change my schedule at work to the evening shifts on Monday and Tuesday. Well, I took Monday, could have had Tuesday, but then I had already started streaming with Matthew,
Yeah.
and I enjoy it. And it's one thing for me to look forward to every week, and it was just one of those things. It's like, hey, I've been working with this company for 9 years, and at this point now, I do have the opportunity to kind of pick and choose a bit. And it was like, nah, I'm going to work Tuesday days, and that way I can continue my streaming. The same with my cousin on Wednesdays. Like I'm off every other Wednesday, so it allows me to stream with him. But I get it, especially with your stream because you've put in the time, right? You put in the
Yeah.
effort, you save all the slides, you do a lot of work full time. And so it's a lot of work. I think people that don't stream hardly at all, maybe once or twice in a month or something, or they go on other people's streams, but they don't set up their own, don't realize all the pictures you have to save and all the stuff that you've got to do to prep for a stream, right?
Today, all I had to do was put a shirt on, grab
Shit, I
my
love that.
water, and click the link.
Man.
Because now it looks like we're going to be doing this Tuesday show,
Uh-huh.
not another
Not
show.
another Tuesday show.
Um, and it's either going to be 6 or 6:30, depending on
Hmm.
what people's time. It's going to be the four of us. And I said, hey, we can do it where if you two can start at 6, if I can't get until 6:30, Spec is always going to show up late. Terry has to leave early. That works. But to me, I said, as long as I don't have to do the slides, I don't want to host it.
Man.
I mean, I'll broadcast it on mine because we're going to simulcast it. But I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't want to do it. I'm like, if you need my slides from the night before, but who the hell? It's been less than 24 hours. Who wants to see my slides again? And it's nice having people just to bounce stuff off of.
I agree. I agree.
I can't believe you people listen to me every Monday night for 3+ hours.
Well, there's a reason.
Thank you. I appreciate it, but I don't.
There, there's a reason why people tune in to you every Monday night, rather. I'm sorry, is that the show has a good flow to it. You are able to carry it by yourself. You are able to, because you
Except
do
when
the
Michigan's playing for the national championship.
well. Now,
Then
hey, so here's the deal.
but we don't have to worry about that for a while, I
We're
don't think.
we're
But
we're gonna get into that with some of my questions too, because I'm gonna get into those soon, because I think they're gonna take up plenty of time for us. So I don't want to spend too much time here on the front end, but um, you know, you put in the time, you put in the effort, right? And so it shows and it pays off. But you know, it's one of those things where it still is difficult week after week, and every now and then you do have to make an exception, like national championship game, something like that,
sure.
right? Yeah. Well, but my point is yeah. I mean, you've built that up to what it is. You're getting almost 100 people in there, give or take. What's going on a Monday? It
Yeah,
might be a holiday. Who knows? Whatever. You never know when 25 people decide not to show up, right?
exactly. And I notice the people, and a lot of times, let's say we'll have 90 people in there, but I'll notice that I haven't seen any of the regulars. And again, it's not like, oh my god,
Yeah.
it's just like, hey, other people. So you know that you still have, you know, a flow. You still have this core base of people that are watching. I don't like saying fans. I'm not some superstar. I'm not some movie star. But I mean, I guess they're fans of the show. Um,
Yeah.
but you know, most of them are friends. I mean, that's how I see everyone.
That's I mean, look, most of my streams, and right now we're hovering at a 16 or whatever. For me, I don't honestly care, because me, I could probably talk all night into a microphone about whatever.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
probably the mute button when you're on.
right. And so the funny thing is like, for me, I break it down like this. If you were sitting in a room, let's say you got 25 people, and you're sitting in a room and you're talking to 25 people who are sitting down, and you're up on your feet, or maybe at a podium, or you're whatever. That's a lot of people to talk to for 2 or 3 or 4 hours, right? So I try to tell people that, like, obviously you look at the number and you go, oh, there's not that many people in here. There's not that many people watching. But if you break it down as if, everybody was there in one room, that's a lot of people to be talking to, and to try to keep their attention for 2 hours or 3 hours or whatever. And a lot of people don't look at it that way, because it's like, oh, if you don't have 300 people in this stream, it's not a big stream. And it's like, well, yeah, I get it by the numbers relative to YouTube and what most people tune into. But it's all about starting out and getting it really going. And for you, going back and researching some of the history, it's for what you've done in a short amount of time, especially within a very niche field. And there's people that have been doing it longer, who have built up that fan base, and they've got those people hooked. So you're trying to pull some of those people, right,
Yeah.
over to your side. That's the name of the game. So I've got some questions that kind of pertain to that, but I do want to get into some of the stuff that I have. Um, you guys in the
Look,
chat.
let
Oh,
me
I'm
say,
sorry. Go ahead.
I we don't have to be. I mean, if you're if you don't have to be done in 2 hours, I mean, I have nowhere to be. So like, if we run long, like I don't, it's not running long to me.
That's cool. I mean, I'll take my time for sure. Main thing is, I want to respect your time, and I know you have been very busy this week on various streams. You're obviously working full time. You're making your own videos, right? You're probably doing other shit for other people. So that's the main thing. I just want to respect your time. And so yeah, look, if we don't hit it at the 2 hour mark, I'm okay with it. If you're okay with it, but I don't want to hold you here for 3.5 hours, 4 hours. It's totally up to you.
Are you trying to say something?
Well, basically, I'm trying to hook up with you and then kick your ass out, so you'll get a cab home.
Oh wow. mean, I kept Patrick Stewart on for almost 4 hours. Then we talked to him. We didn't get done talking to almost 2 a.m. yesterday.
I know.
So our start date
I was still
had to be
awake.
today. Well, no,
Yeah.
after we got done, like we were still
Oh,
we
backstage and
talked
everything.
for about 2 a.m.
Wow. I
I
mean,
know.
look, you know me. I totally could sit here and go that long. I don't have anything to do. I don't work tomorrow until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So yeah, I'm wide open too. So we'll see how it goes. We'll feel it out. We'll see what, the chat feels. I think there, like I said, there's a couple other streams. There's some wrestling on tonight. That's probably going to pull some people away. I hear that CM Punk is now a heel, or who's it, CM Punk or whoever
Cena,
the hell,
I think.
John Cena. My bad. See, that shows you how much I keep up with wrestling anymore.
The reels just keep popping up, and I'm like, oh, that is right. Like he has never been. He has been
Yeah,
heel since he was like young.
yeah, John Cena. That's it. But anyway, so yeah, that's cool, man. We'll get into it, and I know we'll probably break it down in between and all that. But I did want to have a few things off the top and try to get to know you a little better. Maybe these are some things you've talked about on a Thursday with a friend in between, the other guests talking. But some of these I think are things that I don't know. And so I just kind of wanted to find out about. First and foremost, um, what city were you born in? State, hospital? Like, we all remember the hospital we're born in. It's like one of those things you can rattle off to people.
Really?
It really is. I mean, at least if it's a hospital that's been in your city for, 80 years, 90 years. I mean, does that not, does that sound weird or
My kids wouldn't know what they were born.
well,
I
I
know
can
where I
I
was
think it's different
because I know where I was.
now. In the
I
back
mean,
seat of a taxi?
no, I was born in the city that I live in now, Mount Clemens, St. Joseph's Hospital. But I always thought I was born at a different St. Joseph's, which is
Okay.
one we used to skate at. But it's actually, I still pass by it actually if I take the kids to school. Um, it became a psychiatric home. Now I think it's
Okay.
back to being. It's like this weird. It's like a hospital that you would see, like still like a time capsule, um, that you'd see like in the '60s, '70s, like the way that it looks. I've never been in there that I can remember,
Interesting.
but it did get me. It it did get me to meet a girl from Alabama who I was involved with,
Roll
who was
Tide.
who was born here, and I met her in another group, and I posted a picture of, I think might have been Roman, I forget what it was, but it geotagged Mount Clemens, and she hit me up, and because we were in like renting, and she's like, you live in Mount Clemens, and I was like, yeah, and she's like, I was born there, but I moved away when I was like 2. Her dad was in the Air
Wow.
Force, so he was at the Air National Guard base here, so she doesn't remember it.
Yeah.
And she was
Yeah.
born at the same hospital. She's like, I think she's like a year or two older than me, so obviously we weren't there at the same time, but just kind of crazy. So
Yeah.
I know where I was born. I grew up in Clinton Township. Clinton Township's address used to be Mount Clemens. Uh, my ex, Susan,
Mm-hmm.
she lives. I grew up in the condos. She lives in the trailer park right next to there right now.
Okay.
Uh, that was, I remember, well, when I was a kid, it wasn't there. I remember when it was being built. So they lived like right where a matter of fact, when I met her, she was living, or when I met her, her dad lived in the same condo complex that I did because I had moved back in with my dad in the same place that
Gotcha.
I grew up my entire life. So
Right.
I didn't go very far.
So, you said Mount Clemens?
Mount Clemens, yeah.
Okay. So, where is that relative to some of the bigger cities
I'm
in Michigan that people would know?
I'm east side of Detroit. I'm 8 miles out of Detroit.
Okay. Oh shit.
So
Okay.
I grew up 8 miles out of Detroit. So everyone knows 8 Mile.
8 Mile. Yeah.
Everyone knows 8 Mile. And let me explain. So
Right.
8 Mile is on the east side of Detroit. That is the cutoff between the suburbs and Detroit. So when And again, I've never seen the movie 8 Mile. I've seen
I,
parts of
I
it.
have I haven't either,
Yeah.
actually.
And the only reason I know this is because when I was in Dallas for training, it was right after the movie had come out, and this one guy from Jersey was like, "What is 8 Mile?" Like, what do you mean? What is 8 Mile? Like, it never dawned on me that people wouldn't know what it is.
Right.
So, um, 8 Mile is what cuts off Detroit in the suburbs. So, like where Eminem grew up in Warren, that's where my family's from. Uh, his area is not a good area. Like, it's not
Yeah.
like there are parts like Grosse Pointe. That's you go if you drive down Jefferson Avenue, it's on the water. You'll go from 3, 4, $5 million homes, and then you go from Grosse Pointe into Detroit, and I honest to God, within 500 feet, you
Wow.
go from this beautiful area to the ghetto. And if you actually look up 8 Mile there, and I didn't know this, someone was telling me, and you look it up, you'll see it. There is a wall that was built to separate Detroit, and the wall runs pretty far from what I understand. And like Grosse Pointe,
Yeah.
like all these other, it's really rich. I mean, this is where like, you'll find a lot of the automotive executives and stuff like that. It's the craziest thing. Like, I can't explain it to people, but
Okay. You know what? Actually, I tell you what I'm going to do for those of
what was
those.
odd was when I had Spec on Thursday with a
Uh-huh.
friend. He filmed here, Detroit 187, and he remembers driving through there. And he
Really?
was like, "Yeah, they go from like these $1 million homes." I'm like, to the fucking ghetto.
So it's the Burwood Wall,
Yeah,
built in 1941. Uh,
you
that's
can't really
that's
see it.
interesting.
You
It's
can't
yeah.
where it's at. You can't see it. That's why I did not know about it. Someone
It
had
does. It doesn't look like huge, and you
nope.
can see like in some of these photos. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
see in some of these photos. I'm not just going to bring everyone them up, but you can see people standing like right here, and how tall it is. So it's
yep.
not like it's some big, people are like a wall. It's like an immigration wall, some shit.
But
No,
that's
no.
exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was
Well,
meant to do. Like,
yes, it looks like it based off of the news or articles, which says basically it was a stark example of racial segregation in the North, even. Which I mean, we had plenty of it down here, but it was all over. But that wall was built basically to keep the poor people over here and the rich people over here. Is that basically
if you
what you're
mean by
saying?
poor, you mean black. Yes, that's
Well,
exactly.
yes,
Yeah,
and in particular in
Detroit.
Detroit, right?
Detroit is one of the most like when and I've talked to people from Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've talked to black people from Ohio and stuff that lived up here, and they're like, I've never seen such a segregated city north.
Okay.
We know how a lot are in the south still, but he's like
Yeah.
north. Like it is so weird. Like there's like Southfield is mixed, but there's still a big huge black population. But like the way that it's segregated and how people act, it's still a very racist city. And I'm not just on one side. I'm talking on
Yeah,
what
it's
what
right.
racist white people, racist black people. I've been in Little Caesars. The guy is looking at me. I'm in Detroit. Black person walks in and they'll help them. Then they'll help me, even though they've been looking at me.
Yeah,
I'm not stupid. I know exactly what's going on, and I know it happens the other way around too.
right.
It's just really weird that we're so close because we say the Metro Detroit area. And again, if you ask me where I'm from, you're where from where you're at. I'm gonna tell you that I'm from Detroit because if I say Mount Clemens, you're gonna wonder where that's at. It's 8 miles out of Detroit. But if I'm here, I'm never gonna tell people I'm from Detroit because oh man, dude. They don't like
I,
it. They get mad. You weren't born here. Like I wasn't.
right. I could. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
But like, if you ask Matthew where he's from, he's gonna say Dallas, even though he doesn't live in Dallas.
sure. Yeah, that's true.
Because
And a lot of people do that because they want to project or they want to, give out that city and
well, yeah,
uh
because again, like if I say Mount Clemens or Clinton Township, right?
mhm.
And you're from Texas, you're from Florida. You know, where's that at? Eventually, it's going to get back to. Well, it's right around Detroit.
Yeah, ultimately, yeah,
So
you're right.
they don't really care where exactly you're from.
Yeah.
But what I was saying, so what I was saying with 8 Mile, so like Eminem grew up in a bad area in Warren. Kid Rock, on the other hand, grew up in Romeo, which is about 32 miles outside of Detroit.
Yeah, right.
And Romeo is a pretty nice area.
Yeah.
By pretty nice, I mean extremely nice.
Yep.
He might not have been super well off, but he didn't grow up in the ghetto, and that was my son.
Hey, it's all good. I didn't know. I was gonna ask you earlier if they were roaming around doing stuff. I know just to plug it right now, but I think everybody knows. But I believe this upcoming Thursday night, the next Thursday with a friend, is with your daughter, right?
No, end of the month.
Oh, end of the month. Okay. You know what? My bad. And the reason why I said that is because it when you post a bunch of them, because I think you've already put a bunch of them out there,
I put everything
they'll
up.
randomly show up in my feed. And normally, when stuff shows up in your feed, it's like coming up, right?
You
Either
know
the
how that
coming up
works?
stuff, whatever.
You know how that works on
Man,
Instagram? So let's say I post 5 pictures,
okay,
and you scroll through and you see my picture, and then you leave Instagram and you come back. Next time you scroll through, it'll be the second image.
interesting.
Yeah,
Now,
it took me forever to figure
also,
that out.
that's interesting. However, also on YouTube, and I want to say hi, obviously, to Shark Eyes rolling up in here to hang out. Appreciate you joining, man. Um, so it was on YouTube. And that's why I was like, well, that, in my mind, a lot of times when these things come up, it's going to tell you, like, if somebody set a stream for next Friday,
Oh yeah,
it seems like you're just going to get the closest one, right? It's weird to get one that's a few weeks from now, but also have others planned, right? So it's kind of strange. That's why I thought it was coming up this Thursday because it was the most recent one that I
yeah.
saw that you had planned out.
So I started doing that last month, and I have to say it's kind of weird because when I'm sending the link, because if they're too long, like I don't know who it is, and I
Right.
can be like, you're looking at the dates, and you're like, I better send the right stream, or I'm gonna be sitting there going, what is this, war chest all over again? And they're not showing up,
Right.
and they're
Right,
probably,
right, right, right.
they're logged into hyperdelics, and you know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Dreadnought was saying that Kid Rockstad owns several dealerships. I guess maybe as far as growing up on more of the, more expensive part of town or expensive part of the wall or
yeah, I don't,
45 minutes away.
yeah, he's, I don't believe he grew up like rich, but he did not grow up in a bad area. That is
Yeah,
all portrayed.
I've
That is
heard that
all,
too. That's what he writes about.
yeah.
Whereas,
And
when
where
you
he lives,
understand where Eminem grew up, you get it,
yeah, and
right?
where he lives now is even further out.
Yeah.
Is even further north. At least what he did. Where Eminem, the house that he, it wasn't a mansion, but the house that he bought with Kim, and I believe Kim still lives there. That's his ex-wife.
Oh, yep, Kim. Yep,
Um,
Kim Mathers.
the girl that I dated in high school, her parents bought a house there, and that's when they were building it. Now this is well before Eminem, you know. So
Yeah, yeah,
very
yeah.
very nice, a gated community. It actually, if I go to the one gym, I pass right by it from
Yeah.
here. Like their daughter went to the same high school that I did, and I think she was a year older than
Okay.
my stepdaughter. So they were in the same high school together, and she my,
Okay.
my ex didn't, Emily didn't know her, but she was there, and I'm
Yeah.
glad
Yeah.
I'm glad that girl got to have her just a regular life.
Yeah, no kidding because most of them don't get that.
Yeah,
Um Especially the ones living out west. They're in the middle of a what I call like a bubble community.
yeah.
And it's very odd, and yeah, I can't imagine what that's like. Matthew and I talk about that sometimes, in our streams and just the pressure, right? The social pressure and stuff to do and be some really strange stuff. And so, but I'm with you on like the growing up and the kind of normality, the usual stuff. I think that's extremely important.
It's funny you bring that up because I saw a reel with Peter Dinklage.
Okay.
And the guy was asking me, he's like, yeah. He goes, have you ever looked at your fake account? The guy has like 4.5 million, and he goes, I met that guy, and he's like,
Oh
really?
shit.
And he goes, he came up to me, and he said, hey, he goes, I'm so and so, I have your fake account, and he goes, it's pretty cool, huh? And he went, whoa, 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 and he goes, I don't care what you post, but do not post pictures of my kids. And the guy goes, oh, and he goes, he's never posted pictures of
Okay.
my kids again, but. And I don't think it's any. I think it's just satire. It's not making fun of him.
Yeah, sure.
And he said he never posted pictures of my kids again, which to me is very respectful. Like this guy's just doing something fun.
Yep.
Like I think kids should be off limits when it comes to that whole Hollywood thing. But
Yeah,
let's be
no.
honest, people aren't real good people. Let's be honest.
No, no, they're not. But at the same time, it's a weird. I mean, and I don't really want to get into that. It's just
No,
it's so different than what anyone is used to in their lifetime, and it's almost something that, if to me, almost really is like this secret club that you're let into, especially if you're famous enough, and you're let into, and then from there, it's like Adam and Eve. I don't even know, not Adam and Eve, but like having the things at your disposal that most people you can't even imagine or dream
yeah,
of. It's such a foreign concept, right? And even if most people think they have an idea, they really don't. It's a weird place, dude. For kids growing up there in particular, and as Dreadnought said too, it's like let's see, and then you get Will Smith's kids, right? You just it's
yeah.
man.
I mean, you talk to Matthew. He's probably brought it up to you. Like I asked him. I said, do you think it's a good idea for me to have Olivia on? She comes in enough.
I was going to ask you that.
And
Go ahead.
Matthew
I'm
was
sorry.
like, I wouldn't, but and Ed's the exact opposite. Tony was the exact opposite. No, you should be
Interesting.
part of it, and both Matthew and Ed were like, we have control of the chat if anyone tries to be a complete, asshole about it. And I would hope
Yeah,
no one
yeah,
would.
yeah.
And I would hope that if someone does it in another stream or anything, that there's enough people here that respect me
Right.
that would be like, hey, you know what? No, like that's, and again, we can talk about Viper Island, and he brought his kid on as a shield, but
Okay.
but that has nothing to do with his kid. His kid is off limits.
Yes,
His kid is just sitting there doing a show with them. But I
you're
believe that he was brought on because he was getting ragged on. It's like, hey, no one's gonna make fun of me if I have my kid. No,
right.
you're still an asshole. Um,
Now and that's the thing, right? So if you're a creator, or let's just take that instance, it's one thing. It depends on what you're saying, right? If you're just, let's say, doing stuff with your kid and having fun, just doing reviews, whatever this, then and really most people don't really care. But it's when you start attacking people
yeah,
and you start saying things, well, yeah, naturally, then people are going to go after you, especially in that particular instance. It's all about what you do, and you could put your kid in that situation if all of a sudden you decided to go out and start striking channels and doing dumb shit like that.
yeah,
But you don't do that. And so what I was gonna say about that instance, on the Thursday with a friend with Olivia, is that, you know, you don't go out and do dumb shit like that. So if you want to have her on and talk for a bit, then I think it's not only better, but to me it's a whole different situation because you don't have ulterior motives in mind, and I think that dude did. That
yeah.
guy had ulterior motives in mind, and it's obvious. You could see right through it. Um, but I think what you're doing and the kind of conversation I have a feeling you're going to have is, a lot different than just, hey, what do you think about Prophet Director Destro? What do you think
Yeah,
about the
and
Mobat?
yeah, and again, I'm controlling it. There's things I'm not going to ask that
Yeah,
you guys don't need to know. It's going to be more fun because she just walks in and just takes over the whole stream. I mean, I've been on the
right.
clubhouse when there's 10 people and she's shut everyone down while she's rambling, where she's ranting about something for 5 minutes, and you're watching five guys that can't shut up. Now they can't even say a word because they're like, oh my gosh, this girl has
Right.
literally just walked in, you know,
Right.
and she's 16 years old. So I asked her, you know, when I asked her, I said, it's up to you. If you don't want to do it, if you don't feel comfortable, that is perfectly fine, you know, and
Yeah, no, and she's old enough. She's old enough at
yeah,
this point, being in high school and like dealing with other people, you start to pick up those skills. And I think you also know that I don't think anybody in your chat is going to go there. If you know
yeah,
whatever there is, I don't think you're going to have anybody that goes there that you're going to need to have to kind of buck up and whatever. I don't see that happening. I don't foresee that. I could be wrong,
I hope
but
not.
but the people who watch you know enough, well, good enough to not do that, and I don't think they even really want to anyway. It's
I would
just I
hope
don't
not.
know.
And again, I mean, I see what Turk Murphy says, and I also see what Dreadnought says. And
Yes.
believe me, if you don't think that I've weighed out, if you don't think that I've weighed it out, then believe me, you're wrong because I have
Yeah.
definitely weighed. You know, and again, I can always put it to private, but again, this is going to be her just kind of her and I just having a little conversation,
Yeah, man.
which is going to be comical, I'm sure. Um,
Well, also too, dude. I mean, I just again, it's like subject matter. It's like, you know, just having a conversation, and I don't think people understand until they're a parent,
I
you
agree.
know, what it feels like to obviously to have kids, but also um they may or may not be interested in what you're interested in. But until you have a child and you can suss them out and understand what they're cool with and what they're not cool with and whether they think you're a freaking dork or not. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, it seems to me like you have a good enough relationship with your daughter that
Yeah,
you could have her come on a stream and just have fun and
that's
cut up.
exactly it.
You know, my
And
son is the same way, dude. He's the same way, but he just doesn't want to stream. And I'm like, man, you need to come on with me one night. Let's just cut up.
yeah, and enough people have seen her. I mean,
Yeah.
she's perfect. Like she just shows up. And again, it's just one of those things. Um, and again, and Dreadnought, I'm not trying to be rude to you or anything. Like I'm just saying, like
Yeah. Yeah.
I have like thought about it and weighed it out. And again, I look at the things she's watching, and she's watching people that are famous on YouTube that are younger than her or around her age, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hear you, and just on this comment, Dreadnought saying, if I'm honest with you, punk, though, through no fault of your own, but some people view you. God, I can't even fucking talk. View. It's my turn now. This is what you do to me. All of a sudden, I lose control of the English language. Damn it. View you as polarizing, and it shows with prior attacks on you. Your enemies have already inferred. Oh, what? Oh, yes. Okay.
Yes.
So look, I'm gonna take
Oh,
that
absolutely.
down. I'm gonna take that down because I didn't see the very end part.
No,
No,
no, but that's how you put it. And no, again,
no, I understand
let
that.
me tell you something. Dreadnought was a person that was sending me stuff when all of this went down.
Yeah, yeah.
And I told you there was a lot of people on that day. And I don't really want to get into that again. I feel
No,
like
no, no, and we don't
but
have to because
I had so many people messaging me that day that I really didn't know because
yeah.
they're just like, "What the fuck is this?" You know. So I think that is. I mean, I think I put all that to bed.
You
But
did,
there are
and
people that again, I can't change what people say.
you
You
can't.
know.
And that's something that I have, later down the line too, kind of on my list. But yeah, and I wasn't taking that down to anything other than I know one, you've already kind of dealt with that. Excuse me. But two, um, there's always going to be people, no matter what you do, no matter how good it is, no matter how bad it is, no matter how much
Yeah.
knowledge you have, that for whatever reason, they like this creator or that creator and they hate you you could have said 3 words 18 months ago and they'll still remember it 18 months later,
Oh yeah.
right? That's how it goes. But, excuse me, and I also said if you are a public creator, then it's it comes with the territory, right? So if you put yourself out there, if you post on social media, if you make videos, you know, then you are putting yourself out there. But at the same time, you and I both know that, some criticism, it's just when you read things from people, you just wonder like what in the world could possibly be going through this person's head to actually go there, right? It's amazing to me, and I find it fascinating. But I don't sit there and go down that rabbit hole about people. It's just not my not my thing.
No, there are people that should. I mean, there's a lot of people that shouldn't be on social media,
Yes,
and there's a lot. There's some people that think that they can handle it, and they're proving day in and day out that they can't.
right.
And and unfortunately, most people don't have friends that are willing to say, "Hey,
You're right.
it's time for you to step away here.
Yep. You're
You
you're right.
you have crossed the line. You are in the wrong. You are making a fool of yourself, and you need help." And a
Yeah.
lot of people don't have
Yeah.
enough. Um, they don't have good enough friends because
Right.
so many people just want to use someone else. And if I can use you, and hey, this is great for me. Well, and again, I'm never going to be one to sit there and say you should never lose it because God knows we've seen me lose it.
Right. War Chest, take it easy, my friend. Well, I'll talk to you later. I'm sure at some point in time. Uh, let's see. There it is. Stanley Eberhard checking in. Appreciate it, buddy. Um, let's see here. But yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, bottom line is that it people are going to find anything they can. And if they don't like you for some weird reason or another, they're going to try to find anything. They're going to make stuff up about you and all that kind of
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
And we've seen that. I have not experienced that shit myself, not yet.
I
But
hope you don't.
I'm sure down the line, I'm sure that will happen. I'm not concerned about it. Part what I do for a living helps me in the fact that I have to move on. I keep moving on. And that permeates even your regular life outside of work. And so for me, it doesn't bother me too much. But on this platform, I have not experienced that yet.
Yeah, and that's
Uh,
why I say
we'll see.
I'm like I have no skeletons in my closet.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't
Right,
drink. I don't do drugs, so you'll never find anything about that. I am
right.
not what people tried to say. I don't even have to defend myself about the whole PDF thing. Like, there's
Yeah,
nothing to defend.
yeah.
I don't ever have to say, well, you show me the proof. There's nothing, so I don't even need to say anything like that. You know, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing that that someone can judge up on me that is you know that
Yeah.
can be seen as awful. So I'm the
Well,
person that lives in a class house that can throw stones.
so so I knew probably a little bit of that stuff would come up, but I didn't want to go down a deep
No,
path with it because you have dealt with it. You've got your own channel, obviously, and you've done fantastically, and you've addressed this shit. So I'd rather move on. Uh, I'd like to know maybe what one of your first memories
well,
that you
I
had.
want to say something to Dreadnought where it says drinking and drugs would make you more popular in current day punk. I
Oh,
said for years growing up, I said that for years because people when I would be at a party, especially when you're kids, and they're you don't drink. What if I'm drinking around you? Oh, you think you're better than me?
yeah.
And I'm like, I just don't drink. I don't. What do you want me to say? Like, I don't. You know. But you're absolutely right. And I've had many girls that I've dated throughout the years
Yeah.
that are intimidated. I'm like, why? Like, have I ever said anything to you?
Well, because most people experiment, try
Yeah,
stuff, or they drink regularly because that's the American way, right? And we grew up in a country where beer commercials are on television every commercial break, every football game. It's the norm. That's just what we do.
yeah. And
It's
my
it's
dad never drank, so there's never beer in the house.
See, that's interesting. That
You
is
know,
very
he would
interesting.
have like a martini when we went
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
We were at my grandmother's house. We went out, but that was it. And my mom didn't drink. So, none of that was ever in the house. So
yeah.
clearly that makes it, you have friends that their dads are alcoholics, they're functioning alcoholics, but there's always
Yes.
beer. So they can take a beer and sneak it at a young age, and dad's probably not going to notice that a beer was gone.
Yeah, it is, and so look, that's a conversation. I mean, good Lord, like we could spend so much time on
Oh
because
yeah,
of your influences and how you grow up and the things you see, you know, your friends and when you go to spend the night with them and their parents and all, it's just such a whew, I mean, it shapes everything about you, right? But it
everything.
seems to me that, part of what shapes you obviously is your growing up and not having alcohol in the house, so you're not really seeing it there, right? So but yeah, I did want to know, um, kind of popped into my head, but I want to know what what is one of your first memories about playing with toys as a child? Like what toys did you have as a kid, and do you remember one of those early memories of something that even if you were, can barely even get it out, one of those early memories you had of playing with toys?
I'm trying to think here. I remember, I talked about the first time I ever remember seeing a GI Joe commercial.
Mm-hmm.
I was playing with like Lone Ranger and Tonto, but I have this weird, vivid memory. It must have been about 5 or 6, and I had one of those big Hawk figures,
Okay.
and it was a plastic. It wasn't like soft. It was big, probably about 12 inches tall. And the condos that we lived in, uh, the backyard went right into the schoolyard. And there was 3 baseball diamonds and a football field. And I remember there were all these people out there. And I remember there was like this hole that I don't know, I don't think I dug it, but it was there. And I put it down in there and I ran back to the house. And when I came back, it was gone. But I remember that Hawk. I remember that Hawk. And I don't remember ever seeing it ever again, like that version of it. Like even now, like I don't ever see it like in a collectors.
Have you
You
tried to dig it up? Like, have you tried to look in YouTube and like,
no, I really haven't.
not really?
But I remember I had, and we looked this up not too long ago. This was on, we talked about this on, I think Punk's Pit. I had this van that was a lamp, but it looked like the A-Team van.
A lamp. Okay.
Yeah. So it was a van. It was a van.
Yeah.
It had a sliding door on the side. It was black, and it wasn't the A-Team van, but it had like this racing stripes on the side, and the lamp went right through the middle. Um, and so you couldn't really take it down, but like I'd play with it, and it was probably too big for an actual like the GI Joe figures. But
Okay.
again, imagination didn't really matter
Yeah,
because
yeah,
the
yeah,
door
for sure.
slid open on the side. So
Yeah.
you stack them in there just like the same way,
Yep.
So I remember that. I remember Adventure People. I fully remember going over, my grandmother's or aunts and uncles and the little people and
Yeah, I remember you. I
the
remember you talking
barnyard.
about those. Yeah, the
Yeah,
barnyard. Oh yeah,
yeah.
for
Like
sure.
everyone had a barnyard at an aunt's house or their grandmother's house because those things just seem to be passed down
Well, it
forever
was
and
an
ever.
easy play set that had multiple pieces that could keep you busy when like
Yeah,
mom and sister are drinking coffee, shooting the shit, and you're over in the floor laying on your belly playing with the barnyard set, right? Like I could tally see that.
yeah.
It's like,
And like I remember Army Men. I love the Green
sure.
Army Men.
Oh yeah.
And that was even before GI Joe. I mean, that was even before GI Joe.
Oh, for sure,
And you
100%.
just, it was so easy to set up, and no one really cared. Like if one died,
Right.
because that's what you're doing. And we were talking about it yesterday or on Thursday, and I asked Patrick. I said, "Did you ever have the Germans?" And he was like, "No." I'm like, "Really?" Because I always had the gray Germans.
Oh shit,
Right?
yes.
They had the weird grenade, which, as I said,
Yep.
it actually makes more sense to throw,
Doesn't it though?
like a
Because it gives you
pineapple
something to
grenade.
actually hang on to, and also
Yeah,
when I don't know, I guess it's a matter of technique because you got one end that's heavy in a way, and that way you can get that
it
kind
would.
of whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah,
Or I guess tossing a grenade like an American grenade is like throwing a baseball, right? So
it's much
you
heavy.
almost feel like
It's that much
heavy.
heavier.
I agree. I agree. But I guess the motion of throwing one to me would be more natural for an American growing up at that time, where Germans aren't playing baseball, and they're not. Does that make sense? Is that kind of weird, or does that kind of somewhat make sense?
I guess. I
I
mean,
mean, I mean, it's all design. It doesn't matter. Somebody designed the son of a bitch. They don't care when
I just know
somebody's
that
throwing
like when you look
baseballs.
at you look at a pineapple grenade, right? Look at a pineapple grenade,
Uh huh. Uh huh.
and it's meant to explode and create shrapnel.
Right.
And this is now it has a hole in the bottom, and they said this is this is a test grenade, so it's not like a real grenade because the real ones are, but it's like the same weight. These things are heavy.
Yeah.
You're not
Well, oh
throwing,
shit.
you're not throwing this very far.
I mean, the one you gave me is heavy as hell. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so you're not throwing this very far. And I'm like, I don't want like that thing anywhere near me exploding. I don't want
No,
that thing anywhere near me.
absolutely not. That's so
Um,
funny.
but I
Um,
think those are some of my earliest memories. Again,
yeah.
I remember the Adventure People, the blue and white um, boat that had the wheel on the bottom.
Oh,
Sometimes
sure.
it
Did it
floated in
have
the
a
water for
string on it too that you could pull it
yeah,
behind you?
yeah.
Yep, I remember that. Yep.
And mine, and I didn't remember this until I was looking it up because I want to get one again. But I forgot about the little submarine that comes with it. And
Oh, wow.
it wasn't really a submarine as much as it was this little piece, it's really flat. And they just kind of they sat in it or they laid in it the same way as
Laid
the
down.
drone for the a night raven.
Okay.
It was
Yeah.
yellow, and
Yeah.
you kind of just slid them in there. Um, and I didn't realize they came together. There was different options because when I looked it up the not the other day, but a couple months ago, I was like, oh my god, I totally forgot because I love that thing was a lot of fun. Because technically it had like this a clear bottom, so technically it's supposed to be like looking down.
Right.
So they're looking into the water. And I love that. Like all that stuff was a lot of fun.
Well, honestly, back in the day when you were taking baths, any bath toys were freaking awesome. And
Yes.
yeah, I'd bring my water moccasin in there, even though I was like 11,
And it
or
would
whatever,
sink
10.
within 2 minutes.
Hell yeah. But there were certain ones, there were also off brands,
Yes.
that had a little night boat, right? Little take like night raft type thing, whatever. Anyway, and I would bring those in there. So I had some of the off brands and I bring some of my Joes and whatever in there too. But yeah, man, like then there's that period of time where you grow out of taking baths. So you never play with those things again, right? It's so weird. So were you one of the kids that? So look, my cousin and I were very fortunate, and we had a lot of everything, and I mean a lot of everything. Um, I've said it before. I think that my dad and I don't know about my grandmother, but every other weekend when I went to my dad's house, their way of showing me they loved me was to take me to Toys R Us and buy me a new Transformer. Buy me a new GI Joe, new He Man, new whatever. Um, I don't think in their eyes they were looking at it that way, but it was a way for them to take me and do something. And then also when I came back to the apartment or to the house with my dad or my grandmother, I had something to do, right?
Yeah.
I'd bring all my toys, but I had something to play with. So that kept me satisfied. But were you one of the kids like me that had like everything? Did you have a bunch of toys and other kids that were kind of like, damn, dude's got all, hey, what? You got that? Or
Well,
did you not
I,
have
I had a
a
little
lot?
bit of everything. I mean, I had some Transformers. I had Prime. I had
Mm-hmm.
Optimus Prime. I had Megatron. I had Blaster. I had some of the smaller ones. Um, I had some Star Wars figures. I had some He-Man figures. I never had any of the vehicles for He-Man. I had Thundercats. I had some Mask. I was pretty spoiled. But what I'll say is, I think I was just so in love with GI Joe
Yeah,
that I probably could have had more of other things, but GI Joe was what I really wanted.
I'm
So
with you.
that's what I got. That's probably why I had. I can go through that book and I can go through the first 6 series. I think at least the first 5 series, and
Yeah,
point out everything that I had as a kid, and it's almost everything. Um,
dude.
I never had the Ram Cycle and I never had the Whirlwind. I don't know why. I also never had the jump packs. But
I didn't have the early, yeah, like the
yeah,
super early.
I never had barbecue, and I never had um uh tripwire. And the only reason I didn't have
Okay.
them is I didn't like them.
See,
They weren't
I
worth
understand
wasting my
that.
time.
I understand that. I got to the point where I was getting guys that I didn't care for, like Zoltar and shit like that. Like I
Well,
was
yeah,
like, I don't like this motherfucker.
I remember being at Children's Palace. Now, I don't know if you guys
Okay.
had Children's Palace, because Children's Palace was also called Children's World at other places.
Okay.
All right.
I don't think we had them down here,
Yeah,
but it wasn't like a KB.
it was just like no, it's just like Toys R Us, same size as
Okay,
Toys R
okay,
Us.
okay. Gotcha.
And I can remember getting Crystal Ball, and I can remember being mad that it was like the only figure they had that I didn't have. But I wanted to have a figure,
I
and so
remember
I
that
got
feeling.
Crystal Ball, and I can still remember like because I know where it's at. Like
Yeah,
it's the
yeah,
building is still there, and I can remember where
yeah.
the GI Joes were in reference to the store, and I can remember being like so
Shit.
like disgusted. Like this is the only figure, and I'm getting it, but it's like the only figure. That's
That's
so I was kind of spoiled. Well, I also had I got Nintendo and I had a bunch of games from Nintendo.
okay. All
So
right.
there was stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
but I could have had more toys. I was again, my parents weren't rich by any stretch of any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
Um, but I think because I just really love GI Joe that much,
I'm with
that
you.
that was there was no reason for me to dabble in a lot of other stuff.
I fully understand that as a kid because of those every other weekend trips and because I was really filling out my GI Joe collection, then it allowed me to fill out my other collections to
Yeah,
where I had a bunch of Transformers. I make a joke about it, but I had all those Chuck Norris figures. I had
I
cops, I had, Mask, I mean, I like
let's
everything, dude. Like
I
everything.
I never had the Chuck Norris and I never had Rambo figures,
I had Rambo
but a
figures.
friend of mine had Rambo and we go over there
Shit.
and we play that for hours.
I had those
I
Rambo
didn't have the
figures.
18. I love the 18. I didn't have any of the 18 figures. Not the 6-inch figures and not the 3.75.
Dude. And see, and that's what's crazy because if we keep talking and we keep bringing up new ones, then I'm
You
gonna
know,
be like, yeah, I had them too. I had Centurions,
I don't even
you
remember
know.
Centurions.
Centurions were the ones
I mean,
that
I know what they are now, but I don't
oh,
remember them
okay,
from
okay.
being a child, like my childhood. I don't
Yeah.
remember
Yep.
Centurions.
No. I got
Um,
Centurions back then and I thought that shit was amazing because you could put on the stuff and the gun on the side and but I mean, you name it. Honestly, I mean, I had my cousin and I also had the micro machines or the metallic little miniature Star Wars sets, like the Hoth play set, with Vader and Luke and the Wampa or shit like that. Like the
are you
little
talking
metal
about the
ones.
little metal ones?
Yes, we had.
I so,
He's still got one or two of his play
so
sets.
my he actually just passed away. This guy Kenny. He was the one that had all the Motu stuff, but he had all those metal, and I loved it because they were. I mean, you're talking the little play sets with these metal figures, which were weapons. Let's be honest. The same
Yeah.
with Eagle Force; they were weapons.
Yes.
Um, but they were so much fun because it's just a little play set, and they connected together.
Yes.
That
Yes.
was awesome.
Absolutely. Yep, I agree. Yeah, that was awesome. Which we got it's so interesting because that was a popular little thing for a little while, right? And we got shit like that, the connect them together, and
Yeah,
and make like a base or make a say diorama, but it was almost like yeah, they'd turn into different seasonal buildings. So you had something from like Jabba's, you had the Hoth shit, or whatever. But I do remember like especially trying to get the ones that you could connect together. And then you know how it is. Sometimes this stuff comes and it goes, right? And then you can't find it anymore. And as a kid, it disappears from your mind,
yeah.
But I went back and was looking up some of those small diecast Star Wars play sets and stuff. So, thinking about getting them, but I don't got anywhere to put them, and it's just like yeah, they just
I
sit.
think that even though this is a different kind of a different scale, those the Star Wars um like the metal vehicles and everything,
Hmm.
they remind me of those. And
Oh,
you
hundred
can get them
percent.
like cheap too.
I
Uh,
actually I
but
actually
I don't want to
really
go
really
down that.
like those.
Yeah, I don't want to go down that road because
I don't either. I don't either.
like
Yep, I don't
going down
either.
the classified road has already been bad enough because they made them bigger, which means they take
Shit,
up more space.
dude.
And I can't if I didn't have the aircraft carrier as a kid, and I didn't have my own and all the other stuff, the Terradrome that I have, I'd
Right.
probably get rid of all that stuff and just focus. But it's so sentimental to me,
I hear you.
you
Nope,
know.
I hear you. There,
And
you remember when? Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
but you can't. I'm sorry. You cannot have a USS flag and technically have a place to put it and just have it packed away.
No, no. That's what do you? How do you do that? I mean,
Exactly.
you're taking
Ken
up
Poe does it.
space for. Let's say you wanted to do that. You're just taking up space for shit that needs to be packed away. So then you have something else that's like not able to be put away in a closet, whatever it is, right? Because you have that. But also with that, you don't want to get rid of it
No,
if it's the one you had as a kid in particular, or acquire you don't want to get rid of it. So it does pose a dilemma.
it'd be a lot easier if it was only 2 feet. You know, if it was like
Oh, a
only two
hundred
feet long.
percent. Yes, of course. I did want to say hey to Bobby Wold. It says, Punk, when you were a kid, did you ever get Leatherneck and say that I'm gonna base my whole entire look after this guy?
I did not.
I have a feeling you did
I
never imagine that would be the case.
I don't think I was able to grow a mustache till after I graduated. All right, or a
I
goatee.
wish I couldn't.
I can't grow a beard. I can grow a goatee. I can grow a
Right?
mustache. It was not till after. I mean, I have a vivid memory
No, that's great.
about being embarrassed that I didn't have hair on my legs, and I
uh,
didn't shave it. And I'll never
right.
forget. We were skateboarding. I was in seventh grade, and they were in eighth. And my buddy Nick, who became a personal trainer, him and my other buddy Doug, they were talking about shaving, and I made a comment like, I wish I could. I have like they have full hair legs, I have no. And I
Oh,
still to this day, I barely have any hair on my legs. I have no hair on my arms. And I just remember
dude.
Nick looks at me and he goes, "You should be glad. I have to shave about every day." And this is an eighth grader.
One of my I just had this conversation at work like 2 nights ago. I hated um it was mandatory that you had to take a shower in gym class in 7th and 8th grade. And even if it was your second class of the day, even if you didn't do anything in gym, if you sat in
No,
the bleachers,
oh
you take a
yeah,
shower. And I'll never forget getting paddled. I got 10 fucking licks because I'll never forget we didn't even do anything during gym class. It was a substitute teacher. After class, I'm going to go get in the showers and I look around and it's like you got the 6'4" black dude over there in the corner. You got like the big fat kid. You got you know what I'm saying? And you walk around and you're like, and then you look and you're like, oh shit, it's like somebody's got a fucking log,
Yeah.
swinging, and you're like,
Yeah,
this shit
you're
is
not looking, but
uncomfortable.
you can't,
No, you can't help it. You know what I'm talking about, and
I,
exactly,
dude,
and it's
I've been at the gym when the guys come walking out and
oh,
you're like,
oh my god,
why? Like, first off,
oh my
how?
god. That shit is ridiculous. And I'm with you at the gym too.
Yeah.
But it's like I remember walking in the showers and I was like, oh no. And I turned around, went back, I put my clothes on, and the substitute gym teacher comes down and he was actually the soccer coach. And he asked me if I took a shower, and I was like, yeah, I did. And then the kid next to me was on the soccer team, and he's like, James, did Brandon take a shower? And he's like, no. They fucking paddled me 10 licks, dude, because I didn't take a shower
Oh,
after gym class. And, but it was like, I can't explain to them at that age. This is super uncomfortable to walk into a locker room and into a shower where everybody's naked as a 12-year-old kid. If
yeah.
you're not on the football team, if you're not on the baseball team, you know what I'm saying? Like that
I
shit is
know exactly
weird.
what.
That shit is weird,
I
man.
never had to take a shower in school.
I hated it. I did, but it's so funny. Like, uh, but anyway, that's way going off track, but it's all good. Uh, Nonetheless, let me go back up because I've got something. I had something highlighted. If I can find it. I know Woody Triple Deuce is in the house. Says, yo, fools, what's up? What's up with you? 3-star draw had the Hoth miniature die cast metal playset on the shelf behind him. I remember seeing it
Well, good for
last time.
you. I have a USS
Uh,
flag in my basement.
and oh shit.
I just did that thing where someone, when people try and one up, and you just go right to the top of it, and everyone's just like, screw
You, I mean, you just absolutely just destroyed him. I mean, that's fucked up, man. But that's pretty good. So let's see here. Woody Triple D says I had hair in my ass crack before I could
you.
crawl. Yeah, you were one of the tall black dudes in the corner of the shower that I was afraid of walking in. I was embarrassed. um, Good to see you, Woody, though. 100%. Love streaming with him on Fridays every now and then with Shane, too. That's a good time.
What's crazy is the size of what you think a large high schooler is. When you kind of look back, they're not
Yeah.
always as large as you remember. And this is coming from a real short
No.
guy, but
Yeah. No.
like the
You're
guys you thought were
absolutely
super
right.
muscular, and then you see him at the gym now, like high school kids, and you're like, wow, you guys really weren't that big.
Yeah. But
'Cause, again, you don't have time to grow. Like, you don't have time to grow.
hey, no, you're absolutely right. And obviously everybody, some people
There
have
are.
like late growth spurts. Some people they start early
Really?
and then they never go past that, or
Does
whatever.
anyone have a growth spurt at 50? I would hope for mine.
I've been trying. I've been stretching myself every
I'm
um
still hoping for mine at 50.
Yeah, right. Stanley, he remembers the junior high gym shower requirement. Now, I don't know if that was in every state, but I know it was definitely in our school anyway. I don't think it was a
Yeah, I
state
didn't.
thing.
I never had to, and I'm glad for that. So,
And 3-star draw says went into a golf course clubhouse today, walked right past the locker rooms, and noped right out of that one. I don't blame you. I used to go to the gym when I was like I don't know, like 11-year-old, and my dad, I would go to the gym with him. And he liked to just go swim, really. He never lifted weights, but he'd go swim and he would sit in the sauna. And so I would go with him on my weekends over there sometimes if I had to. And just like you, I could not stand these old men walking around completely naked in the locker room. And I'd just be sitting there, getting my swim trunks out of the locker or whatever. And it was just like, oh, it's like, what is happening right now? It's old men, 65, 70-year-old men just walking around naked as a jaybird.
And and Woody says, "What Punk? You can get that surgery for 120,000 and be 4 inches taller." Woody, you need to start sending me a lot more super chats. Right? Is 120 grand worth 4 inches? And I'm not talking about down there.
Man,
Right?
yeah,
I,
that I don't
I
know.
to spend $120,000 to be 5'8" on a good day. All right. I don't
Yeah.
think I don't think that's if someone does not like me for my size, for my height, then that's on you. You're a shallow ass person.
Right, 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 right. Yeah, I'm with you, 100%. But that's if that is in fact the cost of it. I know there's people who have probably done it, obviously, and looked into it, or
How do
whatever.
they
But
do that?
I don't
They
know.
probably have to cut your shin and extend it. No, that
Matthew
sounds
might know. Matthew might have an idea. I
no, that
expected
sounds
him to maybe be in here or be moderating behind the scenes.
yeah. But I mean that sounds stupid. But no, like Steve Eiserman, he's the GM of the Red Wings now, but the captain. He had to have his shin cut in half
Okay.
to shorten it to fix his knee.
Yeah.
And just the thought of that, but they're like, it's just like a break. No,
Damn.
no, you're cutting my shin in half. So no, that's all right. That's
Yeah. No, that there's no part of that. Now, Woody says that they got to break both of your legs, then add bone, but
yeah.
your arms are still the same length. So see, then that shit looks weird because then you look like a fucking weird ass
You're
with
like one of
short
those,
fucking arms
you
and
know, those
long
weird
legs.
Marvel legends that have like, you know what? I think he would look
There he is.
exactly. He would look exactly. You would look exactly like the Winter Soldier Marvel Legends MCU figure that I have downstairs. He's got these
Oh
super long
no.
legs and his arms are like the normal size.
When you see people like that in real life, you have to do a double take, right? You're
Yeah.
walking by and then you just kind of, and then you're like, and it's rare. It's
And you'll know
very
this.
rare.
And when you have kids and you see someone that and they're little and you're like, I remember walking with Susan and like the kids would see and you were just like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You're like, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't say anything. And there were times that you'd make it by and then you'd be like 30 feet away and all of a sudden they go, why were they in a wheelchair? Like, could you be any louder? Uh,
Oh my God. Let's see. No, I was gonna say Matthew. Matthew says you fracture the shins in several places and put spacers in. Yeah,
yeah,
that sounds
the
great.
same thing
And
that
then
Woody
I,
was saying. Like,
yep.
no, that's
Let's
okay. I
see.
don't need to be tall. I nope. I'll still get up on the chair
All right.
and grab what's on the top.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm with you.
That
Let's
sounds,
see here.
that sounds. Oh my god! Just the thought of that.
Doesn't it though? Like that really
No,
does sound. And then the
my shins are
recovery
hurting
from
right
that.
now. My shins are hurting right now thinking about it.
Well, 3 star, that's the isn't that the dunk, the South Park episode where they're dunking because they put balls in their knees?
I don't. It's been a long time since I've watched
It's the
South Park.
dumbest shit, dude. It's so stupid. Yes, they like put balls in their knees, and then like all the adults are dunking the basketball. They become like pro players.
No,
It's fucking stupid. I
no,
don't know,
no.
something like that.
Does that take the pressure off your knees? Because I'm not gonna lie, I was
Oh
going down the
yeah.
stairs today and I had my backpack on and it hurt
Right.
one knee like when I stepped the wrong way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so if it takes the pressure off the knee, I'm all for that exploratory surgery.
Shit, I heard that, man. It's actually been a rough, probably 3 weeks for me at least. It was like right after I was done being sick, and then all of a sudden my left
You
hip
were
and my
sick?
left
I
knee.
didn't even know.
Man, you better stop it.
No, Matthew. Anyway, let's talk about this show. Dude, fucking go to sleep, man. I'm on the phone with Tony, and Tony and I are like, he sounds awful.
Seriously.
It was so bad.
You serious?
That's how I feel. That's how I feel after that. Seriously. Oh God. Yes. Well, because I'm self-conscious like that. And so if I go on a stream, then I'm just like, hey guys, I feel like shit, but let's go. And
And
it's
then,
like my preemptive way of getting it out there, which is probably
so
a terrible way to do things.
let me ask you a quick question. When if you miss a stream, do you have it in your head like, oh my god, people are going to completely forget and they're never going to come back, and now I'm going to lose half? I still feel
Okay.
like that. I still feel
Yes.
like that.
And the thing of it is I have, far less numbers. I'm not stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like I have far less numbers. Now, but I do feel that way. And I'm just talking about specifically like the Friday night stream. Now Tuesdays with Matthew, I a lot of the fault as far as that show not growing as much after this many episodes is because of not cutting the content up, not repurposing the content, putting it back out there, getting it out in shorts, getting it out.
Yeah.
So I take all the blame on that. Of course, and everybody out there knows, working a full time job, you're doing a couple other streams, you got other shit going on. And so sometimes, it's like you have the best intentions to sit down and try to pull some stuff out and then go and edit it. But it doesn't happen. Right. And then all of a sudden you're into the next week and you're like, well, shit, I got another stream tonight and I got one on Wednesday. And, so things kind of get away from you, at least for me. So that's why, like, I messaged you, just truth be told, everybody out there. I did message you and was just like, what's your schedule? What do you do? How do you do things? And so, and I appreciate you getting back to me. It's just trying to figure out, like, make a schedule and try to do it and stick to it. And that's the thing. And I've had trouble just kind of getting into that rhythm, so to
What's
speak.
funny is that until you messaged me, I really didn't think about how I have a schedule, but I really do.
Yeah, yeah,
But it's
you
also
you
a lot
you
easier
have to.
because I'm not dating anyone. If I was dating
Well,
someone, it would be way, way different. I would have to adjust a lot of things because,
right.
let's be honest, you just if you're dating someone, they deserve to have some of your time.
Absolutely.
Not when you
Absolutely.
can fit it in between your YouTube schedule. That does not really pay the bills.
Well, Bobby Wold says I tuned in to hear about toys and invoke my youth, and I'm all I'm hearing about it aches and pains. Well, I was gonna
Bobby
tell
just
you
thought
guys.
Bobby was like, "Is there a giveaway on this live stream? I should go check."
Okay. Oh
There is a
Lord,
channel right now giving away about 500 things.
I firmly believe that. I do, and okay. Anyway, I'll stay away from that. I'm not gonna go there, but I will say this. Yeah. So I knew that this stream was not just going to be about, hey, let's bring up some slides and talk about the latest, ramen pre-order and the GI Joe pre. I didn't want to do
I,
that because
I
we
think
do
I'm
that all the freaking time. It's all nonstop.
I think I'm the only person that didn't order the ramen man.
You're the only one that
That
didn't.
didn't order it,
Yeah,
man.
no, you seem like it because Jesus, everybody ordered that motherfucker. And look, I appreciate it. That's cool. You know what I mean? And we saw the pre-orders, the GI Joe stuff, but this stream was about talking to you and not necessarily
Yeah,
about the toy part, right? And of course
I don't
yeah,
think we've
we
asked
can.
one question.
I don't think we have, and to be honest with you, looking at my list, I really truly only have maybe one or two at best, and they're not even really about toys, but they're about something related to toys, which kind of, I guess, really leads me into kind of maybe the next thing as far as growing up and stuff like that. And we don't, we'll have to get too crazy long-winded, but that's just us. How was growing up for you as far as your neighborhood? Was it like out of a Spielberg movie? You know what I mean? Like Goonies or E.T. or something? Or did you have like
Kind of.
kids on your street? Did you play basketball,
Well,
football, wiffle ball on the
I
street? Or
I grew up in a condo complex.
okay,
Next to me was a townhouse complex. And then there were houses behind us. There was apartments, and then there was a trailer park. There were so many kids. So it was, you know, when you're young, obviously, and we live in a court, so we had the run of the court, and there was a couple kids that lived in the court, but when you got to be a little bit older, um, you know, you kind of you start riding your bikes. There was there was trails, so we had woods that are no longer there because they built houses there. They
Yeah, that natural progression, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there was woods, streams, um, that we go out and play army, play guns. We'd ride our bikes. I've talked about it once or twice. There was a place called they called it Bell Taco because it looked like, and I didn't realize this. It was probably about 6 to 8 feet deep. It was right against the water, and it looked like an upside down taco. So Taco Bell, Bell Tacos, and I didn't name it. And you would ride your bike down it, run across, and then shoot out and jump out of it. And I
Sweet.
remember guys doing all kinds of tricks, 360s, all kinds. I was never able to do that. I was able to ride down and jump out of it. Um, and then we got into skateboarding, and we had it was called Parkway Plaza, and we you know when we got into skateboarding, we'd go up there. They built some ramps behind it to do wall rides. That those would get torn down. Parking blocks that were painted, skated. Then we skated in the front.
Yeah.
Like they were always building condos, and then they get like burnt down. But we were always stealing wood to build ramps. And it's no longer that it's there, but it's now a road that goes all the way behind the school. And before it was like there's apartments here, the condos were here, and the road came to an end like this.
Okay.
And so now you're looking at the road like this, and this event now it goes all the way through, but it had stopped right behind. And the road had started to fall, so they put these big, huge dirt mounds so you couldn't go around it. But all this area was right there, so we would, and they were building condos right over here. We would steal wood and build ramps, and I can remember
Hell yeah.
vividly. One day we were skating there, and the workers came over there, sat down on like the dirt mounds, eating their lunch, watching us skate. And I'm like, oh my god, like the, if they only knew that we stole the wood. These guys are not stupid. They probably walked over there and said, those fucking kids stole the fucking
Oh,
wood. But
sure.
they didn't own shit,
Right.
They
Right.
walked right over. They're like, let's go watch what these kids are doing with the wood that they stole. Because kids weren't just magically coming up with, because
No.
again, we're all in a bunch of townhouses. It's not like there was a bunch of, a bunch of houses. We're all condos and
Right.
townhouses. So it's
Right.
not like we would have wood. But they stole so much wood, built so many ramps. One ramp got burnt down. Well, one ramp that was in the back of the school, we watched them tear it down while we were in school.
Yeah.
you know,
That's
um,
gotta hurt too,
but yeah,
right?
there were so many of us that we just had this, and the huge. I mean, again, huge neighborhood. A
Yeah.
big school right behind, big
Yeah.
school behind me. So it was an adventure every single day. We have woods, we have a plaza,
I mean,
with
obviously, I'm guessing baseball field or
the
field,
baseball field
right?
was
Connected
right
to the
behind my house.
school. Yeah, exactly, right? So you got plenty of grass, plenty of
We
places to play.
we were stealing wood one night.
Uh-oh. It's
so
one of these.
okay, we're stealing wood one night. So so here's the school. My house is like right here, my condo.
Okay.
And right over here is where they're building it. So this is the whole field. And it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. No, actually, about 2 o'clock in the morning. We snuck out, got wood, and there was three of us. So I'm sitting on the wood as they're pulling it with my sister's wagon. And I was sitting on it so it wouldn't fall out. I was obviously the smaller one, they were bigger. And as we're pulling it, we get past where the school is, and we see a car pull in. And then we see the spotlight go on. And the one guy yanks, he yanks the wagon. I'm sitting on it. I fall down. He starts running. Now my sister's name is all over this wagon because it was hers. So now I grab the wagon. I'm running with this wagon all the way across. I get to like the fence.
Okay.
I'm struggling. I'm young. I'm
Yeah,
struggling to get this
right.
thing
Trying to
over.
get that thing
I
open.
finally get it over. A friend of mine he gets it. He helps me. And then we go and we're looking at my kitchen and we saw the cop walk back. He's got the flashlight.
Oh
He
shit.
looks at the woods and then he leaves. I remember waking up about 6 o'clock in the morning, snuck out again. I want to say there was like 7 or 8 sheets of plywood. And I carried every single one of them back into the woods where we were almost to, so we could hide it there, so we could eventually get a car. A friend had a car, and we could take it to a friend's house where his parents let us build a ramp and like in their they had a 3 car garage, but the one garage the one car was by itself.
Yeah.
So we built a little mini ramp in there.
Nice.
And
Nice.
as scary as it was, as I look back at it, and I it hurt, like my chest hurt so bad. I'm dragging the wagon, and it hurt so bad. Um,
I mean, but yeah, so your neighborhood, like where you grew up, sounds kind of like kind of like mine. I wasn't right behind a baseball field, but I was. It's not even. I don't know, not even a half a mile away. It's where I went to junior high school, and so it was a half a mile
uh,
away from me. So
okay.
the buses didn't pick me up. I had to walk to school, or get picked up by somebody else. They would not pick you up if you lived that close. But also all the kids lived in the neighborhood. Two or three. You talking about 3 star there?
I'm
Uh,
talking about the one you just said. Those 8 sheets of plywood are worth a USS flag these
yeah,
days.
yeah, yeah,
You're,
yeah. Right.
you're right.
Probably so. But yeah, like so I live near the school too, and all the kids in my neighborhood, they literally we all went to school together. We all knew each other. So we all played wiffle ball, basketball, football, whether you were 2 streets over, 3 streets over, or whatever. So everybody kind of knew everybody. And then you saw each other in school too.
Yeah,
And so I just kind of wondered, if you grew up in a neighborhood kind of like
yeah,
that, the classic, having kids your age and whatever.
yeah. And there was always an adventure. I mean,
Right.
even before I got really into skateboarding, like we go through the woods. I had all the guns.
Did
Dad
you
always
guys
told me,
play war? Did you have like
yeah,
camo? And see, I
I,
had I had this beret I used to use and like camo, and
I,
me
I,
and my cousin had badges we'd buy at the
I
army
had this.
surplus. Yeah.
So like,
Yeah,
and
dude.
again, it used to have the handle. I used to have this. Uh, uh, what's the sash? I can't think of the term. What
Oh,
Chewbacca has.
you talking about the well, shit. You talking about that you put bullets in it?
Yeah, I can't think of what it is.
I can't either. It's had
Um,
this problem like 3 weeks
the
ago.
a bandolier.
There you go.
So I had one of them. I had an SP. Um, well, I don't know what you it goes around your arm for
Yeah,
short patrol, because my,
yeah.
my dad was a navy a navy police officer for a short bit. They were called the short patrol. So
Okay.
I had that I would sometimes wear. But we had all these woods, and we would have these big battles, and it like you said, it was, you know it was a lot like that. Obviously, there was no adventures where we found treasures or anything.
One-eyed Willie's treasure?
No, but yeah, it was a lot of fun, and my kids didn't have that,
Yeah.
and it sucks. I mean, where we live now, and they grew up, there's not a lot of kids. And,
Yeah.
and today is so much different. You don't just kind of let your kids go out.
It's weird and yeah, my son really did not grow up where there's a lot of kids and around me and then when him and his mom moved where they're at now, they live kind of out in the country, and you'd have to walk like you could have 10 houses down your street and there's no kids at any of them. And
Yeah.
you'd have to walk a mile to get to a house that has a kid. Like it, or a quarter, three, half a
Yeah.
mile, whatever. You maybe not even don't even know them, or it's kind of odd. So he's not grown up that way either, but I definitely grew up with kids all around me, and had went to school with them at the same time, and did a lot of the same stuff, playing army in the woods, finding all kinds of shit.
We used to sneak out and climb on top of the school.
That's something that I never did. I remember walking up to our old school, but it's like we never really did anything, or like that, or went inside the school when nobody was there or whatever. Like it just wasn't for me and my friends. It wasn't something we really even really thought of. But I know a lot of people did. I know a lot of people did stuff like that. Got up on the roof, or
I don't know
whatever.
why. There was
I mean,
nothing up
shit,
there.
whatever.
It
There's
was,
nothing to do. I don't know.
yeah, it
It
was
is what
just
it is. You're
it
looking for
was
shit to
yeah.
do. I
But
mean,
again, we'd go up there in the middle of the night. There were times we climbed up there in the middle of the day,
yeah.
which was so stupid because my dad could have looked outside and been like,
And
"Well, that
yeah,
looks like my son
right,
up on the roof."
right.
I
Yeah,
mean, that's how close I was. I mean, that's how close I was.
when I got so the coolest thing for me, because I mean I had my friends that lived here and we were really good friends, especially when Nintendo's came out. But even prior to that, at 8 years old and playing war and football in the front yard and stuff. But really for me, it was when I would go to my cousins, because he did live in the country back then,
Yeah.
and they had a creek, and they had dump trucks and bulldozers, in the way back past the creek, and woods, and just property. They just had property, and nobody was on that property. So you could really run around and shoot your BB guns, and hack shit down with machetes, and you could really play. And we used to play GI Joe all the time. We called it Big Joes. We played Big Joes,
Oh,
and that was us being the people. And then we would go play with our Little Joes, which was us and the figures. We
which is
did
not
that
what we
shit.
call little Joes today. That's a little whole different thing to
Uh,
play with the little Joes.
well, yes, you are correct. Oh
Find
Lord.
a girl to play with my little Joe these days.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? A little Joe
Then I
needs some
have to deal with a
attention.
woman, and I don't want to do that either. So
See, man, you hit that shit on the head, bro. We all got to pick and
I need
choose
her
our
to hit
battles,
something on the head. I need
friends.
a girl to hit something.
Pick and choose your battles, my friends. And Matthew Matson says he doesn't get the one-eyed Willie bit. He never saw Goonies, but he
we
knows about
we watched it.
Goonies.
We watched it, Matthew.
Oh, well, boom. I remember you guys doing the punks on film, and I thought you did. I wasn't thinking about it when the question, when the comment was up there, but I remember you guys actually
He was
doing
one of the
that.
dead pirates.
Um, so thinking back when you were a kid, was there any toy that you really, 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 really wanted and you never did get it? That you begged for? I mean, you got a flag for Christ's sakes, but was there anything that you
That I
just you wanted it so bad, and you hoped for Christmas, or
that I
a
wanted as
birthday
a
or something, and
that
when
I
you were a
wanted as
kid?
a kid.
Yeah, that you just didn't get, for some reason.
I don't think so
Yeah,
because like I never had the Defiant, but that was when I was
aging out.
the age. I'm
Yeah,
skateboarding.
I hear
Um,
you.
I never had the mobile.
Oh, the mobile command thing,
Yeah,
or whatever the hell.
but
Yeah, mobile
again, that was
command
another one
unit,
of those that
or
was kind of like I was aging out.
yes,
I
yeah,
want that.
yeah,
The Defiant to me, that is my holy grail. The mobile command center is something that I do want, but that's not near. I mean, that's something I could afford if I really wanted it.
yeah, for
Uh,
sure.
the
Yeah, for sure.
Defiant is one of those things where people, they'll send me. Spec just sent it to me. He's like, "Hey, this guy just had a Defiant." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to get a Joe Fest, let alone to buy a Defiant."
Yeah, I hear you there, man. I mean, do you really, really need it? You know.
Well, yes.
Do you really want it? No, I get it. I
No,
get
yeah,
it, man.
that's
I did want to say, hey, to Baldy Locks rolling in. Says you never saw Goonies.
I
He
did
actually
just
did
recently.
see Goonies. We have just righted that ship. Actually, we have just corrected that misinformation, that fake news.
But yeah,
Um,
I can't think of anything that I
yeah,
really
that's cool.
wanted.
That's cool.
Like you said, it's not like I had this dying need because what I didn't have. I didn't have the polar battle bear, which is actually sitting right back there.
Okay. Okay.
Um, so there might be that coming out this weekend. I didn't have
Hey.
the ram. I didn't have the jump pack. I didn't have, like I said, uh, barbecue, and I didn't have,
Yeah.
but I didn't want them,
Yeah,
especially when
you
you're
didn't. Yeah, yeah,
like I
yeah,
had a flag. I'm pretty sure I could have convinced my dad to get me the whirlwind or
yeah.
the Ram
100%.
Cycle.
Yes.
The Ram
Yes.
Cycle might have been one of those ones that
The Ram,
it may have been gone by the time, like,
you can't get it in
I had the
stores.
Silver Mirage,
I had
so
yeah, I had the Ram. And I don't remember if I had the Silver Mirage or not. I want to say I probably did, but I really can't confirm that for sure. It
oh,
just literally stems from going to my dad's
you know
every
what
weekend.
okay, so the one thing I never got that I always wanted was Soundwave.
You didn't have Soundwave?
No, I got Blaster. I wanted Sound.
Shit, Soundwave was
I
the bomb.
I recently talked about. I love the Transformers, and I never had any. I love the Transformers with shoulder
Okay.
cannons.
Wait,
I don't
you
know. I
wait.
love the shoulder cannon. I just think it's the
Oh,
coolest
oh,
thing.
fuck yes. Are you kidding me?
So I love Sideswipe,
Absolutely.
and Sideswipe was also a Lamborghini Countach, which at the time was my
Yes,
favorite car.
100%. 100%.
Um, and I never had that, but I also didn't want that. I did want Soundwave because I love the cassettes. Because hey, you know what? Cassettes are never going to go away.
Never.
But I wouldn't say there was nothing. Cause I wasn't a big Transformers guy. I mean, I had a few, but that was one that I really did want.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I did have a lot of Transformers, and again, I think a lot of the toys were a byproduct of that every other weekend grind going to my dad's for years. I did get this thing though, which I know I showed, but this is that Blocky's Megatron, which
Okay.
I know that the lighting is not great right here. I know I'm not doing a good job, but anyway, because I don't know how to show toys off, but I saw this thing the other day at my comic shop, and it looked fucking awesome, dude. Um, and it has like a human kind of skeleton in the middle, and then you pop on all the pieces around it. Um, and it's totally posable as a model kit. And of course those are, popular now,
Yeah.
new and popular. But I did have a lot of Transformers back in the day. And I know I've actually heard you talk about that, not really, having them a lot of them anyway. But shit, I mean Transformers, they could get up there too, man. Definitely. But I remember my cousin having he had some of the bigger ones, or he had like Jetfire. I have Jetfire.
I always
You know,
wanted Jetfire
he
because
had Jetfire. I
he
mean,
looked like Robotech,
hell yes.
same gun and everything.
Hell yeah. Clint Jorgensen says, what job did your dad have that he could afford all those good toys? Little Caesars founder.
If my dad was Little Caesars founder, I'd be running the Red Wings a lot better.
Okay.
Or,
Let's see.
I'm sorry, and the Detroit Tigers.
Okay, right.
Since they own both of them.
uh 3 stars says Soundwave was my second, Transformer Skywarp was my first one.
Now, I did acquire, and I don't even remember how, a Perceptor. And I always thought he was super
Fuck.
cool because he technically did work as a microscope, even though it wasn't
Right.
used.
Yeah.
But it was a microscope, just not a real good one.
Yep.
But I did I know I didn't get him. Like I know my parents didn't buy that for me, but I acquired him somehow.
Yeah, no, it's there's the other thing is too. Then there's some things that I had that I just for whatever reason cannot remember that I had them. But there's those special ones, for sure. And in the case of Transformers in particular, you definitely remember them. Sideswipe. I mean, shit. Come on, I love that one. I love that car.
He's way better than Sunstreak.
I agree. Woody Triple Deuce to Figure Addict says I sold my cassette collection for over $2,000 a few years
Yeah,
ago. Holy shit!
I threw away a lot of stuff when we first moved in here, not really knowing what eBay was and
Yes,
not thinking that cassette tapes and VHS tapes were worth money. And man, do I regret it.
I hear
I
you.
just threw the stuff away.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I can see it. Matthew Baldy, there are still plenty he hasn't seen up until the Toys for Toys stream. He hadn't seen Raiders of the Lost Ark. He's kind of ratting you out here on the movies, buddy.
Oh.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll get to that later. I think Ed also had a stream tonight as well. And I thought we might see Ed. We could have battle of the moderators, but
Ed is
so
moderating for
yes, he's
Red.
got. Yeah. I'd seen it earlier. So most of everybody here, most of us in the chat, um, are in the age demo where we had those early video games. Did you have Atari, ColecoVision, Intellivision, Pong? None of them. Did you have any favorite
Not,
games if you had one of those?
I did not have anything until Nintendo.
Really?
I can remember begging my mom for Nintendo. And first I was like, I just wanted to get the Atari, even though Nintendo was out. If I just wanted something because other people had it.
Something, yeah.
And of course, Atari was like I can't say it was really going away quickly. I remember begging for Nintendo, begging for it. I'm like, it has the best graphics ever, Mom. I remember this.
Right.
It has the best graphics ever. And she said, well, what happens when something comes with better graphics? There's never going to be anything with better graphics, Mom.
No, never. Nothing.
I may have been wrong.
Your mom had foresight. She had wisdom. That's
yes,
so
I
funny.
remember getting Nintendo. I had Super Nintendo. I had a lot of the Nintendos. I had Super Nintendo. I had the Nintendo 64. I had the GameCube. That's where it pretty much ended.
Okay.
So as for Nintendo, I remember we bought Final Fantasy. This was when my mom was still alive. 3 of us played it for 3 days straight and beat it. I ended up beating it on my own. And the final guy I ended up beating, just talked about this actually on Thursday. When I beat it, because we were playing it upstairs. My 2 friends had left. We were up like 24 hours playing it. I ended up going downstairs in my room, and I beat it on my black and white TV. So technically, I still have never seen the boss in color.
Wow. Wow.
I can remember Super Mario Brothers 3.
Okay.
The one where you can play the 3 different characters.
Yeah.
That's 3, right?
Yeah, two is the one where you pick stuff up off out of the ground like radishes and stuff, and you
It's
throw
2.
it. That's
It's
2.
2.
Yeah, yellow box, I believe, and
yeah, because you can be the princess who kind of floats, right? So Mario
yes, that's
Luigi jumps high.
yep. That was actually originally supposed to be Japanese only, and it was a different game called I think Doki Doki,
Okay.
and Nintendo needed a sequel to Mario, and they decided just to steal the game engine and some of the graphics, but then just change them enough that it matched Mario shit. It's like weird. It's a weird port, but that's a great game.
I can remember that game. And I would put on Public Enemy, Fear of a Black Planet.
Oh wow!
And I would start playing the game, and it's a cassette, right? So you put the cassette in. I'd start from the beginning. To this day, if I hear Fear of a Black Planet and I hear a song, I can think and know where I was in that game.
I get it. I totally get it.
I couldn't tell you, like, if you I could just see myself in it because games like when you would start playing a game, you knew there are games on Super Mario Brothers that I'm sorry, there are levels on Super Mario Brothers that I've never even seen because you took the warp zones.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
But like Super Mario Brothers 2, I can remember exactly like where I was if I put on Fear of Black Planet and I'm hearing the songs, where I was, what character I was using. It's one of those really weird things, but it's one of those things that stands out.
Yeah.
I played
Yeah.
it so much and I listened to that tape so much.
Yep. No, I get it. Especially when you have something like that and you can really remember, in your head, especially. I mean, even sometimes where I think we kind of formulate memories in our head
Yeah,
of like, but I get it though. At the very least, even if that's the case, it's like you and it's hard to tell really because you don't know sometimes, but it's like, you can see yourself and you can remember having that song when you played the game. You may
yeah,
not remember the exact moment that you were playing a baseball game and hit the second base while you were listening to a Guns N' Roses song, but you know that you had the tape on, you know, while you're playing the game because that was your routine. That's what you did, right? Yeah, I get it, man. Because I was guessing that you actually had, a Nintendo or Sega Genesis.
I did
And
not have
then,
Genesis.
and so I ended up getting a Genesis and kind of ended up
Altered
going
Beast.
like, yes, Altered Beast.
I went over to my friends. I remember playing. Oh, I loved Altered Beast. Just for-
Rastan was another one that I loved playing, and which was just a sword fantasy game. Rastan was cool, but I mean, either way though, it's like I figured you probably maybe were in on that early
Yeah.
8-bit gaming, and then after that, I kind of don't know if you had a GameCube or you went and got a PS1 or you had a
Did have
PS2,
I didn't have a PS1 till they had redone it, and the girlfriend that I was
yeah.
with bought it for me just so she could get me um, Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Dude, they
You know,
just they actually just
I know.
remade 3 and 4.
Yeah, I
They
saw.
got one and two, and now 3 and 4.
I almost ordered 1 and 2 for Andrew,
Okay,
but he does not like him
that
because,
sucks,
because
man.
during COVID we had a PS3, so I had
Okay,
ordered Tony Hawk. I think two. I might have ordered
okay.
both of them. And he was amazed that I could play games because he's never seen me play games. But he hates, he calls them, button smashers. So he got bored with it really quickly. Didn't want to
See
have anything
that?
to do with it.
I don't know. The skating games aren't button mashers. There's skill to those games. There's timing to those games. Especially the Tony Hawk. I love rotating the sticks and shit.
Yep.
Like that stuff was God, we used to play, especially Tony Hawk 1 and 2. We used to play that shit till daybreak. I did want to highlight something Clint said real quick, and we'll move on. But Punk said, he says, Punk, I don't usually see you on Wednesdays. Do a live reaction video of a classic film where you're watching for the first time. Start with Breakin'. Do you remember Breakin'?
So I don't believe I've ever seen Break In or Break Into Electric Boogaloo. But I do know that Break Into Electric Boogaloo, Jean Claude Van Damme is in it dancing.
Yes, yes, he is. Now, my cousin and I actually, our moms took us to see the original Breakin'. And we were absolutely, it became our new mission to wear breakdancing pants, parachute pants, Michael Jackson jackets, and breakdance and shit. And doing back spins and head spins. And oh my God, it kicked
I
off
could never understand the backspin. I could do the
it,
worm forward and
right,
backwards, but
right.
I mean, I could do a backspin and maybe spin 2 or 3 times on a. But those
On some
people,
cardboard.
yeah, those people that would just like they're spinning like
Oh,
an
I
ice
know.
skater.
I know. I know
Nope.
that shit was amazing to me. And I used to enter breakdancing contests at the local skating rink. Oh yeah, they had Michael Jackson dance-alike competitions. They had, I mean, all kinds of crap, dude. But yeah, it was the shit back in the day when that movie came out. Every little white kid in the suburbs thought they could be like Turbo and Ozone. Oh Lord. Let's see here. So we'll move up a little bit. Um, obviously, we all know that skateboarding is one of your passions. Um,
Say that.
how, how did how did it become your passion?
Man. So I would say around 11 or so, you know, you start getting, um, you get in your BMX. Then there were people with skateboards. So you're kind of feeling things out. And,
Okay,
um, we all had both. And there were some older kids that I would say at that time we kind of looked up to. I would say that I don't anymore because many of them are dead or in prison.
I heard you mention that actually a few nights
And
ago.
the stuff they did, I talked about them digging up graves,
Right.
doing B&Es, uh, and around that time was when you really realized like you guys aren't even that good.
Yeah.
But I think we all started gravitating towards skateboarding more than BMXing because uh, it was easier for me. Um, I still think skateboarding is the hardest of all, of all sports because of all the things you can do. I think biking is like the most dangerous. I think it's way more dangerous,
Oh shit, I
and
do
and, and,
too.
and it's very technical too. I don't want to take away from anyone that does BMXing, especially I know Baldy's here, he does. I think skateboarding. There's just the amount of things that you can do. That's why I think it's the hardest.
Yeah.
But it's not even close to being the most dangerous. I mean, you look at rollerblading, and even though I don't like rollerblading, once you do something, you've committed. There's no bailing. Those fucking wheels are stuck to your.
Yeah, right. No,
Feet.
yeah, they're stuck
Uh,
to your ankles and that's that.
but you know, growing up, I did karate, and I started doing karate when Karate Kid came out, and I was really good at it. And Matthew will laugh. You know, when you're a kid, it's all about speed and your forms, not really about power.
Yeah.
So I was a
Yeah.
second degree black belt. Now this is something they push you through there. Um, but when my mom passed away, uh, I didn't care anymore. I can remember the last time I was in karate, and I had lost it, and I didn't want to do it, and I walked out, and that was it. But I was also skateboarding at the time. But when my mom passed away, it was, I mean, I had already started doing it. Because I got my first brand new skateboard on Christmas. My mom passed away February 17th, the day I got my second board, because I had picked out the board that I got for Christmas, but it was picked out like 6 months before. So by the time I got it, things had started to change. So I
Yeah.
wanted a new one. And it was actually
Yeah.
like my dad took me and my best friend, but I had forgotten my money. So he's like, well, I will swing by. It's on my way to work. I'll pick it up and then you can have it tomorrow. Because it was the first day of midwinter break. But my dad, he swung by my mom's work, gave her the board. She came home, said, hey, it didn't have grip tape. I said, can you take me up later on? She's like, if I feel better, I just don't feel that well. I'm going to go lay down. And that's when she passed away. Came home, she had passed away.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
during, after she had passed away, I'll say this: I handled it different than most kids 13. Not saying any better, not saying any worse, but I was an adult at that time. There's a reason why I don't drink and I don't smoke. There's a reason why I didn't get in trouble. My dad had more than enough worries having a 6-year-old daughter and everything. And not everyone else looked at that. 'Cause I had a lot of friends that lost parents and they normally did it the opposite way. But that was when I really just started, like, skateboarding was my outlet. And you could go out there with your friends, you go out there alone. And it took, to me, it bottled everything up. And I could focus all my energy on it. And I just love it.
Yeah.
I've said this before. I hope everyone has something that they love as much as I love skateboarding. I can't explain it. I can never explain to you why I think skateboarding is the greatest thing ever. If you said you pick toys or skateboarding, I'm picking skateboarding. Now, don't get me wrong. I collect toys now more than I skateboard because at 49,
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand that, but
I've
that's
never
yeah.
sprained an ankle
Yeah, that
reviewing a toy. Right?
right. No, I fully
So,
understand that.
it took me out of it took me out of that whole everything that was going on. And my friends that were around, I don't know if they fully understood everything, but they knew what went around because everyone hung out at my house. So, my
Okay.
mom passing away was huge because again, uh,
Yeah.
so many
Yeah.
people came to my house. It was huge. Um, and it took me somewhere. And as you love it, but there were things that I couldn't do skateboarding. But I got into that age range because my mom passed away when I was 13, about 17 years old. And then all of a sudden, this power came, and I was able to pop really high ollies where a lot of my friends could already do it. And again, if I wasn't working out or
Well,
anything, I just boom. I was all of a sudden able, and I was really able to figure out like this is what I'm good at. Like not only do I love it, but this is what I'm good at. And I
right.
knew what I
Right.
was good at in the realm of skateboarding. And I always tell people like they say, well, how good are you? I said, well, if you looked at it, I would say I was one of the good skateboarders, but I would be at the bottom of the really good skateboarders. I was way past any of the guys that you would consider bad at skateboarding.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was a good skateboarder. I had limitations, um, and that's
I,
why I hate when I see I anyone that has a special talent but takes it for granted. But I really hate it when I see skateboarders that have so much more talent than I ever could have had, but don't have the passion. Because I'm like, son of a bitch. If I had
yeah.
that
You
talent,
can you can
like
spot
I could
people.
have done something
Right.
because I just loved it. But there are
Right.
some people, and I always say this about skateboarding, and it's like this, I think, with everything. There are skateboarders and there are people who skateboard, and it has nothing to do with how good you are. Like I've never stopped thinking about skateboarding, even to this day. Even when I didn't skate for 10 years, and I never say I quit. I say I stopped. Family, life got in the way. You just
Yeah. No,
realize I haven't
I
skated in 5
understand
years,
all of that. I
6 years,
do.
right? But I would still see handrails and steps, ledges. But there are people that they are super good at skateboarding. They can put it down, not do it for 9 months, not miss it, not care, pick it up, and they're just as good as they were before. Those are guys that can skateboard. They don't
Yeah.
they don't need it. They don't love it.
Yeah. No, no.
You
You
know, and it doesn't make them worse than me. It doesn't make them better than me. There's just a difference.
and sometimes it's a matter of just of having a conversation with someone and you can tell. Like even if you let's just say you're watching or you let's say you're by a skate park, right? Or just kind of hanging out watching people skate just for the hell of it,
Yeah.
or something like that. You could judge by having different conversations with people, or somebody that talks about, how they maybe used to skate or whatever. And you'll find out a lot of times, how much actually did that person really put into it? How much did they
When
actually practice? How much did they really like? You can suss that stuff out. You can find that out pretty quick
it's
sometimes.
kind of like the person that they find out that you used to work out or that you're a bodybuilder or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, I used to do it. I used to work out all the time too. How much do you bench?" Okay, well, you're asking me something very specific. Where
Yeah.
like someone wants to tell you, "What was your best trick?" Man, dude, I couldn't tell you what my best trick was. Because
Yep.
a lot of the stuff that I would consider the best was like jumping huge gaps. Which again, I think people now understand if you say jumping a gap, you mean like ollie. Ollie a gap.
Right.
Um, there were so many different things that I did. And there were things that I did that were harder than other things, but I didn't enjoy as much as lip sliding a big old fucking bar. Like, and again, you may not know what a lip slide is. I ollie and boom and board
Oh, oh
slide.
yeah.
being on it and just sliding 10 feet.
Yeah.
And again, you're not just popping onto it, you're olling over. Like it was, it takes you away. And I'll
Yeah.
say it again. I hope everyone has something they love as much as I love skateboarding.
Dude, I understand. I feel that way. Man, yeah, it's all relative, right? If you find or have something that you're like extremely passionate about.
And you don't have to
Um,
be great at it. You just have to enjoy it.
yeah, 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 yeah.
But I will say this. I've seen people that love skateboarding that really suck. And I'm like, how can you love something so good and sucks?
You know what
like,
though? Because
like, like, like
I've
you don't
met
have to be
people.
great, but there's people that suck, and you're like, just a passion that it seems like you have.
I've
How
met
do
people
you
like
not get
that.
decent?
I mean, we've all met people like that, but
I
like
know.
once upon a time, I played drums all the time, and I got really, really good, really, really, really good. And but I met people like that.
I
I
know.
met people like that, and
Because
they,
it makes you wonder, like, how can you have a passion for something so much
yeah,
and not be like decent at it?
it's almost like there's a disconnect there, and
Yeah.
it can't quite, get over that hump kind of thing. And so yeah, I used to encounter people all the time like that. Especially out listening to somebody, going to see somebody play, meeting other musicians. You'd see somebody sit in, or you met them. I'd meet them and have great conversations, super passionate about their kit and what kind of shells they had, and and then I'd go watch them play, and it was like, oh no, like does this band know if did they think he's really good? He's got a $8,000 drum set, but he plays like he's worth $30. Like I see shit like that all the time. It used to drive me crazy. But I fully understand that, and I know it's like you do wonder sometimes, the passion level, and listen, again, so like I was saying though, sometimes you hear people talk, and you can tell what they're passionate about. You can
Yes.
tell what they enjoy doing, just in the way that their eyes come alive and that they come alive when they talk about stuff. So I get it, and I could tell. I mean, I knew that was something, that you absolutely love, and so I just kind of want to get an idea of maybe when you really got into it, and so yeah, that's awesome, and also, um, I can only imagine, how many times you fall and you've got to get back up, how many times it hurts like shit, busting your
I
ass.
I have been very, very, very lucky, and can't knock too hard because then the dog will think someone at the door. Um,
Oh yeah, get a little wood
I
there.
I have I pulled my groin many years ago. I didn't even know it. That took years to heal because I'm a kid and there was no way I was going to stay off it longer than I had to. I'd sprained so many ankles. I mean, ankle.
Yeah, sure.
Um, but the amount of damage to my elbows from falling.
Yeah.
Again, you fall on cement. There is no give.
Nope.
There's no padding. You don't fall on grass. You hit concrete and you stop.
Yeah, I mean,
Sometimes you don't stop.
I'm
Sometimes
sorry.
you still go.
It's gotta hurt. I mean, so there's to it, there's no
So
concrete I
yeah,
know of that feels good when you fall on it,
no. So
you know.
my knees, my knees are they
Be-
hurt. My
beat the hell up.
elbows. I tell people I go. Like, did you know that handrails aren't actually meant to go down on a skateboard? They're actually meant to use these days.
Right.
And I have to use a lot of them, especially in the morning. Uh, but
That's
no,
funny.
yeah. Again, I can't say I can pinpoint the moment I fell in love with
Yeah.
it, but I can
Yeah,
tell you
sure.
that area, and I've
Yeah.
never not, I've never not like been in love with it. We used to be in this group chat, and it was for skateboarding, and these are all younger guys, and this
Yeah.
one guy who was way better than me, younger than me, but he's way better, right? All of a sudden, he's like, "Yeah, it's like I want to come on. I'll come on hang out with you guys, but I just don't even like skateboarding anymore." I'm like, why are you even in this chat then? Like, what are you in this chat for?
Uh-huh.
And I was getting aggravated, and I finally said, because these other guys started another group, another chat, because we were like the only ones really skating. And I
Yeah.
go, he's fucking driving me nuts. And they're like, yeah, I could tell. Like, well, why are you in here? And you're like, I don't even really like skateboarding anymore. And I was like, why are you in this
Yeah.
chat that is specifically about like, hey, where are we gonna skate? Hey, is anyone, like, and then
Shit.
you're just saying how like I don't even really like it anymore. Like, all right, awesome. Then fucking just go away.
Uh,
There's no one begging you to skate.
block. No, just kidding. Yeah. Yeah. No. But sometimes people like to just, you know how it is. People come in
Yeah,
like to stir the fucking pot, right? I
I don't
mean,
even think he was trying that. He just like I don't. It was weird.
maybe it's one of those things where like some people are like that. They just don't quite realize like they don't
Yeah.
they can't understand the bigger picture here, right? And yeah, I don't know. I encounter people like that sometimes every day at work. I don't know. It's quite interesting. So,
There are people in a community that don't like what they're doing.
but when people are extremely vocal about it, and you don't ask them, you don't ask them about it, they just let you know. Uh, Turk says I got to get you on one of my custom e-bikes.
Yeah, I
Nothing beats
don't.
them.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you something. I would love to have one of those freaking things. I am not kidding. I would absolutely because my hips and riding a bicycle, that motion is like it's horrible. And so if I were able to kind of pedal and get one going or whatever you got to do, and then like ride one, that shit, I'd be all over that shit.
there's a guy that he's all year.
Yeah,
It's the only mode of transportation. So I'm talking
yeah.
in the winter. He's bundled up. He's on ice. He's on snow, and he has a little like carriage in the back, so he can
Yeah, sure.
throw
Go to
stuff in it.
grocery.
And
Yeah,
I'm like,
whatever.
man,
Go buy
you
some shit.
are
Run the store.
you're saving some money on that gas and not having insurance and car, but fuck that.
I I know. Well, the main part for me is like, if you're going anywhere near cars, man, it'd be my luck to get run the fuck over, and I can't. I just don't. In this town, especially, sweet Jesus, man, these motherfuckers are crazy. Especially where I'm at in Nashville. Uh, so so let me ask you this, and then I'll go through a few of these real quick. Uh, why are toys so important to you as an adult? Like, why are they so important to you?
So the toy thing goes back to my childhood, and that goes back to the real American hero. It
Okay.
takes me back to a time when my mom was still around, a time when, as I said before, a bill was a person you knew, not something you had to pay.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so that's all I wanted to do was try and complete the O-ring collection. That's what my original goal was. I always wanted to have the aircraft carrier up. I always wanted the Terradrome up. Now, obviously, when we were together, we didn't have room because this isn't a big place.
Yeah.
When Susan moved out and her daughter moved out, I turned her room into the GI Joe room. Once again, you don't realize how big the aircraft carrier is until you're trying to
You
put it in a
put it
room,
in
and you're like,
someone's
shit, I don't have
room.
room for anywhere else.
Right.
So again, it was picking up these O-ring figures, and there wasn't a lot of GI Joe new product. Then Walmart came out with their stuff, and that was when I started doing videos because I could compare them because I had I had like the original stuff, so I would kind of compare them. But then Classified came along, and I didn't get Zero Snake Eyes. It was me seeing like Duke and Scarlet, and I don't even I believe I actually ordered them from BBTS maybe. Because I remember asking people about BBTS. I'm like, is this a legit? They're like, yeah, it's legit. It's been around forever. Okay. And I started doing those videos. Um, and then it turned into honestly walking by Motu and saying, if I ever see Skeletor, He-Man, Panther, and Battle Cat all at the same time, I'll buy it. and it was walking by them all the time and never seeing a new GI Joe. And then I finally
Oh
saw,
yeah.
and I didn't want to do it because I knew where it was going to lead, and it led exactly where I thought it would, buying all of them. But
Which one was the first one you saw? I
that I saw, that I bought.
or
You're
that you
talking about
bought rather.
the Motu
No, no, the well,
classified?
yes.
I don't know. I got. I remember I got Duke Scarlet. Well, I mean, you go
So
back and look.
you were in
You can go back
early.
and look at the reviews because they were done in order.
Oh, yeah, for
Duke
sure. But
or Duke
you were in
Scarlet,
super early.
yeah,
But
Duke
then
Scarlet and Roadblock,
okay.
and I think
Then
Snake Eyes.
what was the Motu that you said?
He-Man, Skeletor, Battle Cat, and Panther all at once. I
Yes,
found
yes.
them all.
Right.
I found them
Okay.
all before.
That's
But
why.
I would tell Olivia, if I ever see all four of these at the same time,
Yeah.
if you remember, they were originally Walmart exclusives. Then they would go out after a year. They would lose their exclusivity. They went to other places, and I didn't want to get them because I knew that once I got them, that would be it. And yes, and then, but I mean, I walked by Man at Arms, Tila, all these ones that were really hard to get. I saw them numerous times at Walmart. I never picked them up, and I should have because I could have sold them for a lot. And
Right.
uh,
Yeah.
so that was really the second line that I got into. But then I really started finding toys. That was
Yeah.
when I really started finding more and more toys. And it obviously just led one thing to another. The Valiverse was the thing that I got into.
Yeah.
I had met Greg. Greg said, I have these. I'll let you review them if you want. And that's how Valiverse came along. And just by looking at BBTS, you start kind of picking out, some other things. I stayed away from Masterverse for the most part. I picked up a few. But then it just starts going, oh, those look really cool.
Yeah.
It looks really cool.
Yeah. Oh, I get it.
And next thing you know, you have everything, like one of everything. At the time when I was doing the reviews and the channel was growing, my idea was to at least get one of every type figure from every manufacturer and review.
Gotcha. Yep.
Financially, and it's just not feasible, but it also doesn't help your channel. My idea was to have like this channel where I would have reviewed at least one of every type of figure. Boss Fight Studios and 4-inch, these 4-inch figures.
Yeah.
But you realize you're not making money and you're putting more money into it, and it's not really helping. And you're not going to collect it. So what, and I don't like just having, I like having the figures back there. Like back there is this the smorgasbord of different stuff. But I like having collections. And again, I don't have to be a completist on everything. I'm not a completist with Four Horsemen stuff. But I like a lot of it. So I have a good amount of it. So that's really where it came from. But the G.I. Joe stuff is what takes me back to a different, to my childhood.
I'm the same way.
Especially over. I go into my 4-inch room.
Yeah.
And it's the time capsule. Even though I have modern figures in it, that is just, again, front and center is, the U.S.'s flag.
Right.
And I have, the G.I. Joe headquarters. That was mine as a kid.
Right.
The Terrordrome. I still have my original Tomahawk and Night Raven. And then even, again, you get a Sky Striker. It's not my original one, but I had it.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. No, and I know what that feeling's like. I know that feeling, right? I mean, I do. And it's funny because I don't have much of my old stuff, but you saw in that the video for Prince Shizor that I had some my old Star Wars figures and old Star Wars toys out. Of course, they're missing the canopy, they're missing this and that. The speeder bike's missing certain parts. It still breaks apart when you push the button, but I was like, oh, I got to break these out. My Darth Vader case, it's sitting over here on the ground, but it's like, yeah, I want to get these guys out, and use them, but I notice they're missing. They're all missing something,
Yeah.
right? But I still have them. But with GI Joe, yeah, that's what really takes me back to when I was a kid because that was my favorite. Ultimately, it was my favorite over everything else. I had a lot of other things I played the hell out of with, but GI Joe was that one.
Yep.
And so that for me is when I saw Flint and Major Blood in like 2020 or some shit like
Oh,
that. I don't know. Those were the first two I bought and I was like, "Holy shit."
is it? I
Loved them.
want to say you came in the line late, but
I
those were
did.
so long ago now. Like that was
I know.
so
I know.
like
I know. Isn't that crazy? But I
Flint.
came in
Flint
late
is
and then
what
started
20?
filling them out. I
What
want
is
to say
Flint?
I want to say Flint was like 20. Some people in the chat probably correct me, but I,
24,
I
I
was gonna say
think.
2020, 2021 is when Flint and
Yeah, but
Cobra
what
Island
number is
Major
it?
Blood came
It's
out. Oh, shit.
it's
Well,
like
actually,
24, I think.
maybe so. I don't have him up right now. I mean, obviously, I could look him up and see. But yeah, I came in pretty late. Uh, and let's see, Flint, GI Joe, classified. Do. Of course, you can't find a. It's like all these damn. Let's
I
see.
think
Oh God, pre-order. Come on.
dude, I have a list right here.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a
Well, that
list
comes in handy.
because I've been going through everything. Flint is 26. Lady J was 25.
Okay, yeah, yeah, 26. So and Cobra
Major
Island,
Blood's
Major
27.
Blood. Yeah, so those two I found them at Target, I think it was, and I got them just boom, boom.
Target was the one that got them.
Yeah, and
Even though
so
they weren't
so
exclusive to them, but they were the ones that got them.
so that's really what got me back, into it. Turk Murphy says Hector Delgado is who hooked me back into Joe's. Spiraled after that. Yeah, that's what happens. And look, I'm not a big time like toy collector with different lines, but I do love my GI Joe, and I love watching the cartoons from back in the day and the comics, and so the figures are a natural thing. I do have some fun stuff. I got some fun stuff to look up. I thought would be pretty good. So let's see if I can find my first first one I want to show. Let's see here. And yes, this is the one. So I'm gonna bring it over here. Oh, this is good stuff right here. So February 11th, 2019, you posted your first video on YouTube. Okay. Uh let's take a look at that video that you posted.
Is that the room tour?
No, actually, it's not. Now you may have another video with this, but I noticed this was the earliest one I think on your channel that I could find. And let's see. Make sure I've got it. I got a widescreen monitor now, so like trying to line stuff up is kind of funky. So I just want to make sure it shows up on StreamYard the correct way. Okay. Let's see here. All right. God, this is such a trip. Um, all right. There and yeah, so February 11th, 2019, you actually posted a few videos. It's quite interesting. But this is the first one I could find. Let's see here.
That is the greatest ramp ever, right there.
That's wild.
That's the first video that I posted.
Yeah, February 11th, 2019. That's the first video you posted on YouTube. You have about two or three others. I have another one. That's really awesome.
How long my hair is.
Oh, I know. That's what's awesome about it is that your hair is absolutely magnificent. So how about this one here on you posted on the same day? Now I'm sure you did them at different times, but you posted this one on the same day. Box jumps.
Those shoes are so comfortable. I still have those shoes. I just
Is
wear
it?
them around the house.
Then you go right back. You go right back,
Yep.
and you do it again. And I'm like, holy shit, that's impressive. Like that's super impressive. I was like, damn. This is 6 years ago, roughly, a little over 6 years ago. But I thought, wow, that's actually pretty damn impressive. And then you have the long hair, which really trips me out. But I did want to show a really cool video, and I've got to turn it way down. I got to cut the music off actually because it's really really loud. You posted this at 42. So this is footage from 2018, okay? But
Okay.
you posted it actually on February 11th, 2019. This is footage from when you were 42 years old, and this is freaking awesome because this actually is nice camera work here. You have it's like you'll see, and you guys can see this, and you're actually doing rails and off of strippers titty. No, I'm just kidding. But you're doing rails and half pipe and like jumping ramps and shit. Like this is cool. 42, right?
Yeah, this was.
Isn't that wild?
I did everything. Everything that I'd filmed for that year. I think I got rid of a lot of stuff when I went
Look at
to.
that hair, that luscious locks.
Look at the bald spot.
You got rid of what now? You said you got rid of everything,
I
or
think I got rid of a lot of stuff to condense it,
okay,
but I
okay.
didn't want to get rid of everything.
Um, I understand. I definitely understand.
But I may not have. I'm trying to think because I don't know. But I wasn't uploading stuff, so maybe I let it sit on my phone. And
I
then,
think you probably, like a lot of people, you probably had it for a while and recorded it, and then
yeah, because
once you
this was
figured out
all.
YouTube and everything, then you probably started doing, learning how to throw some music on there, and
Yep.
you know how it is, the natural progression of it. It's fun. So
This was before the toys. This was
yeah.
before. Because this is 29. What year is this?
So this is February 11th, 2019 when you posted it. This is actually from 2018 is the footage.
Okay.
So
So this
you
is
posted this again on the
before.
same day as your first few videos. You post
Yep.
on the same day. Now I have let's see here. Da-da-da-da. Okay. So I've got a couple more that they're just fun taking a walk down memory lane.
Give me one
And
second. I need to see if
yeah, yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
let Roman out.
Yep. It's so funny too because this video is right in line with that. You guys are gonna love this.
Roman, let's go outside.
To the rescue. All right, you guys are gonna love this next video, okay? I promise you, you are.
I do the same tricks over and over.
Who cares, dude? It's still awesome.
I could sit there, I could go on this ramp, and I could do board slides and 50/50s all day and just have a blast.
So, how about this video that you posted in February 16th? February 16th, 5 days later, 2019.
Pit bulls are the most ferocious and vicious dogs there are.
I thought Roman was still next to me. Because he was just whining.
Isn't that funny?
He does not like
Uh,
driving. He does not like driving.
uh,
He will
and then
whimper the
and
whole
then I,
time.
I love this one too, real quick, and then I'll get into a couple questions before, quick questions before we get into the next couple videos that I think are great as we kind of move through these. I figured the chat would like these at the very least. Doggo videos always do well. And this one was April 24th, 2019, when you posted it.
Yeah, that thing is long gone.
Oh, I bet. I know
We-
how those things are. They do not last for long.
No, are you kidding?
Yeah.
We bought this off a um, uh, we bought this thing from a uh, uh, not a play a daycare center that went out of business. It sat here forever, and
Oh, wow.
I didn't so I gave it to a guy that I work with a couple
Yeah.
of years ago because he just had a little kid, and he still has it.
Damn. I mean, look, that's
This year.
fantastic. I've just seen these things like they get dirty and they start
Oh,
to
it was
fall
dirty.
apart.
Olivia used to just she would just go up there on her tablet and sit
Wow.
there and she'd just sit out there. We like the swing set in the back. She'd do the same thing after I got rid of this. I finally got rid of everything. But yeah, he started going down the slide, and there's a tunnel there. That's what I was trying to get him to go through the tunnel.
Dude, no, it's great stuff. Like that's fun. That's fun to me. Just watching those old videos, right? So when did you, as I play a couple of videos in the background, when did you decide to start shaving your head? When did that happen?
I have always shaved my head.
So then you got in a lot of these videos though, you got hair
Yes. Okay.
as you do some interesting lifts here between the I love this pose. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So, all right. So this
You're
hair,
lifting, dude. Shit. So
I'm-
this hair, what is this hair? Because I mean, if you've always shaved your head, would you just grow it back out, or what would
Right.
you do?
so going back to high school, I would shave my head in the summer, then I just grow it out, shave it, grow it, shave it, grow it.
Okay.
It wasn't until I met a girl. She was a hairdresser. She started cutting my hair, and I was with her for almost 3 years. So when we split up, I didn't even know. I remember walking into a place asking, I go, I need my haircut. They're like, what do you want? I'm like, I have no idea.
Okay. Okay.
So I went through the whole. I would shave my head. There is a picture on Instagram
Okay.
where you see how long it is. It was 10 inches long. Me shaving it.
Yeah.
So what will happen? And you saw it this year. It happened again, but last year it happened. Usually around September, I start getting just annoyed shaving my head. And
Okay.
you have this window to have your hair grow back to look nice for the holidays.
Gotcha. I understand that. I've done some interesting hair situations.
So I stopped shaving my head, and it started growing, and then it kind of hit a length, and I was just kind of like, all right, well, you know what? I'm gonna let it grow a little bit longer, because you get to a point where there's nothing you can do. You can't
Yes.
comb it, but then you get to a point you can comb it, but then I let it grow a little bit longer,
Yeah. Yep. I
and
got
there's
you.
nothing you can do. Then what happened was I was like, I kind of want to see how long I can grow it. Well, when I got to around 5 to 6 inches, starting to get longer, it's much balder these days. My boss kept telling me that there was someone that kept asking and complaining about my hair being long. Now, my hair's always been combed. I'm not messy.
Yeah.
I thought it was the owner. Well, come to find out, it was actually the sales manager. And at that point, I was like, fuck you. I still thought it was the owner. And even though I have a good relationship with the owner,
Damn.
he didn't care. Like, he didn't care because it was combed, right?
Right.
I just let it go and go and go. It hit 10 inches long,
Yeah.
and then I just couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
It was fun. My hair is very wavy, so the moment it gets wet, gets humid, it just
Yeah.
there's nothing I can do about it.
You could tell it definitely had a lot of body and any humidity, especially. I get
My
it.
hair's
Man.
always been thick,
My
but
shit
you
was
can
like that
really
too.
see that bald spot in a
Yeah.
lot of the pictures,
Yeah.
and that bothered me because it
So-
just looks stupid. Not that I'm balding, but that it
No,
looks
no, no. I hear you. So Tony wants to know what happened on this run right here. Uh-oh.
Just foot slipped off.
But you definitely took in the moment for a second. You're like, and then I know how sometimes I doubt you're pissed off here, but to me it's also one of the things where you're like walking around going, son of a bitch. Who saw that? Who saw that?
Well, but when someone says, I don't, that Zach right there, that guy right there is a
Big
roller
fella.
coaster. Yeah, he's so much fun. Your board would roll away, then you got to walk to it.
Oh yeah, that sucks. Yeah.
And this
Yeah,
is a
no, I
big
get that.
warehouse. This is a big warehouse. So if someone doesn't
Yeah,
push the board back to you, you're walking
you're
back
screwed. Yep.
to it. But
Um,
there's a few videos of me eating it.
Oh, listen, it's you wouldn't be a skateboarder if you didn't have videos of you eating the freaking dust, man. That's just the way it goes.
I've had people say that they're scared. They don't, they're scared to fall because they're going to get embarrassed. And I said, you are doing the wrong thing then, because every single one of us falls.
Yeah, exactly.
It's no big deal.
That's it.
There's no reason to be
That's
embarrassed.
it. Some of them hurt more than others.
Oh yeah.
But it is what it is, and especially in the skateboarding world, obviously it's not if, it's when, right? It's just like riding a motorcycle. So in November, okay, so those were all posted in 2019. All right. So 2019, putting up some skateboarding stuff, whatever. Also on March 17th, 2019, you posted your first toy video.
Okay.
And your first toy video was your shelf collection of your O-ring G.I. Joes. I think that's mainly it. It's mainly that collection.
That's all that I had.
Again in 2019. Going over to headquarters, bridge layer. I mean, you got a lot of shit. That's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot more now.
Oh, I'm sure. But super cool because just scrolling through and I'm like, oh shit, okay, so this is the first toy video that you really did was March 17th. So, but let's see here. And then you have, see if I can find it here.
There may not be as much because I got rid of a lot of stuff, a lot of doubles that I had.
Well, and that's, through attrition too, right? You just determine, hey, you know what? I gotta get this crap out of here.
So that was my daughter's room.
Okay.
That's the sex room.
So
not because of my daughter, that came out wrong. That was the room that I talked about, that they found a sex swing later on, and that's when we kind of put everything together.
Okay. Yeah. Been there, done that. Definitely. And then on July 1st, 2019, you did your first. Hang on, I want to get these in order. Because I actually have them. I have them in order. I want to make sure I'm not messing anything up here. Because I checked these out and I wanted to make sure that I had these right. Because then I think you do your first speaking toy video.
So these three, if I remember correctly, are all done like either on the same day or within.
Here we go. This first speaking video is July 1st, 2019.
Frontera. Today I'm going to go over my G.I. Joe collection and explain a few things.
Slow it down.
It's kind of small compared to a lot of people, but it's pretty adequate. And with a lot of the stuff, there's stories behind a lot of different things. And over some other videos that I'm going to go through, We gotta go over some
I had
stories.
big ideas. I had
then
big
we've all heard
ideas.
people
Right.
do the reviews, which is really
It's
cool.
always interesting to
But
go
I think
back
we'll have a story,
and watch like
whether it's the
the
first time
early
you remember
stuff
G.I. Joe
and your cadence,
or getting
how
a
fast you're
specific
talking,
toy.
or
And I think that's what us as collectors, and whether it be Star Wars, He-Man, G.I. Joe, Transformers, we all have a story, and we all like the stories because it takes us back to what we remember, our child.
so this video is about 14 minutes long. About 14 minutes long, and as we scrub through it, you're just kind of, again, showing off your collection, probably talking about what things mean to you.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Everything that I said there, I still believe.
No, well, we just somewhat mentioned some of that.
I mean, I still believe, like, it's
Yeah.
about the stories that when we see something, especially this stuff here,
Right.
like the Mobat, like, oh my God, I remember playing with that with my cousin and, taking it outside and, like that, like, I still believe that.
Yeah, dude. No, I'm with you, and it's quite interesting as I'm like showing some of these chats here.
Okay, Clint, I want to. My shirts are larges, and I'm 5'4".
Those mediums.
All right, I do not wear a medium. I cannot fit in a medium, and I'm not trying to say that to like brag, but like I wear large,
Right.
and someone my size and height normally would wear about a medium.
So this is, I've been accused of wearing those. I had to start getting extra larges. I hate it. It sucks. But people are like, that shirt's a little too small. Your belly's gonna show. I'm like, damn it. That's maybe what I wanted. So I love this next video, and you guys are gonna see it because it happens to us all. This is your first live stream. All right. First live, November 23rd, 2022. And as you're going through the stream and you're talking, and all of a sudden, music starts playing.
Oh, I had the music going, and I thought the music was gonna stop, and I did.
And at this point, I think you're realizing.
Started because I can't figure out how to stop this music. Yeah, I don't want. Alan, I don't want the music. That's what I'm trying to get rid of. I do appreciate you guys being the first ones in. I got Woodman29 here.
He's still around.
Yeah, Alan, thank you.
This is.
Boy. Yeah, having issues.
Just wait.
Let's start this over, guys.
It gets better.
I apologize. I'll make this as quick as possible.
And then. We go to blue screen. And for the next, let's see.
I didn't even realize it was a blue screen.
For the next five minutes, we're just on a blue screen with music playing, the copyright-free music. And so that was your first live stream ever. And so what's great about it is look, like I said, it happens to us all, right? We all, shit happens. So you made up for it though. You made up for it because
I came right back.
You came back.
I've never played music again at the beginning. Use the StreamYard stuff.
Welcome to a Punk with Toys live part 2 because I'm an idiot. All right, so hopefully
that sounds
the
like
first
me.
2 viewers come back. I apologize.
The first 2 viewers
God,
come
that was
back.
absolutely crazy.
So that was your first live stream, and we've all experienced that. We've all had
You know who
that,
else is in this? Matthew's in this, I believe.
Okay, well, let's scrub through because I have not, I didn't scrub through all of it. I didn't watch all of it. I kind of scrolled through, and look, your show. If you guys look, it's very similar to what it is now.
You know more. I mean, I remember you telling Chris on the Full Force, like
you're showing screenshots. You're going through figures. You're going through what's new, and so you've got that part down. You've got the screen sharing. You've got the whole 9 yards. You got it all down. and that was basically
other
your
than
first
stopping the
stream.
music.
Right. There's Matthew right there.
I consume a lot of
Uh,
toy YouTube. That hasn't
so
changed.
is this, you guys had just met at this time? Am I
We had
correct?
talked before. Matthew
Okay.
was the person that I talked to a lot about starting this. Again, one of the reasons why I think the lowest that I have ever had in a live stream is 17. And through those
Okay.
first ones, it was like in the low 20s. But I think I had already had I had already had this arsenal of reviews, so I already had a following at the time.
Okay. Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
I wasn't coming in just completely cold. And people knew that I was going to be doing this. So
And then I want you to address this comment that was highlighted as we see the giveaway on your first live stream. We see, is that a giveaway?
all right. So the reason for the live stream was because I was doing the Black Friday giveaway.
Okay.
But I wanted
Okay.
to work the kinks out of it
Gotcha.
before I did this.
Fully
Good thing I
understandable.
did, because we
Yep.
saw there was a kink.
Yes. This
So
was
this was
November
on a-
23rd. So you're
So this
right.
should have
This
been
is
a
right
Wednesday,
before.
I believe.
Yeah, this is right before, probably, and then you got Black Friday a couple days later. Johnny Reno says that was the first punk video I saw. I commented on a mistake he made from my old account that got banned. It's probably in there. If you go back and watch that, I'm sure you probably see that come up. I didn't watch the whole video. I was just prepping for this, and I thought it'd be fun to pull those.
He was talking about the he was talking about the walkthrough video.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So just to move along, as we're running at 3 hours now, man. I don't, like I said, I want to respect your time. I don't want to keep you all night
He ain't
long.
going nowhere.
Well, then let's just keep on rolling. If you need to hit the bathroom or something like that, whatever you need to do, just let me know. I mean, it's no big deal. So curious. Are there any creators out there that you're jealous of in a good way? Like anybody that you would like to maybe emulate more, or maybe something, that does content that maybe isn't what you do, that you love, that's maybe from a different genre or something different.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
There's no one that I'm jealous of.
Yeah.
There's no one that I'm jealous of. But back then, there were a lot of people that I admired, and I still do admire a lot of people. Like, I love what Screen Crush does. I love Screen Crush. I think he's funny.
Yeah. I got you.
I love the dog aspect. I didn't realize he does all the voices.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I love
That's
Doug.
cool.
I love his dog Doug. The Doug just sits there like
Right.
and that's not the reason why Roman has become part of this. Roman was just organic, like how Olivia is part of the show.
Yeah.
But there's no one that that I'm jealous of or anything like that. A lot of people that I admire, but I feel like I'm doing exactly what I want to do.
I kind of figured that would be that would kind of be the answer that I got. I think once you get so far into it, or sometimes just type of person that you are, that you just kind of, hey, this is my thing. I like watching people. I like what they do. I mean, I think naturally human nature is to borrow things.
Oh yeah.
That, it obviously influences the way that you do your thing. There's nothing you can do about that. It just happens.
And I think I express the things that I've taken, and I don't want to say I've taken ideas, and I've told people before, like, that ask for my help. Don't copy what I do. Don't copy what this person does. You can take aspects of it,
right?
But make it your own. That's what makes people unique. I think you make it your own.
No, absolutely. And I also think too that sometimes, people recognize when someone is just straight up copying, trying to copy somebody, and when
I
there's
do.
little
I
things.
do
Oh,
big
oh,
time.
100%. Look, I recognize it all the time in like the pop culture shit. There's people who saw someone that was really good and they try to emulate. You know who the Doomcock dude is, right?
Yep.
There's some fucker called Professor of something or other, and he's got the same shtick with a metal mask, and I'm like, really? And he's nowhere near as popular as Doomcock got to. He got really huge for a minute. But
But that's even different. But that's even worse because you're copying somebody that is well known.
yes. Yes, like the angry video game nerd back in the day. Like that's somebody that a lot of people that follow video games or whatever, he was like really his shtick, people tried to copy, and it was immediately recognizable. You
And
know what
I've
you
heard Mr. Beast talk about this, and he said the exact same thing that I just said. Is he said I tell people, he goes, there's a guy that copies exactly what I do, almost word for word at times.
right.
Take aspects of things that of other people that you like. Because let's be honest, there's nothing fucking original of doing a review.
Absolutely not.
You
That's
know?
why if you have to really bring something to the table, you have to
Yeah.
have your own style, and you really have to make sure that that's imminent, like that's, in your videos, definitely, because you're right.
Yeah.
There's a million people doing reviews, and once people watch a couple of them, they're probably not going to go watch 8 more.
So and I will say this, and this was on purpose. When I started changing my reviews, not the walkthrough behind the bar,
Okay.
that's when I didn't know what I was doing. But when I started seeing the hands in the camera, that's what a lot of people would call it. Oh, hands in the camera, hands in the camera.
Yeah.
I said I want people to see me before because they make a connection with that
Yes.
person.
Yep.
That is how you grow and people become connected to you. Why are people connected to talk show hosts, right? The nightly shows, Jay Leno and all of those guys, right? They see them.
Yeah. Yep.
Radio hosts, even though you don't see them, they're on every single day. You have this connection. I wanted a connection. People don't have a connection to Bobby B when they see him. Now, obviously, he's grown to a point where he's on enough live. He's on enough lives that people know who he is. But how many of these guys do you have no idea what they look like? And that's fine. That's what a lot of people want. But I
Yeah.
had an idea, and I talked to Matthew. Is it wrong that I want to grow? No.
No, absolutely not.
No, Colin
And-
Cowherd is not addictive.
Yeah, I was gonna highlight that because it's so funny when he first came on radio in Nashville. They picked him up, one of the stations down here. I was still listening to Dan Patrick, but I thought, I'll give this guy a shot, and I was like, yeah, he's all right. He's a fast talker, but he's kind of funny. Yeah, it didn't last long. I got worn out on Cowherd.
Colin
quickly.
Cowherd. I know I was wrong about this, but I was more right about it than I was wrong. No, you were wrong. Just because you had some aspects of it that were right, you were wrong.
I got
I
you.
can't stand him. I make it a. I know it's totally off topic. I make it a because he's on iHeartRadio right after Dan Patrick. I make sure that I turn off Dan Patrick from iHeartRadio. That I close the app before I have to hear that guy's fucking voice. That's how much I can't stand the guy.
Well, look. Now the thing of it is like I know there's plenty of people. I got a guy at work gives me shit for listening to Dan Patrick all the time, and he, so I get it, and we all like whatever. It's like,
Y'all
but
like what you like.
for different reasons, but yeah, like he it lasted a while, and then I was like, actually, to be quite honest with you, it seemed like something kind of changed, and when he went to ESPN on television, it was on television all the time. Then they did the whole show with the the desk and the couch or whatever and all that
Yeah.
stuff. But yeah, enough of Colin though. I don't want Clint. Clint's gonna come hunt us down and beat our brains in. um,
And I did
yeah,
listen to him for a while, and
I did too,
I never
100%.
liked him.
And I watched him
That
with
was hate listening.
I watched him with Michelle Beadle all the time on ESPN. But yeah, she's a fruit bag. Johnny Reno, something about a disembodied voice doesn't draw me to a review unless I know who's talking. I agree. I like to see the person. I like to see what they're saying and how expressive they are, rather than just a voice and a video doing a time lapse video of taking something out of a box and then heating it up and then all that shit. So would you give your left nut to be the first person to have the latest scoop on the next 5 HasLab creations?
Fuck no.
Are you serious? Because there's people out there in this sphere that would.
Oh, I know. They might just fucking castrate themselves just to fucking. See, again, like, being first is awesome at times.
Right.
When you're first, it's good, right? I'm not gonna lie. I had, Duke and Scarlet did wonderful for me. Kondo wasn't as nearly as good as those figures. Having Buzzer first,
Right.
so I've had more than a few figures first. It is great, but you also see how many people get stuff before I do, and I'll put the review up, and I get better, or I get more views. And again, it's not that I'm better than them or anything, but I've cultivated a channel where people are wanting to hear what I have to say. That is more important than being first. Being first is
agree.
really good when you're trying to build that audience.
Yes.
But once you built the audience, yeah, I ordered some stuff from overseas before, but when it comes down to it, when I had to weigh out, was it worth it? Because I would get, then I would get something that let's say Bobby had out for a while, or Shark Eyes or whoever, and then I do the review, and I'm looking at what my numbers are, and yeah, they're probably not going to be as high as theirs because theirs had been out maybe 2 or 3 weeks before mine, but I'm able to look at what did I make off that video, how well did it do, did it help me gain subscribers, what were the comments like, were people engaged in it, right? All that stuff is one of those things where you look at it, it's like, okay, well, in the end, the figure cost me $25. I made 20 off it, which means it cost me $5 for the figure. I ordered from overseas, right? I end up paying $40 for it. I make $25 off it. I end up spending more on it. But then you look at the numbers and you go, okay, well, the numbers were more. Yes. Where were the subscribers at? How many more subscribers did I gain? Maybe I gained 1. Maybe I didn't gain more than the other one, right?
Yeah, man.
Wolf Parma is a perfect example because that was the shitstorm with Travis fucking Moody. All right?
Oh, yeah.
He drove us nuts. My numbers for that, which I didn't order it, I got it when Walmart sent it to me, that did wonderful. Once a Man Cobra Commander, I was not the first. It did wonderful. A lot of it had to do with, I guess the clickbaitiness of the title of, was he worth all the drama? I don't know. But that did wonderful for me.
I mean, just for a second, when it comes to clickbait titles, like, I don't want to hear people talk shit about clickbait titles. I understand. Here's the deal. You either like them or you don't. There's no in between for me. You can't be like, well, they're okay in some instances, but in other instances, they're not, because either way, they are a way to get someone to click on a video. And everybody uses every kind of method to
Yeah.
do it. I don't give a shit. And so to me, I'm like, you know what? I mean, if it's just a flat out fucking lie, like
Yeah, so-
Eddie Murphy is dead, okay, that's
So-
one thing, okay?
I've never done clickbait because anything that I put in the title, there will be a payoff that I will answer that. To me,
No,
I
exactly.
guess a clickbait is, hey, was this Cobra Commander worth it? Or hey, does this Cobra Commander have a hood with it?
Totally
That's
like
clickbait because you want people, and there's no hood.
misrepresenting.
No, we're not getting hooded Cobra Commander.
Right. Yeah, right. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like misrepresenting and just straight up like straight lying. But a lot of time to me, like a good clickbait title can be more coy and like fun like that. If you put something there that says, was it worth it? To me, that's not even really a clickbait title. That's a valid question.
Yeah, they're technically catchy titles. It's what catches your eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Titles, thumbnails, they do a lot.
Right.
But for the most part, you're either looking for a review or you're not. So you don't really need you don't need the catchy title all the time.
I agree. As a matter of fact, really, especially, and like you're saying about being first or whatever, is that ultimately at the end of the day, yes, if you are one of the first few people and you get that review out, like the one time that I did, not only was it not a good review because I'm not a reviewer, but yeah, I got a bunch of views from it because people were curious. They didn't need a weird ass headline.
Nope.
They didn't need a title from me. They were looking to find out what are people saying about this figure. That's the basis of why they're tuning in the first place. Whether they know who the hell you are, which a lot of people didn't know who I was, or they do know who you are. There's information that they're seeking. So there was no reason to put like a clickbait title on that. Once a Man Cobra Commander, that sounds like a great title to me. What was it worth it, right?
Because there was a lot of trauma.
Because there was a lot of fucking bullshit, right? So that's it, but I'm with you. I mean, I think, well, this kind of gets into kind of something else that I was going to bring up, and it was, would you want to be like a Chris McLeod and have an insider relationship with Hasbro, specifically the G.I. Joe team, where you get all the leaks, break all the news, but you would never be able to criticize Hasbro ever again, or you'll lose your access?
No. Or I could be working on that. I mean, I have a pretty good relationship with Lenny.
Right.
But I don't want that. I don't. There's reasons why you don't ask certain questions. Because one thing, it's rude. They can't answer it. And there are certain, like, you want to get some information rather than never get any information. All right?
Yes.
But for me, if I have an interview with someone, I want to be able to ask. And again, I can't say just ask whatever I want, because every Thursday with a friend, I have them on first. I'm like, is there anything you don't want to talk about? Is there anything that you don't want to discuss? All right, cool. But I don't want to go into an interview talking with a company and there's certain things that I can't talk about. I can't ask. I understand why. For me, not what I want to be.
Right.
Not what I want to do. I'll let Dan Who do it. I'll let Chris McLeod do it. I'll let a Toy Kind of Mood do it. I don't want to throw the softball questions at them.
I mean,
to me, that's not entertaining.
Right. And I agree. And at the same time, I don't think people are looking for you. Dreadnought, have a good night, buddy. Talk to you soon. I am sure. Thanks for dropping in, bro. So for me, it's like there's a, I don't know. I wouldn't feel good about myself if I literally had a relationship with somebody. They put something out and the whole community, okay, everybody's talking shit about it. But you got to sit there and try to like defend this shit and pretend like you don't know what everybody's talking about. Like the whole building's on fire, and you're like, oh, what's going on? Why is everybody? No, it's great. Things are fine. And that's what, when I think when people start getting into that position, you get to where you can't criticize, you can't speak your mind.
It's like being a beat writer for a sports team.
Yeah.
There's certain things that you can criticize. There's certain things you can't. The problem is people want people to get personal.
Right. Well,
that's the problem.
So I'm not so sure that
Chris McLeod will criticize when he doesn't like certain things, but he's not a reviewer for one thing.
Right.
Right. He also doesn't want to get personal. There are a lot of people they want to get personal. And I go back to sports here. Calling in. Why will no one ask the Fords why they won't sell the Lions? Well, first off, we're not going to ask it because they're never going to answer. Two, they're not going to sell it. Right. They're not going to fucking sell it because it's a cash cow. They are billionaires.
Oh, 100%.
They're not going to sell it because you want them to. So why am I going to go in there and piss off the general manager or the coach, or the president, right? Because eventually, you know what they're going to say? That guy there, he no longer has access because he wants to continue to be an asshole.
Right.
So you know what? A lot of those people, New Yorkers, are like that. I asked that question. And you know what? They blocked me. No, they blocked you because you're an asshole. Not because you asked a hard question, because you wouldn't stop and you were being rude.
And I think there's a thing called tact. There's a thing called being able to not get, when I say get personal, asking certain questions about, let's just say like selling the team, or let's just say if you're talking about these figures, right, or whatever, and and asking valid questions, such as if look, they're especially in let's say with Hasbro, for instance. Okay, those guys are not dumb. They see community boards, they see groups, they see videos, they see. So if you've got 90% of the people out here talking about a head sculpt, or talking about a paint scheme, right? And then you yourself have an opportunity to talk to someone about said figure. You'd have to bring it up, right? Like no matter what your level of I guess being worried about getting cut off, it's kind of like, because that as soon as you leave that, then you know what's going to happen. You're going to lose your credibility with everybody.
And again, when I did the interview with Lenny, it was not about Hasbro.
And that's one of the best things you can do.
So here's what I'm going to say. You approach Lenny. Let's say you have him on. Hey, you put out a shitty head sculpt for Falcon. And that's why would you do that? Well, there's more than one thing that happened, because he told me the whole story. He did not design the face. This is not me making excuses, but he didn't design the face. It was someone that didn't want to do it.
Right.
And he said when it first happened, when they finally agreed on one, and it wasn't just him, it was someone else. They both agreed on it. He said it didn't look that way. When it went through the molding process, the way that the plastic set, and because of his dimples, it made the face shape change.
Gotcha.
Right? Yep. So here's the whole thing. If he tells you that story, people go, that's just a fucking bunch of excuses. It's not excuses. They're reasons.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, if that's what actually happened, if that's what actually happened, then, that makes sense. And that's what caused it.
Yeah, but then comes, well, he's a liar. He's lying about that. He's the one, well, no, he didn't design it because they have other sculptors. Right. So he's throwing someone under the bus, let's say. Right. But then at the same time, people are saying that, well, that's an excuse. It's the reason that it happened. And again, should it have happened? No. But if you're going to tell me that is the only bad face sculpt, only bad one, maybe you didn't like some of the other ones, but that's the only bad one, I think you're doing pretty good when there's
Well,
over 150 figures.
yeah, I know. I agree with that. And it's easy obviously to go after that one because of how bad it is, right?
Oh, and he hates it. He hates it.
Oh, I'm sure. I have no doubt about that.
He said that head sculpt will never be used again. And you know what? They're, they did another one. They're probably going to do. They haven't announced a retro. Yeah, they did announce a retro one. Didn't they?
Yeah, I think so.
So it'll be different.
Was it?
Or was it Flint?
It was Flint. I think it was Flint. Is what I saw. I could be wrong. But I could have sworn it's Flint. Somebody in the channel probably say. Well, yeah, man. It's look for somebody that's a spokesperson or somebody that's asking the questions. It can be a tough situation, but at the same time, it's like if you are the person that's reporting or you're the person getting into it, right? Then you're almost you almost got to ask the question, but it's how you do it. There's tact again, like I said. There's
Yes.
a way to do it that doesn't make you look like an asshole so that they'll go, we never want to talk to you again. I never want to talk to you again.
But here's the problem when it comes to Hasbro. They want to vet everything and they want the questions ahead of time.
That's
so
true.
when you get to ask it, they're not going to let you ask it.
Well, yeah, you can't change it because then you'll definitely lose.
Oh yeah, and I will never ambush anyone.
Nah, that's fuck that, man.
That's stupid. I will never ambush anyone because these people are coming on your show and they are trusting you.
Yeah.
So for me, you're saying, hey, you're not coming in and saying, hey, I can't answer questions about like my family, like personal stuff. We should be able to ask anything. Sorry.
Yeah.
We should be able to ask anything that is about the product.
Oh, 100%.
We should be able to
agree.
ask, why have you not done Hooded Cobra Commander? I know the answer. You know the answer. Numerous people have done it, put it out there. It is all over there. No one wants to believe you. But they should be able to ask that so they can just clear it up. So when someone said they've never said that, someone can go,
they have.
Just Lenny, and Lenny told the story that we were told.
Official statement. Here it is. Blah blah
exactly.
Blah. Right, and whatever. But here it is. Right, and as long as you do that, then no one can ever question it at that point. And they won't.
I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, to me, that's not entertaining. That's not fun for me. I would rather talk to them backstage, ask them, not backstage, but behind the scenes, ask questions. I'd rather have Lenny on to do what I did with Thursday with a Friend, where he was relaxed and he liked telling the stories about, working in the graveyard as his first job and being in a metal band with his brother. Like he enjoyed it because I think it wasn't all the questions about just toys.
That probably has a lot to do with it, and that's kind of thing that I like too. Unless it's specifically digging up information, and this is why you're here, and this is what it is. Otherwise, if it's free flowing, I kind of like the other stuff. You can get around to whatever in a roundabout way, but I like to hear about the other stuff. Those kind of interviews that I like, and you can get right to the point. But I'd rather someone kind of build up to it. I also like interviews where they ask a question and it's open-ended. You don't just get a yes or no answer. It's open-ended, and you allow that person to speak. So you ask those questions that do not require a yes or no answer, but actually force the person to answer and then talk more after that, right? So I mean, it's I know it's a tricky situation. I know a lot of people on YouTube, they're obviously not professional reporters. They don't know they're not in the business, so to speak, right? They're not flying on a plane, going all over the country, reporting on this and that and whatever. So there's an experience level there for people that try to get interviews or talk to people, all the time. And then from the corporate side of it, there's a level of like protectiveness and shielding. That they're not going to let their people look like shit. So, it's navigating those waters. But I did want to see, it says, look, this is interesting. So I see where people think, some people, and we know there's people out there that don't like you. Um,
What?
oh, you didn't know?
Oh, shit,
Oh,
dude.
well, here, let me bring up the list real quick. Hang on just a second. I'm shit.
It
So
is
look,
long and not distinguished. I'll say
right.
that.
But my point is that yeah, look, there's people, that whatever groups, different groups and all that stupid shit that don't like you because you talk shit about their favorite toy, or you talk shit about their favorite company, or their favorite toy maker, or person, or whatever it is, or you just have your own opinions, right? And it is what it is. Um, and so there's a lot of people that think like you have this rough exterior, like you're if they met you in person, you'd be an asshole. Now to the people who come at you, like we all are, you probably would be very standoffish or be an asshole if somebody's always coming at you. They're always talking shit to you, right? Online, especially people that you don't see face to face. But, and I know it's in the channel name, right? So people say, "Oh, punk. Oh, he's a punk. Yeah, some bitch, whatever." But my experience has been that, I met you last year at Joe Fest, hanging out, shooting the shit. First person I saw when I walked in just to check out the hotel, and you were on the stair landing.
And then you're like, I need to get back out, or my cousin's gonna be mad.
Dude, I knew as soon as I told him that I ran into you, I could see the look in his eyes. It was like fire building up. It's like Fred Flintstone, where it goes, and then the steam comes out of the ears, like, and but and you didn't know me from Adam, right? So it's like I walk up, no hat, none of that. I wasn't even streaming yet, and had a ball cap probably. And I remember walking up, and he was the first person that I saw, and so it took a second because I'd been on a pit, one or two, something like that. And it took a second. But anyway, but I found out over that weekend that there is no
Yeah, I heard all about it.
yeah. So he was already not in a good mood. But nonetheless, I found out over that weekend actually that you're not like that. Now, can we all be like that to certain people who treat us like shit? Of course we can. And so these people out there that, pissed about this or that or whatever, that actually have not talked to you face to face or met you and actually, watched you in person, they have no idea. You're always going to have haters, right? You're always going to have people that just don't like you, the way you look or whatever. People never escape that kind of superficial shit. But to me, I had a blast. Had a blast, especially that one night eating most of your pizza and sitting at a table shooting the shit.
That was Zen. Zen he didn't want it. That was his.
Yeah,
It was his pizza. Like you
didn't
didn't
want
eat
it,
mine. You ate Zen's
right?
portion of it. He only wanted like one slice or something.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, but for me, it was like, I know you deal with the copyright shit, which we're not getting into that shit. Everybody knows that shit. We're not going to get into it. But dealing with that stuff, right? Dealing with people that come into your chat and start talking shit, right? Or other streams you may be on. Well, exactly. But we've seen, people, whatever. I mean, it pops up for a second, right? They can get rid of it, but sometimes that shit pops up quick, right? So, but I think overall, like, whatever those people think, you do a great job. I mean, you do a great job. You work hard on your channel. You work hard on everything that you do. And from my experiences, I mean, you've been a really good person. And honestly, more importantly to me, as a like full-time dad, basically, that it seems like you're a great dad. And to me, that's the most important thing overall. And
Thank you. That means a lot. I mean, that means a lot.
yeah, it just hearing you talk about your kids, and look, we've had those conversations, right? It's about, getting, kids not being lazy, and, getting a job, go to work, figure out what you want to do with your life. Look, I get it, right? I do. And we've had that personal
Yep.
conversation about our own kids. Um, but yeah, I can tell, like, you're very involved in your kids' lives. That's very important to me, and I really respect that. Did they think at any time in their lives growing up that you were a weirdo for collecting toys? Was there ever a time where they were just like, "Oh my God," and you're dragging them to Target to go look for something? They're like, "Who's stupid? I don't know." Or did you get them their own toys that they could play with, so they understood the joy of having toys and playing with them?
I don't think Olivia. I don't think she cares. And what I mean, I don't think she doesn't think too much of it. Uh,
Yeah,
she she sometimes forgets that um, a lot of her friends still have parents that are together, but a lot of them that their parents aren't together, they're shocked that, oh my God, your mom and dad get along. So for her, like, I think she likes it. It sets me apart from everyone else.
I can see that.
You
Yeah,
know, that I'm just not the normal dad. And we do all this. I mean, you guys hear about it. So with her, I don't think so. I don't think Andrew dislikes it, but he tries to come at it a different way, and he doesn't fully understand certain things. Um, and a lot of that comes with thinking that you know everything when you really don't. Um, and
yeah,
our
no, I
relationship
understand.
isn't nearly the same as it's not as close as mine and Olivia's. Which, if you would have told me that when I was before I had kids, that my son and I wouldn't be as close as my daughter and I'd be absolutely blown away. Um, so I don't think he looks at it as weird because it's been like that for so long. Uh, I think they really do enjoy it. But sometimes I don't think Andrew realizes how much he knows I'm doing this a lot, but doesn't understand that there's a method to my madness of what I eventually
Right.
want out of this. I want this to be 10 years down the road that there is just a stream of income, a secondary income, not a lot of money, but a secondary income of just videos that people fall asleep and 4 or 5 of my videos are just rolling through.
Yeah, yep,
You
yep,
know,
yep.
but I don't think they ever looked at it as weird or something that is wrong.
I mean,
Uh,
that's the reason I ask is because, like, my son's not necessarily interested, but like I think he's totally cool with it. He doesn't think it's really strange or weird. Even though he doesn't collect and he's not, he doesn't really pay attention a lot. Um, he's just not the kind of kid that's gonna be like, yeah, because he's into anime.
yeah,
He likes to collect the swords. He's into World War I history and uniforms. So like he's into shit like that too. So he gets it.
and
He gets it just in a different way.
I think it's important that they see stuff like that, so they don't have to be collecting toys. They can
Yes.
be collecting, like you said, World War II stuff, World War I stuff, uniforms, and not have this feeling that there's something wrong with what they're doing.
Yes. Yes.
So if they
Absolutely.
collect spoons, if they, I don't think anyone really looks at someone if they collect skateboards, right? Because it's something that's like solid. But if
Yeah.
they collect pins, right? Or
Yep.
they collect beanie babies. I don't know why anyone collect beanie babies nowadays, but
Especially now.
if you like Olivia collects Stitch stuff, so that's something that we bond over. Uh, but and I've asked her before. I'm like, are you like embarrassed that you have? Nope. Do your friends know? And she's like, they know I collect Stitch, but they don't know how much because they don't really believe her. She doesn't really have friends come over, but every now and she'll have one come over, and they'll
Yeah.
be like, and I'll be talking, and she'll be like, they were like, oh my God, you have a lot of Stitch stuff. And she's like, I told you I collect Stitch. And they're like, yeah, but I didn't know you had that much.
And then they they're like, "Where's your bathroom?" And then they take a wrong turn and they look in there and they're like, "Holy shit!"
No,
Or
no,
they
no,
go in
because
the
when you
other
walk,
downstairs or
no, when
whatever.
you walk in, you see.
See it? Yeah.
That's when you
That's
go.
awesome.
Um,
Oh, that's funny as shit.
wait, I told you my dad collects toys, and they're like, oh, I didn't think it meant that much.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Because it
awesome.
is a little
Well,
obsessive. It is quite obsessive to be 100%.
well, yeah. I mean, that's part of the game. I don't know anybody that's a part timer. You're either in on GI Joe Classified or whatever the hell, or you're not. You don't just buy one or two figures and then wait a year and a half and buy one or two more that you like because if you had them as a kid, you're always going to find several more that you liked and that you wanted, and you're going to
Yeah,
track them
there's a
down.
few people, but those are people that are like they like G.I. Joe as a kid. They're walking by, they see this retro Duke, and they're like, "Oh my god, I love Duke!" And they buy Duke, and they just have him. And then, like you said, 6 months later, they're walking by and they see, let's say, the new Falcon, and they're like, "Oh my god!" Or not Falcon, Flint. "Oh my god, I love this figure!" And they grab him, and they're not collecting. They have a connection to what they had as a kid.
Right.
The people that are Mythic Legions fans, Motu fans, they're the ones that go, "Oh my god, you know what, dude? I had a Cobra Commander as a kid. It was like my only GI Joe figure, because I was, I collected Motu. I'm gonna get that Cobra Commander because that was the only one that I had as a kid." Those are the people that do like one or two. But you're right. For a lot of these brands, Motu, especially you see in the Motu, like these guys are nuts. They're buying everything.
Yeah.
They have either all the Masterverse. I feel like more are collecting the Origins line than anything.
Yeah.
Classified is a whole nother. That is a whole nother beast.
Yep. I agree. I can't imagine. I mean, look, it's all I can do really to just kind of keep up with the classified stuff and random once in a while buy a model kit Megatron. Like that's.
And I am one of the lucky ones on YouTube that I have found a way to cultivate an audience to where people want to hear what I'm saying, that I am able to fund my toy collection through YouTube.
Yeah.
The Amazon affiliate links.
Right.
Helidope toys, stuff like that. Like I'm able to do it because of what I've built. Not a lot of people are ever going to be able to do that.
Right.
You look up how many people on YouTube hit 1,000. And I'm not talking about in the toy realm. I'm talking about in general.
Oh, just in general.
Very few people hit.
Yes.
I was thinking about it today. Very few people hit 1,000, let alone I just went over 6,500, right?
Yes.
Very few people that are even at 1,000 or 2,000 are ever going to break the 6,000 mark. And it's not because they don't create good content. It's just, it's difficult. It's hard to stay consistent,
100%.
stay active, and not lose their interest.
Right. So the burnout, right?
It's real.
You have those periods where you're just not into it, right? You have a day at work and you're kind of like, fuck, I really don't want to make this video. I really don't want to make this review. I don't feel like doing this live. Those feelings are real, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
oh yeah.
And especially starting out when you don't see any payoff for what you're doing. I mean, and I also think a lot of people definitely get super excited and then they kind of go crazy. And if they don't really see a lot like immediate growth, like I want to get monetized, all it needs is that one video that hits. Well, having that one fucking video that hits, that shit's hard.
Yeah. You better be in a different category of
100%. 100%, dude. That's exactly right. Because otherwise, in this category, you are fucking grinding, bro.
Yeah.
Like you have to grind. You may hit on a good one, and what is it? Destro's my spirit animal, or who is it? Who's the one that has a? I don't even know. I don't watch them. I don't even know the name. But somebody did some kind of retrospective on the fucking Pyramid of Darkness or on the something something. I don't know what it is. It's not Secret Galaxy. But anyway, in that video has like I don't know 100 and something thousand.
Well, you know what? There is a thing called promotion that people
Absolutely.
use.
But my point
I'm just
is,
gonna leave it at that.
no,
Promotion.
no, no. I hear you.
There's something there, just so you know.
But my point is like for people that are thinking, okay, you know, I'm gonna get monetized, and after that it's easy street. It's like, no, that shit still don't work like that. You know, it's like,
No, Tony's been monetized now for like 6 months, and he still hasn't made $100.
okay,
Now he doesn't
so
produce enough
well,
content. We've talked about it.
and there's consistency, but he's
Yeah,
got shit going on right now personally
exactly.
too, and you know, you've got a lot. So it really is. It's like that grind, and when people do not, you know, see the results immediately, they immediately get discouraged nowadays
Yes.
because the instant gratification society that we live in, you're getting instant gratification for the shit you do, even if it's like 78 views, right? So there's instant gratification there, but that's not enough. You know, I've got to have more. I got to have more. Well, yeah, the goal of this platform is, you know, entertain people, do it because you love it. Yes, you want more people watching your shit because you reach more people. But ultimately, at the end of the day, brand new, inconsistent, you're going to hit a wall because of your own work habits within the actual, you know, platform. So there is a method to the madness. There is a work ethic to it. There is a, and so that's one thing. And look, I'm actually, so that's one thing for me that um, is like, man, I do a lot of lives, but when I do a lot of lives, it takes away from some time where I'm prepping for those to be able to make short content videos.
And that's what gets subs.
Yes, the lives, no, that's not it. Um,
Lives bring in an audience that knows you, that likes you. That's where you cultivate your audience of people that
right.
they want to be around you. They want to meet you. But man, people will not hit that subscribe button when you're doing
Money.
lives for some
Oh, 100%.
fucking reason.
No, 100%.
But what you said about people want instant gratification and they get burnt out and they get
I'm
discouraged.
listening. I'm just grabbing something to drink because my
Oh,
lips are dry.
I am a skateboarder.
Yeah.
I know the grind, all right? There are still
Hey.
tricks that I have never landed in my entire life that I
I've
have
heard of
tried.
that grind.
Yeah, I have tried over and over and over, right?
Yeah.
So I know that doing something like skateboarding, and this was my son's thing, like he didn't get it right away, or he would do something when he went out. I can do that. No, you did it. There's a lot of tricks that I've landed over the years. I will not say that I can do that trick. There's the big difference. So
Yeah,
I understand the grind. So I'm not discouraged by it.
right.
And I also
Sorry.
am very logical about the stuff. I can drop a classified video. It's almost always going to get 1,000 views in 24 hours.
Yeah.
But I do a retro video and I'm hoping that I hit 100 views in 24 hours.
Yep.
I drop a Mythic Legions and I'm like, I hope it just hits 500 all together.
Yeah.
And
When
normally
it's
it
all
does,
said and done.
you know, Marvel Legends, I don't know. If I throw the figure, it's going to hit about 3,000 views, I think.
Yeah.
But some of them do really well. Other ones don't.
Well,
Yeah.
man, you know, I think the biggest thing is it really is about consistency. I really do feel that way. That's something I've failed at is being consistent on just even getting the process going. I mean, I haven't made shit for videos at all. And had, you know, 2 lives a week, hanging out on a couple others, having one every other Wednesday night, you know. And I mean, I'll tell you, it really does, especially if you're the one in control in particular, the prep time. And I mean, your Monday nights, that's a lot of prep. That's a lot of pictures. You got to save those slides and whatever, go through those articles or go through those pictures, right? I mean, you
Yep.
have to find that stuff, and that takes time. It takes longer than you think it takes when you sit down and start doing it, and then you look up and you're like, holy hell,
And,
like I've
and
been
that
sitting here for
is
3 hours.
that is why I say, nobody knows the amount of time I spend in this chair or anyone, but they also don't care. No one cares how
No.
much time it took Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds to make, Deadpool and Wolverine. All they care about was that, was the end process. Did it entertain them?
Yep.
Say what you want about that stupid movie. What was it? Geely or whatever.
Geely, was that Jennifer Lopez?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's considered one of like the worst movies of all time.
Yeah.
But they had to put time and effort in. No one cares because they're like the movie sucked. And I understand that because I'm not going to disagree. There's a lot of movies that I think suck, right? They put a lot of time into the Richard Pryor's, Superman movie. But it sucked. And it still creeps me out.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I think it's
that wrapping of the face in Superman.
Oh God, yes.
It's a thing of horror.
Jay Astro's in the house. What's going on, buddy? We're still chatting, but about to wrap it up, man. We've been at it now for 3 hours and 45 minutes.
I thought you had like 21 questions.
I do. I've got 20 questions. 20 questions.
Are there any questions you didn't answer? Because I don't feel like you have to wrap it up. I mean, if you if you have other questions that you wanted to ask, don't.
No. I mean, I pretty much kind of have.
I am long-winded, as I think most people here know.
Well, then you'll know that I am too. No, I mean, I pretty much covered, looking through my list, I pretty much covered everything that I really wanted to know. I mean, yeah, actually, looking through, I did. I thought maybe there was something I missed. I did have a quip that I'm sure you're happy Michigan beat Alabama the last 2 years in a row in the playoff or bowl game.
I didn't even wear it thinking about that. When Darren said, "I'm surprised you didn't go put the Alabama," all I thought was like, Michigan beat them 2 years. The past
2 years in a row.
Once in the playoffs, once in the bowl game.
Yep.
Let's be honest, last year's bowl game,
oh yeah,
it's not even. I don't even know what teams were playing. But when it came to the playoffs,
oh yeah,
you knew like those were the teams.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. But yeah, it is
comical that the coach that Michigan beat in the national championship is who Alabama hired, and then they lost to him.
Yeah, and that hire, man, whatever. Time will tell. I think college football is in a very weird place, and I think it's going to be in a weird place for a while to untangle this fucking mess that has created, in my opinion, a lot of chaos. But
oh yeah, and as it is all the NC2A who has spent being years of fucking greed.
Right.
And now it's out of control, and they're basically saying, "Hey, government, fix this for us."
Yeah, no, exactly.
Because you guys wanted to put all the money in your pockets when you should have been paying these players. If you would have given a cap, I'm sorry, guys. I know most people don't care about sports ball. If you would have given them a cap, if you would have been able to pay them, they would not be going out making $10 fucking million a year. And now
that's right.
They're going into the NFL and taking a pay cut.
But
and that's not a joke. That is some of these guys will be taking.
Oh, absolutely.
They leave.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 3-star says I told Pop earlier this stream might last till dawn, only about 4 more hours.
So I will say this when we were talking about Alabama.
Yeah,
and the coach. When it comes to college, especially storied programs, there is something about hiring a coach that understands their culture. Rich Rod did not understand the Michigan culture and didn't
Oh
want to
no.
learn
Yeah.
it. Brady Hoke did, but he just wasn't a good coach. Jim Harbaugh, obviously, he knew it. And now, even though the coach now, Sharon Moore, Sharon Moore, actually, he's not like technically a Michigan man, but he was coaching underneath. It seems like he understands the culture of Michigan. And I don't know if your guy, did you fall asleep?
No. I'm
Why don't you tell me you fucking fall asleep? Everyone
no,
fucking tell you.
no, I didn't. My eyes are getting dry, so I had to close them a little bit because I'm like,
Darren, did
holy
he fall
shit.
asleep? Does Darren have control? Can he pop in if he needs to?
No, he doesn't. Matthew does though.
I think
No.
Matthew's here.
No,
I don't know if the coach that they hired, and obviously he's a good coach. Does
Yeah.
he understand Alabama?
I don't know. I don't know if he does. I mean, I wonder what kind of hire they were looking for when they brought him in. I was shocked that they actually brought him in after not only losing that game but losing it as badly as they did. But then, at the same token, you look back and you go and look at kind of his history, where he's been at, how well he's done at each stop along the way, which hasn't been somewhere for real long.
Yeah.
And I think, they're thinking if we can hit on a guy who's really on his way up, then we've got a guy locked in for the next however.
Yep, I agree.
But I think ultimately at the end of the day, you want to be the guy that replaces the guy that replaced the guy.
Yes.
And I just feel like that's where they're at right now. And
you don't want to be the guy that replaced Bill Belichick.
Nope.
And you know that he got fired already.
I know, right? So so that's the thing, right? That's what's difficult about it. I think also too, Alabama fans, they're different than they used to be in the '80s when Bear Bryant retired and they brought in Bill Curry. They had Ray Perkins. They ran those guys out of town because they either couldn't beat Auburn, or they'd lose 1 or 2 games a year at most, and they ran those guys out of town. The Alabama fans are different now. They're not these, you go back to the 70s, 80s, I think it's a little different now with all the success. And even though they have a high level of expectation, it's more within the school than all the new fans, if that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know how else to kind of to describe that. Look, man, shit. I told my friends, I hope you enjoy. This was for years. I hope you enjoy what we're in the middle of right now, because it's not going to last forever.
Be careful what you ask for. For years, people wanted Lloyd Carr fired. He won 1 national championship. People will say that it was a half a national championship. I'm sorry. Osborne announced his retirement, and all of a sudden he jumped up. Everyone in Michigan would have beat the shit out of him that year. Yep. Everyone wanted Lloyd Carr fired, and people kept saying, "Who do you want to replace him? It doesn't matter." No. Look at that guy's winning percentage, and I want to address this really quick. But he had this amazing winning percentage, and when he finally retired, they hired Rich Rod, and you saw what happened. And then they got Brady Hoke, and and again, Les Miles should have been hired.
Oh,
I know Les Miles ended up flaming out, but he would have been way better than Rich Rod. He was a Michigan guy. He understood it.
Can't argue with that.
He had a crazy offense, and that's what Michigan needed.
That's the thing. Down in LSU, he never had a quarterback. That was his biggest problem at LSU. They had the most amazing talent down there, and he just could not get a quarterback that could get the job done down there. And that was really the bane of his existence while he was at LSU, is that they just never had anybody who could really play quarterback. You had all this talent around you at wide receiver and fucking, running back and you know, offense, defense, and nobody to really get the ball to them. It was insane how many quarterbacks that they went through that weren't worth a shit. I mean, it really is. But yeah, man, no, it's tough. But like I said, man, it's like you guys, you win a national championship, and then all of a sudden, it's like you got to look at the future now. Your coach
Yep.
leaves, right? All of a sudden, it's like,
It's
okay, well, we got
every coach for the most part, other than Sharon Moore, like
right. So yeah, it sucks, but it's that's why I say very fortunate to live during a period where from 2000 and 7 to 2023 season, to have that level of success.
Yep.
You
The
you can't
Patriots had it. The
you
Red
can't
Wings
be
had it.
upset,
Like,
right?
and
Can't
now
be
the Red
upset.
Wings, they can't seem to they haven't made the playoffs in 6 years. And
That's
if
wild.
things keep
Yeah.
going this way, it's gonna be 7 years.
Yep.
I want to
So-
address what Jay Astro said when you highlighted.
Yeah,
Before
yeah,
we get into the question, so he
The,
says, I
I
sort of fell asleep during an intimate encounter with my ex-girlfriend like 15 years ago. She was mad. All right. So I had this girlfriend. This is the girl I hate more than anyone in my entire life. All right. And I won't even get into it. But this girl, I mean, I absolutely hate her. But we were, I was tired. I had expressed that I was tired. I did not want to, which seems kind of weird because they say we always do. And I fell asleep. And
no.
as I woke up, she was standing next to the bed, putting her panties back on. And I go, what are you doing? And she goes, you fell asleep. And I go, no, I didn't. Now, at this point, she was off of me getting dressed. So I knew very well that I had fell asleep. And I go, no, I didn't. She's like, you were snoring. Which made me go, I told you I was tired before we started. And you know what? You would have to make those capital letters MAD bigger to express how mad she was. And then the girl after her, I fell asleep once with her and I was tired and she knew it and she laughed about it. She thought it was funny. Didn't take offense to it, but the one was mad.
So the thing of it is, what makes it, I guess, what makes it even worse is that for most guys, it's because they've drank too much, and they just fall asleep. They pass out because they're drunk. But see, that's not you. You don't have that excuse.
I don't have that excuse. Nope.
You don't have that excuse.
And you know what? Because I don't drink, I never had the excuse of having a one-night stand with someone who was drunk, because to me that would have been taking advantage of them. Because I knew what I would be doing.
Right. Yeah. So I've never had to worry about that because we were both drunk.
Yeah, that's how most of them are, right?
Yeah.
So for me, like if someone was even slightly intoxicated,
yeah, that would have been,
unless they were like a girlfriend of mine. But if they're slightly intoxicated,
yeah,
there's no way that I was going to do. And I've had girls even tell me, they go, "You realize like most girls are not that drunk. They know." I'm like, but it doesn't matter because I wasn't in that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm with you.
No, Jay Ezra, you are not the only one. It wasn't my finest moment, but I did tell her that I was, and I remember how tired I was. But she was next to the bed, and I remember that. And I said, "What are you doing?" And you fell asleep. And I remember going, "No, I didn't." And I knew at that moment, she's next to the bed, right? Like,
hey, man.
You have 20 questions for me?
Well, I think you just answered.
If you have fall asleep during sex on your bingo card, you may have just won.
I mean, listen, I think you just answered 4 of them. So,
Have you ever had sex? Yes. Have you ever fallen asleep? Have you ever lied about that you did not fall asleep? It's odd that you had those questions.
Oh
Right?
shit! We've all done that. I don't give a shit if somebody says they haven't, they're lying. But especially if they drink and they have drank and gone out, hanging out at a
That's
bar,
passing out.
huh?
That's passing out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I guess technically I passed out too, but I was exhausted from.
But that's what I'm saying,
just
though.
remember- I
you
remember
don't
it
just
was
all
a-
of a sudden just fall asleep. Like, as far as like, if you're really tired, like you worked all day and it's time for bed kind of thing, and you fall asleep.
And if
I could see where somebody,
if they're doing all the work, then you just relaxed.
yeah. I mean,
Right?
I've definitely gotten, accused of falling asleep and had to be woken back
Now,
up,
if you're behind them,
and I woke back up.
yeah, if you're behind them and they're on all fours, the next thing you know, you just
Oh
fall over.
no.
Right? That's a whole nother thing, right? That is a whole nother thing, right? You're just like,
Oh my god. I've never had that. I have had where she's on top of me and
Yes,
then
it's
I'm getting slapped like hey, wake
Oh, I
the
did
fuck
not-
up. And it's like, oh yeah, all right. And then woke up, although I kept falling out a couple more times.
yeah, and like and the second girl that I did it with, that was after her, she thought it was funny because she knew the story. Because technically, I met this girl because of the other girl. Like, and it wasn't like I went one to the other. It was just one of those things where that's how we met.
Yeah.
So she knew the story, and she knew how that other girl was. So she laughed about it. But anyway.
Yeah, look, ultimately, to me, it's some funny shit. That's all I gotta say. This shit happens. Eric Thurman's in the house. No, it's not your proudest moment, but it is a moment.
Oh,
It's one of the moments of your life.
I'm willing to bet that if you found this woman and you brought it up to her, she would probably still be mad.
Shit, that'd be awesome. What's her name?
Cunt.
Well.
I told you I hate it. Dude.
Hang on a second. Did we date the same girl?
Did this one tell you she was pregnant and lie to you about it?
I told you the story of that. That happened to me when I was 15 years old.
Oh yeah.
Remember? And girlfriend, yeah, she lied for like 2 weeks or some shit like that. I was scared to death.
About 2 months.
Fuck that shit.
And this girl was 6 years older than me.
Yeah, that. Oh hell no, because then you start
23 to 29.
Yeah, you start thinking about like that age shit, and you start going, man, she gonna start looking ugly when I'm fucking. It's just natural. I'm sorry. It is.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Like it's still one of those things. Like there's very few people that I will say I hate in this world.
Yeah,
she is one of them.
I got you, man. I do. I got you. I fully understand. There's one. I've got one. That's for sure. My cousin knows who it is. Yeah, let's see here. Eric Thurman, 544 covers. Shit. It's a busy night, man. But it's Friday. I know you guys get busy.
Hit that like button. We have more people now watching, so you might want to ask these questions.
I know we got 18. Yeah, actually, hit the like button now. Most people actually probably have been here the whole time. They're just lurking. They're watching other stuff, which I understand. It's part of the gig. You just keep your eyes on other shit. So I got a little 20 questions that might be kind of fun. Damn 3-star. Holy shit. We're getting wrecked together. I understand. I understand. Damn. All right, here we go. 20 questions. It's kind of an either or. All right. Kind of an either or on all of these.
Okay.
Um, and one is one really odd one, but yeah, it is what it is. All right, so here we go. 20 questions. My guest, Punk with Toys. Here we go. Number one, red or blue?
Blue.
Offense or defense?
Defense wins championships.
The term action figures or toys?
Toys, because there's other things other than action figures. Cars.
Well, overall, Coke or Pepsi?
Ooh. I think Mountain Dew is the greatest pop of all time,
I hear you.
but I don't drink it anymore. And it's made by Pepsi. But I've come to like Coke.
Okay.
And it's a draw. It's a draw. It's a
All
draw. I don't really care. Like, it doesn't bother me.
Right.
But I would say I like Coke better, like as a regular pop.
Yeah. If you had to,
And
you had
not
to pick
Dr.
one.
Pepper. Dr. Pepper's awful, Johnny.
Cherry Dr. Pepper's the shit.
And you've already sent out that box of stuff, so you can't take it back now.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Turk's lurking, that's for sure. Yeah, 3-star says we're waiting on you to kick it up a notch. Well, we're not getting too crazy. I don't have anything too wacky in here. March Madness or Frozen 4?
Neither.
Really?
I don't care about college basketball.
Okay.
And college hockey it's very niche.
There you go. That's all I need to know. Spring or fall?
Probably spring.
Better things to come rather than the other way around.
Yeah,
Weather-wise.
well, yeah, fall is football season, yes, but I don't live for football season.
Okay.
But as a kid, fall meant that skateboarding was ending or going to be more difficult.
Gotcha.
Spring meant
Yep.
summer was coming.
Right.
And there is something about those early. I mean, there's awesome fall days, but
Yep.
that spring feel when you walk out to go to work and it's maybe 50 or 60. You have the nice dew. It's wet, but everything's blooming rather than dying.
Yeah. Nope. I hear you.
And there's a nice smell, and there's that nice. They both have a nice smell, but I think spring.
Spring it is. Jeans or sleep pants?
Jeans.
Okay. G.I. Joe or Cobra?
God damn it. It's G.I. Joe. I mean, ultimately, I am a good guy. I mean,
Okay.
I live
good.
in the United States of America. We're the good guys.
Oh, I love it. I was curious. Marvel or DC?
And quickly,
Okay.
Storm Shadow is a Joe.
That's so funny.
yeah.
I knew you were gonna say it. I knew it. Okay. Marvel or DC?
Marvel, but Batman is the greatest superhero of all time.
I love you. Sitting or standing?
Standing takes you to skateboarding, but God, my knees start to hurt after a while. But God knows I sit a lot in this chair. I would take standing because I have to be moving. Like at the gym, I don't usually sit down. I walk back and forth, back and forth.
I'm a stander. 3-star. He provided the questions like a Hasbro interview.
The PI stand up, Eric. All right.
Yeah. Cobra pays better, says Jay Astro. Dusty couldn't even afford his mom's bills. On a Joe salary. You remember that?
Yeah, but this the Joe salary is just the military's.
It was all a setup anyway, remember? All right, let's see. Rain or snow?
I'll take rain. I'm over snow. All right.
I love a good snow. We don't get it much down here. That's why I would pick snow. But that's
If it snows and it sticks, it's nice.
yeah.
But see, snow only comes when it's cold. Rain can at least come when it's warm, and
Yep.
warm rain is awesome.
I can't argue with that.
Now, rain when it's 30 degrees sucks.
Yes, and that's the kind of rain we've had lately.
yes. We had a lot of it yesterday.
Yeah, it sucks, dude. I'm sorry. Comics or animation?
What kind of animation?
Well,
You
just
mean like
know,
anime
would you
or
rather
just
would
like
you rather
cartoons?
watch cartoons?
Cartoons.
You
I
know,
don't like reading.
or read comics?
I'd rather watch cartoons.
Okay. Spring forward or fall backward?
Which one do we have more daylight?
That would be the one coming up on Saturday night into Sunday morning.
So that's
at
spring
3
forward.
Eastern for you, I think, or whatever.
Yes.
2
No, 2.
o'clock. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock for everybody. Fuck it.
Spring forward because I would rather go to work when it's dark, but get out
Okay.
and still be light, than
Right.
go to work when there's a little bit of light and be dark at 4 fucking o'clock.
Yep, I'm with you. I have that seasonal shit, man. It hits me every year. It's about the
I know.
same time. When
And
we
it doesn't
switch
bother
in.
me
It's
either way.
awful.
Like, I'm not one of those people that struggles to get up once it changes.
I don't
I would
struggle to get
rather come
up.
home and have a little bit of light
Yes.
and maybe start work. And I don't care if it's dark when I start work.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. I'm with you there. Definitely. Let's see here. Okay. One episode a week or binge watch?
One episode a week, I think, is better for a program. But man,
Agreed.
just let me fucking binge watch.
I knew that's how you were gonna
get. I want to be, especially like now. It's cold. It's shitty out.
Yeah.
In the summer, binge watching is the worst because you'll throw away a Saturday or a Sunday.
Yeah, that's for sure. I agree with you though. Episode every week, it's better for the show, creates more excitement overall, extends it out much longer. People can talk about it. But yeah, if I can just knock that shit out, I love it.
We're doing this Talking Reacher show.
Yeah.
I watched the whole series already.
Right.
And now, fucking good.
Yeah. I heard it was good. I heard season 1 was really good. I heard season 2 was okay.
Season 2 is good. I don't.
Huh.
This season, because I've seen the whole thing now. Okay. Even though we're watching it together.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop once I got the screener. I'm like, I gotta finish that.
I get it. I totally get that.
And it's good. It's only 8 episodes.
I kind of hate. Well, anyway, that's a conversation for
today.
Let's see, Android or Apple?
Oh, Apple.
Really?
I mean, I hate it. I hate it. I will never have a Mac, but Apple.
Yeah.
Apple phone. Yes.
Okay. Snake Eyes or Storm Shadow?
Storm Shadow.
Nice.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matthew. I know they don't exist.
He's asleep.
Also, I don't know sign language, so
he's totally asleep. He's not blind.
Well, blind people can talk. You can't speak, so I didn't
sign language. You don't need sign language for a mute. You need sign language for somebody that can't see.
They need to communicate.
They can still hear. Oh, you know what? I guess that's true. You do need to learn sign language if they're signing to you. But I envision Snake Eyes as the kind of person that runs around with one of those little pads and pens, and he just writes it all out for you real quick and rips off a page and hands it to you.
He's one of those people.
He's one of those people. Okay. Optimus or Megatron?
Oh, Optimus Prime, easily.
Damn, cut me deep. Hamburger or pizza?
Oh, pizza.
Nice.
I had pizza today and yesterday. I've had pizza all week. I'm fat.
All
I'm
right.
fat.
New career path: underwear model or plumber?
Well, if I could lose those pesky pounds, I'm going with underwear model.
All right. Yes.
My knees are shot, so even being a little overweight, I'll be more than happy. And from what I hear, girls love the dad bod. You're all full of shit. You're a lion sacks of
Yeah,
shit.
that's a
Name
big
that.
old lie.
Yeah.
Big
You love
ass lie.
Yeah,
So
you love the dad bod when they have a big pocketbook.
you got that right. Yeah, with a long wallet. Yeah. So I got one more question. One more out of my 20 questions. Better moderator, Ed or Matthew?
Ooh. No, it's not. It's no offense, Ed. It's Matthew because he's been with me longer. He sees things that he knows that he sees things that he knows I would not agree with for the most part, but he also sees things that he knows isn't good for YouTube. But with that said, neither one of my guys have to do very much.
That's awesome. That's a beautiful
and
thing.
that is, that is, that says a lot about the people that are coming to watch every single week.
Yep, absolutely. That says a whole lot about it, right? Because
And with that said, Matthew's in more than Ed because Ed disappears because he either falls asleep or he's doing other shows.
Hey, listen, it is what it is. I thought it'd be a fun question to put on there to finish up on, because you have two people. I mean, most people have maybe one if they're lucky.
No, a lot of people have like 10 moderators.
No. Hear me out. Depending on the size of your channel, depending on how many people you've got coming to watch you.
No, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people much smaller than me. You'll see a whole bunch of wrenches, and I'm like, why? Dude,
yeah,
that's watching. You have 10 moderators.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And you know what? I have seen that too. I think that's really, it just the wrenchers are the ones that are still like asking questions to the host and like as if they were just regular. You know what I mean? Like it's one thing to be moderating, but it's another thing to like be one of the only 5 people asking questions and chatting. You know what I'm saying? You can put your 2 cents in every now and then, or maybe throw something out there. But like when there's only 4 other people in the chat.
Now it was brought up to me when I talked to Ken Poe about this.
Okay.
He said, you kind of have to understand. For me, like you're very consistent. You're every Monday and every Wednesday.
Yeah.
Where I might go live, and I don't do a lot of lives. So if I do a live on let's say a Saturday during the day or Sunday or a Thursday, hopefully one of these people is able to jump in and be the moderator. And I went, okay, I never really looked at it like that, but it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He's not just handing it out to anyone. He's handing out to people that do, that he trusts and everything, which let's be honest, you should be, right?
100%. Right. Some of these comments about either way you're showing your crack if you're a underwear model or a plumber. That's great. And then 3-star says grow that back hair out and hit the runway. Eric Thurman made now I'm guessing there's supposed to be an S on the end of pizzas because he made a 69 pizza tonight, and that's fantastic if it's not an S on the
or
end.
Maybe he's like Loverboy. Was it McDreamy? What's his name?
Oh shit.
Who is? Come on, guys.
McDreamy out of the Doctor Show.
Yeah, Susan used to watch him. I actually used to watch it.
Is that who it is though? McDreamy?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
he's in Transformers.
Yes, I can't remember that. The Doctor Show. You're absolutely right.
They ordered with anchovies. That meant they wanted sex. And there was the one that he says getting undressed, and Her kids are like running out. She
Grey's
wanted it.
Anatomy. Grey's Anatomy.
Yes. What's his name?
That's it. Oh, it's oh shit. Dempsey.
Patrick Dempsey.
Patrick Dempsey. That's it. Oh my God. Thermos's Mystic Pizza. That must have been y'all's nickname tonight. Evidently. Made 69 pizzas tonight at work. Yeah, you guys did a bunch of covers, Eric. You're always getting slammed. It looks like every single time I check in, you're getting just hammered at work. Which is a good thing. I know that all too well.
It depends on how you're getting hammered at work.
Well,
Are you getting drunk?
Is there a
girl?
is there a glory hole involved? Is there a I mean, we got to know these things.
My first job was Ponderosa, and I started as a dishwasher. Then I moved to the cold bar.
Okay,
I was in the hot bar, and I was eventually a cook. And you're talking about a 17-year-old kid that is working over 40 hours as the cook there. Now, again, someone might be like, really, a cook? But we're cooking the steaks,
Yeah.
The fish, not the fish, but the chicken, whatever. But we would get tickets, right? So I was the main cook because I was the only one that could, at the time, or for a long period of time, I was the only one that could keep up during the rush. So you have one person taking the tickets. They throw whatever's on. They put the tickets there. You're watching it. And I remember having dreams where the tickets are just coming. Now this is, I'm 17 years old, 16, 17. I was probably 17 at the time. Tickets. And I remember I would wake up. You know it's a dream, but you're scared that if you don't address it, you're going to get fired. Even though you don't. I would wake up, I turn the light on, I look around my room, and I would shut that light off, lay back down, and it would just start all over again. Just ticket upon ticket upon ticket. You're just throwing the steaks up there, or the chicken. Oh,
holy shit,
the ribs, man. Or whatever. Like, oh my God.
So I understand the ticket part because as a bartender, there were nights I was in charge of the service well, which was making all the drinks for the dining room for the servers.
Okay.
And so you had a little printer, and you stood in the little area where the servers would come pick them up, and the printer would print out your tickets, and it'd just start shitting out tickets, just and you'd be pulling it, and making drinks, and making them all, and setting them out, slapping the ticket on it, and here you go. And I would have dreams, along with people asking me for more sauce or more ranch or more whatever. And I'd run to the kitchen and have to come back and get it. And I would wake up in the middle of the night and I would be reaching my hand out, sitting up in bed like this, handing someone like ranch dressing, or it would be I'd be grabbing the ticket holder and ripping the tickets off of the ticket printer for the service bar, service well. And I used to wake up in the middle of the night all the time doing that shit. And it was so real.
And would you go back to sleep and just go right back into it?
I would usually go back to sleep, and I would still, in some shape, form, or fashion, yes. Now, maybe I wouldn't wake up again and be doing this, but I would be dreaming about it again. It was just like nonstop.
Yeah, it was, again, like this is a 17-year-old, and like I would turn the light on, I would look around, and I'd shut it, and it was like, you have a sex dream, and you wake up, and you're like, oh, damn it, I shouldn't have woke up. Then you try and get back to sleep, and you're like, why? Come on.
Yep.
But God, if I was dreaming about being slammed at Ponderosa with people throwing fucking sleeps on it, I go right back to that. But God forbid, it'll blowing me that I wake up to, I can go back to sleep to that one.
Oh my God, I love that. Viper Scout says if I was tired, I would answer, "Thank you for calling Blockbuster."
Yeah, I know. I remember a lot of people that would answer like their phone.
Oh, sure.
By mistake, not thinking wherever they worked because they answered the phone.
Yep. Yep, I'm with you, man. And yes, Eric Thurman service well gets rocked. Yes, it does. Man, oh man, especially when you work for a place that features the alcoholic drinks. They have things on the tables and they promote it heavily. And yeah, when you work at a place like that, you can expect to get hit in that little. We called it the box. You'd be stuck in that box for fucking 7 hours straight. You couldn't even move, couldn't do shit. You got like a 1.5 step ratio around you.
Yeah, I don't think I would enjoy that at all.
Nah, I never like. Well, they always had me out front entertaining, so I would volunteer to do the service bar whenever I didn't feel like putting on a show or whatever,
Yep.
flipping bottles and all that shit. I was just like, man, I really want to work the service bar tonight. You cool? And they'd be like, yeah, have it. You stand there all night. I'm like, sounds good to me. Well, look, man. Shoot, it's 3 a.m. your time, 2 a.m. my time. We've been going for 4 hours and 24 minutes and 25 seconds. 26 seconds. Anyway, no, I really appreciate you coming on, dude. It's been a blast.
It's
Hanging
fun.
out
Like,
and
I don't. I mean, anyone that's done, Thursday with a friend with me, especially recently in the past, the past 6 months or so, these go by. They end up being 3.5, 4 hours because you're
Yep.
just having a conversation.
Yep.
You're not grilling someone about questions, and that's what Jim Rome and Dan Patrick always say. Like the best interviews are conversations, and I think that's why it went by so. It doesn't feel like it's been 4.5 hours.
No, I know. That's what's so crazy about it. It really doesn't. And look, I've talked to you several times, whether it's been in the Punk's Pit or, other streams and stuff like that. So there's some things I know, but there's also a lot of things that I miss, if especially on the Thursday nights because I'm
Yeah.
working, Monday nights because I'm working and I kind of come in late. So there's a lot of things that I do miss. So
But
So,
you can still rewatch it and send super stickers.
oh shit. You know what? You are right. I also usually join those shows as soon as I get out of work. But nonetheless, yeah, I obviously check in and send a super chat, whatever. And hang out for a while. But also I knew I'd have some questions, right? But I didn't want it to just be like, question, answer,
No.
question, until I did the little 20 question thing. But I think that's fun, and if I'm going to maybe have some other people on some other time down the road, probably be a long time, really. I mean,
No,
I would
I
assume.
think, in all honesty, like you going back and looking at the YouTube videos, pulling that type of stuff up, doing some research. I don't really do any research on Thursday because we're talking straight through, like going through their lives. Where I
Yeah.
like, I
Yep.
like the fact that you went and you pulled some of that stuff up. There's a lot of people that are embarrassed by that stuff, and it's again, I don't. If I was embarrassed, I would pull the stuff down.
That's what I was going
don't-
to say, right? Then just pull it down, I
Yeah,
guess, if somebody was that embarrassed about
yeah.
it.
Every time the picture of my 8th grade picture of me with my hair covering my eye for school, everyone makes fun of me, and I'm like, dude, I'm damn proud of that fucking picture.
That was the look, especially
Yeah.
for somebody that's like, skateboarder. That was it. I mean, that was it. That was what the borders looked like in my school.
And I'm proud of it. Like I'm like, dude, there is not anything that I look back in my life there, like how I dressed. Don't get me wrong. I look at it going, what the fuck was I thinking? But I'm not embarrassed of it because me wearing 46-inch waists.
Look, you can't
Believe me,
be
I wasn't nearly what I am today. So
right.
it was that much bigger because we wore huge pants.
Yeah. Oh
It
yeah.
wasn't the greatest style, but you're also not going to see me wearing it today.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, for me, it's like, I if I went back and looked at some of those photos, it's like Yeah, there's a couple shirts in there I'm not fond of, but at the same time, a lot of it was like that was what people were wearing. I mean, it was just the style. So
Yeah.
you kind of got, current clothes, whether you had a lot of money or not. It's like this is what you had. And so yeah, man, I hear you, but I did want to go over this really quickly. I guess Three Star Draw says, is
Yes.
there a Punk's Pit next Friday? Okay, there is your answer. I kind of had a feeling that would be the case, and I wanted to schedule this. Obviously, at one point, I thought, oh crap, it's Punk's
You're the one
Pit.
that actually realized that it was because we
Yeah,
were supposed to do it next week.
yep. Just being that we missed by one day, I think it would have been like this would have been the
Yeah.
second weekend technically.
Yeah,
But
I had to switch everything around just because.
yeah, that's hey shit,
Like,
whatever.
that
It don't
first
matter.
Friday of the
Do
month
what you
kept
gotta
like
do.
sneaking up.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Second Friday works better because this way I can be like, okay, well, I know we actually hit a Friday rather than like, oh shit, there's only 28 days this month.
Right.
There's only 30 days.
Yeah.
The second one works better.
So, but yeah, so that Punk's Pit will be next Friday. If you want to tell everybody what you got going on before we get out of here, man, what do you have coming up?
Well, let's see. Well, first off, if you're not watching on the Coalition and you're watching the Amazon show Reacher, please go back and watch the episode. Give us a like. Leave a comment. It's on the Coalition. You'll find it on, in my page and stuff. I promoted that. So we will be filming that again on Tuesday. It goes live on Thursday. This Monday, I think you guys all know, 9 p.m. The topic will be: do you care what brands? Do you care what? I forget how I worded it. Do you care who makes like the brands? If a brand switches, we all know that DC is moving to Mattel. That was supposed to be last week's, but Toy Fair was front and center.
Yeah.
We are doing a show on Tuesdays now. Myself, Baldy, Terry, the Island Viper, and
Yeah.
that's either going to be at 6 or 6:30. I think we're going to start going on at 6, and it might just be Terry and Baldy at first if I'm not back, but it's going to be about an hour and a half to 2 hour show. This Thursday, I have Hyperdelic on my show for Thursday with a friend.
There's the link
Friday,
right there.
Friday is Punk's Pit, and if it gets delivered tomorrow, I will have a special review up. Hasn't fucking left Pontiac yet.
Damn. I was sitting there, I'm like waiting with bated breath. Let's go.
But usually, again, it is odd, but again, Pontiac is only 30 minutes, so that's the distribution center. So hopefully, it's at the post office. If not, then everyone's gonna have to wait probably till. I already got stuck in Indianapolis. I'm not happy about it, but just tune in. Hopefully, I'll have it tomorrow.
I mean, everybody that's here right now.
I didn't order a van 3-star.
Oh shoot. Oh
Yeah,
shoot.
I didn't order. I said I'm like the only one that didn't order a van.
No. It was his Vans, his shoes, his Vans. No, I'm kidding. He's talking about the van.
I don't wear Vans. I think I addressed this just the other day.
Well, I think everybody in the chat right now, and whoever's watching, all 17 of y'all, some lurkers definitely for sure tonight, which is a-okay with me. Throw a like up there if you will, if you so desire. I really appreciate it, and for anybody that's tuning in, man, this has been a really good time. It was a lot of fun. So I guess yes, Friday night, Punk's Pit, Thursday night, Thursday with a friend, Hyperdelic. You've got Monday night. You're a busy man. Got a lot of shit going on, dude.
Yeah, that Tuesday show just became, it was a joke at first.
Tuesday,
and
right.
then Terry, the Island Viper, he mentioned about doing another one, and I think Baldy wants to do like a weekly show. And I said, if I don't have to as long as I don't have to control it.
Yeah.
And
That
they want to do a simulcast, which all for,
okay.
which is cool.
Splits it up.
Yeah, but I'm like, I do Monday, and that's obviously my baby.
Yeah,
But
no.
I, especially last week, I had a blast. Like, we're just shooting the shit. We're laughing about stuff. Like, that's what, a show like that is, in my opinion, supposed to be.
You guys have good chemistry anyway.
Yeah.
The other thing is that it's it just kind of it doesn't have a set time frame. It could be a shorter show, could be a bit, a little bit longer, whatever it is, right? I don't think you guys have a set. We're doing X amount of hours, right?
Yeah.
It's just kind of, random. That's fine. People are okay with that. And I mean, there's a lot of people streaming right now on YouTube in the toy space and otherwise, and obviously I've got, Matthew and I coming up, next on Tuesday, in a few days. So yeah, and so that's all I've got, so, at least for the next
It's a
few.
lot. I'm on here a lot, and I'm kind of breaking my own rule. Like, if you're seeing someone this much, do you really care what they have to say by the time it gets to your show? But Thursday isn't about the toys, so
Right, exactly. That
Tuesday is
gives you a
just
little
kind of
break.
the Tuesday is just kind of
Little break.
like the ensemble, I guess, of people talking.
Yeah.
And 3 Star, I've actually, I've discussed with them. I'm like, I really don't want to. I don't want to go down that road. I don't really want to get into that.
Oh,
Everything
yeah.
that's happening.
Yeah. No.
I've already dealt with all of them enough that I don't want to do that. So hopefully we don't have to go down that.
Right.
But we'll see. I mean,
Yep.
I don't have a problem if need to, but I'd rather not. That's something that Tony and I have talked about. I don't need this shit, man.
No.
We're gonna talk toys.
I agree. And that's what you do best.
Yeah, and believe me, I have more than enough ammunition on so many people. But
Sure.
and I don't. What is it? What is it? What does all the drama really fucking do?
Rank.
I mean, I understand there comes a time that some people need to be called out. All right, and I've done it before.
Yep.
So you may think I need to be called out, but the fact is, like, we're here to talk toys. It doesn't seem to make a lot of people happy. So why are you doing it? I'm not going to go ride my skateboard if it doesn't make me happy and I'm angry all the time. But it seems like there's just always this new drama. And again, I would be a complete hypocrite to say I've never been part of it, because that is completely not true. But I don't want that. Hell, I wish. Hell, Matthew could probably pull up our early conversations where I'm like, I don't want to be a drama channel. I don't want to be that person, because it's just a cheap pop. It's easy to get, your clicks to get some ratings, but I don't fucking want that, man. It's just, I could have a lot more fun not doing it.
But it's also it doesn't last. So
No.
for anybody that wants to go down that road, that shit doesn't last. You're not gonna get a bunch of people, multiple viewers. I mean, once you go after so many people, then it's like, okay, who's next? And so you end up trying to create a list of people that you got to pick a fight with. It's so stupid.
And believe me, eventually people start to see through you, and
Absolutely.
they start to see what you are and who you are. And if that's how you are all the time.
Yeah.
That's
true.
I've said this before, and this is absolutely true. I don't try and pretend to be someone that I'm not. Am I sometimes more over animated when I'm live? Yes. But I think that you start to see the people that are, maybe I've been saying that, dude, this person, they're just not a good person. They continue to start drama or whatever.
Yep.
And then when you start getting people that message you going, man, every single time, what's going on with this person? What's going on with that person? Why are they doing this again? Why, that's when you just really start to go like other people are finally starting to see through it. And it's unfortunate, it's sad, but why are you doing a hobby that doesn't
Yeah.
pay?
It,
Like
it doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't last
if you
long.
were
I'm sorry.
making money, right? If you were making money
Right.
and that's your job, then it makes sense.
Yep. No, I agree. But and I just think that I think you just run out of people to go after. I mean, if you don't have any real beef with you might have a five people, six people, maybe you don't get along with them or you don't like the way they do something. But after you
Yeah.
exhaust that, then what? Then you build up a fan base, but then what kind of fan base do you build up? It's people that are looking forward to that, and when you don't bring that, then you've got to try to turn them on to whatever else it is that you've got in the pipeline.
Yeah.
And what that is not just normally doesn't work. So
And
no,
again,
I'm with you.
I mean, I could. There's a lot of people I don't like. I'll say it again. Like we all don't need to like each other. I'm not that
Yeah.
person. Never say we all need to be friends. I don't give.
Yep. I'm with
You
you.
know, I get things sent to me. There is another YouTuber that does not like me. I don't know why. I don't really give a shit. And in his latest Valaverse video, he was showing something off, and the person that sent it over to me said, "Hey, go to this mark. Go to this go to this timestamp." He's taking shots at you, and it had something to do with the Valaverse thing being backwards, like I guess uh, the butterfly being upside down, and then he said, "Oh, this is something I can fix really easily. You don't, or you can go on a rant for 3 hours on a Monday and complain about it." Well, okay, just this tells you don't want. I haven't reviewed a fucking Valaverse thing since the Vanguard. It's one thing in over a year, and I don't collect Valaverse. I do not
Right.
talk about Valaverse. So I'm not ranting about it. So clearly, this is once again people think that they can't look at something for what it is, but you just want to call me out. Okay, well,
Yeah.
and I've said your name once before, and you look like a fucking fool. And that was
Uh,
when you decided to share and try and say that you played some song over that when Shark News said I fucking gave him fake or false copyright strikes. Don't do
oh
this
yeah.
shit again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't do this shit again.
Yeah.
Because you don't
Yeah.
want it. All right?
I agree.
But someone sent it to me and I went, why the fuck are you taking shots at me?
Right. Man,
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of times people just think they're cute. I think a lot of times
They
they
are.
think they're smarter than they think they're smarter than they really are. And most people aren't, period. But I think that that's what happens a lot of times. It's like, oh yeah, this is cute.
And
I
again,
got this, and then it turns out to
and
be
taking
shit.
shots at people, we all do it. I don't care. But when you're doing when you're
Yeah.
trying to say something specific that isn't true, that's called a lie.
Yeah. I mean,
And
it's
so at that point, you're lying to try and get people to normally dislike someone. And once again, I've said before, Valaverse make pretty good figures. Then you can watch my reviews.
if
I
it,
don't collect their stuff anymore, and
I
I
mean,
won't collect it.
this can be in any walk of life. It
Any
doesn't have
walk
to
of
be
life.
anything about toys or anything having to do with anything like this or what's behind me or whoever the fuck made that shit. You know, this shit happens with all kinds of stuff, you know? And it's just funny to me, like, especially when I see this shit happen when people talk about movies or they make shit up because they don't like somebody. So they make shit up about
That,
someone to try to get people to
that
hate this person because of their views on the fucking Daredevil series.
so
It's like,
okay. Again, I do not talk politics, and I will not talk politics. But it used to drive me nuts when somebody would say something about a president that we had, and I would look at him and go, "That's not true." This guy has done more than enough stuff that you can point to it. You don't have to make stuff up. Don't make shit up. You know?
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
say, well, when he was president, he did this. No, he didn't. That is a flat out lie. He did stuff that I don't like. And feel free to say that. But I'm not going to sit there and listen to someone make up a lie. There's no reason. If you have a problem with me, I think I've said enough that you can probably point out something that I've done or said that you don't like.
Man, dude.
Right?
Oh my gosh. I had my okay. And the thing of it is, you're talking about toys, right? I mean, you're literally talking about toys.
Mhm.
You're talking about quality, manufacturer, whatever. Might be the color, could be the fucking figure. You just didn't like that dude because you didn't like him back in the day. Who gives a shit? Some of the shit that I say on a Friday night, you want to talk about me being in the doghouse, and I mean I don't know any of those people. They don't make themselves known to me. They don't come into my chat. Don't get me wrong. I'm also not stupid enough to know that there's not a lot of people in that stream that are watching that stream. If it had a lot more people, then the chance of having someone stumble across it and go, "What the fuck is this?" I get it, right? But it's not beyond me to know that like some of the things that I say on my Friday night streams, would definitely piss somebody off. But
Yep.
the thing of it is that it's not gonna. It doesn't stop me from saying what I want to say, and if that's what's on my mind and that's how I feel, then that's what I'm gonna say.
And,
Yeah.
and here's what people don't. Here's what a lot of people don't realize. That we have freedom of speech. Anyone can say
Right.
whatever they want about me, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shark News
Absolutely.
wanted to lie about me doing that. He's free to do that. But freedom of speech is not freedom of consequences.
I mean, it's uh, it's such. I guess in today's world overall, and we'll kind of wrap it up here momentarily. In today's world, people are more cynical than they ever were before.
Yep.
They're less thoughtful than they were before.
True.
People rush to judgment quicker than they ever were before. No one digests information and then sits on it and tries to maybe if something doesn't seem right, instead of investigating that, people are just very quick to just go with
When you have
whatever
more information at the
than
tip of
ever
your
before.
fingers than
Yes.
ever, you don't
Yes.
want to take the time to just, hey, is this true?
Yeah.
Right? It goes
Even
back to it goes back to that day where I was told that I was false copyright striking. I was lying about it. And at the tip of their fingers, Chad could have sent a message to me and said, "Hey, what's going on this?" No, he put it out there and said, "Shame on this guy. He should know better." No, what you should have known better was to contact me and say, "What is going on with this? And can you
yes.
prove that you did it?" Why did I have to prove that I didn't do it? There was never a reason to do that. Right?
Yep. Yep.
But right there at the tip of the fingers, you could have called me. There's 100 different things that could have been handled in
Well,
a better way.
that's the last thing anybody wants to do. You know that because in today's age, you don't want to hear somebody else's voice. You don't want to hear their disappointment or their anger on the other line.
Yeah.
That's why it's so much easier to fucking text or email or just not respond at all.
Yep.
You
I
know.
responded.
Oh, I hear you.
It's still
I
up.
mean,
If anyone wants to listen to me be mad, you know.
oh yeah. I mean, it's that, but to me, it's just. I mean, that's it's human nature, and when you're put in that position, I think anybody that has an ability to talk, and if there's anybody listening, at all, and you want to say something about it, you have that right. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and I get it. Like, Viper Scout says, limits to freedom of speech, like slander or defamation. Yes, I mean, of course. Now the thing is, we're not putting this in a book. Nobody's writing things down in a book. They're not trying to publish it. But at the same time, yeah. The thing is I think the people I know well who maybe would get angry or be pissed off about someone saying shit about them or making stuff up and trying to disprove that, whatever, um, are not out in the streets running around yelling crazy shit in the wild. You know, like it's not like you're just making shit up yourself. And so, you can say, well, slander, defamation, no, it's like most people I know who run into someone who talks a lot of shit, makes shit up. Most people I know that come back at that person, they look shit up so they have their facts straight and they can use actual valid shit, valid streams or valid posts, right? Valid Facebook posts or Instagram, whatever, to help support their argument. And then on top of that, if somebody's just downright talking shit, I'll tell motherfucker go fuck themselves. I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. But I don't have anybody that's doing the kind of shit, to me that you've had done to you and other people have had done to them,
I got a crazy question.
Yeah.
Jay Astro, do you have me blocked? Because I don't see your comments on the YouTube. I only see it on StreamYard.
Weirdy. You are free to speak your mind. We're also free to tell you to fuck off. I agree. Fuck around and find out.
Just asking because I don't like. Okay, now I see no sir. But I don't see that.
Oh, you know what? Because on YouTube, I might have certain words or certain things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're
I'm
moderated.
I'm like, did we? No, because wait a minute, he's been in my chat recently. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense because
Astro. Yeah, I have certain like basic
right.
moderation on my channel. I don't have like hardcore moderation, but I do have some basic moderation. But the words, so that's what's so funny about that shit too. The words that I put in to the moderation, because you can set it up, you can put as many words as you want in it, right? Are words, okay, that like you don't want showing up in your chat, right? Like no matter what anybody, freedom of speech or not, there's certain words that you don't want people typing and putting in your chat. So those are words that I have in my automatic moderation. And those are, it's like George Carlin, used to do the list of the 9 naughty words or whatever the fuck it was called. There's probably an equal number of naughty words that you should not let allowed in your chat on YouTube.
But you know what's weird? But what's weird is, so I'm assuming like you must have fuck in there, right? Okay, because he says
no,
right,
I don't have it.
He has fuck in these too. But what's funny is that like this off here isn't in the chat.
Huh.
But no sir when he's responding to me is.
What? Let's go to YouTube Studio here real quick.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. But the thing of it is I'm like, hang the fuck on here. Like, this is some bullshit. I mean, that is weird though, but I do have it set. There are some like,
oh yeah,
what was it under community moderation?
I don't
Matthew, and I have, oh wow, there's actually only 2 words, and they both start with N in my blocked words.
Oh, what words could those be?
I don't know. You tell me. But you know what's worse about it? You actually have to type them out.
Yes.
Don't think about that. Hey, some people they can only speak like they can't use their hands, so they have to say it out loud. That's fucked up.
Oh shit.
All right, look, I'm gonna get out of here, my friend. It was a pleasure having you join me. That's for sure. And I really do appreciate everybody that's been in the chat. It's been a pretty much like a consistent 15 people
Johnny,
jumped up and down.
Johnny wants to know if it's natural, if that's one of the N words.
You could.
3 Star said ninja.
Okay, yes, I flagged a
Matthew might
ninja.
have put ninja in there because ninjas don't exist.
Man, I tell you
Well,
what.
he doesn't want that word to exist.
Hey, so like I
No one
said,
can see ninjas
so
because ninjas don't exist.
let me ask you this real quick before we get out of here. Do you have, when you go in your YouTube studio and you look at, like, who has permissions on your channel, right? Like permissions, and it's got where the fuck? There's community moderation. Uh Managing moderators. Do you have Matthew on there?
Yeah, Matthew and Ed.
Okay. Because I have this. I have the same.
Because we were having issues.
Okay.
Where is it at again? Because I know I found it.
Go to studio and then go to settings,
Oh yeah, settings are down here. Okay.
and then it should say like
Community moderation. Yeah, I have Action Figs and Matthew.
Okay.
Both are managing moderators because Matthew was like, he's like, I can't see certain things.
Yes.
And I'm like, and I actually checked one day after a Monday night show.
Okay.
So I'm up super late and I'm like, I checked, like, there's nothing. But then it all started populating. So, like, the next show he said he could see it. But Ed said he said the same thing. He goes, I couldn't see certain things too, but I could see on other pages that I was moderating.
Well, I definitely have certain things, and I've just got him obviously on there, but yeah, those.
You should probably make Darren a moderator since he's mostly in.
Yeah, I mean it's
just to have one because you never know when you're going to get a troll.
right. I mean, yeah, that's true. So let's see here. I guess like I said, you got a loaded week. I just have Tuesday, so I'm free. I got to work this weekend anyway. But yeah, man, I appreciate you hanging out, dude. That's almost 5 solid hours. We have actually not had hardly any downtime this entire stream.
Darren, I talked to Pop, and he will start you off at the same that I'd pay Ed and Matthew.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely, same rate. I have no problem with that.
He actually said he will give you a 2% more raise. 2%. He'll pay you 2% more, which still comes out to be 0.
Yes. Which, I mean, really, we just want titles anyway, don't we? I mean, we don't really care about the money. We just want the title and the notoriety, and I think that's enough for most people. So, if that's enough for you, I'm good with that. Really, I'm actually great with that. Turk, thank you, man. Oh, Jay Astro says Darren is a troll. That sucks. And it's Darin, Jay Astro. You son of a bitch.
We're talking about a different Darren.
No, we're talking about my cousin.
No, he spelled it wrong.
Who did?
He is. He's talking about a different Darren. Clearly.
What Darren is he talking about?
I don't know.
What the fuck? What are we talking about?
You said he spelled it wrong. I said he's talking about a different Darren.
Ah, beautiful. Nice save. Anyway, well,
not if I had to explain it wasn't.
I get like brain dumbness about this time of the night, really.
You mean when we should be sleeping?
Holy shit. All right. It's time to go. I've got to actually take a massive piss, dude. I'm about to fucking explode.
Yeah.
But yeah, totally. So, well, look, hell, I'll see you soon. I know that for sure. Obviously, I guess coming up, what shit? Friday, Saturday, Monday. Yeah, Monday, then Tuesday.
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Thursday. Yeah. God dang it, dude.
Will I be on the clubhouse tomorrow? There's a possibility.
Man, I don't know, bro. That's
I feel bad because he gave me like
I hear
admin
you.
control to it, and I
Yeah.
haven't been on since I hosted it, which was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. So I feel bad about it, but I'm like, I'm just so burnt out by the time.
Buddy, I mean, when you're loaded up, dude, like that's we talked about it earlier, and you start to get just a little bit, just like fuck, it's overwhelming. I don't know, you wear yourself out, that's for sure. But
You do.
anyway, all right, get you some sleep, man. I'll holler at you later on for sure. So we'll see whether it's clubhouse or whatever. So, but I'll
I'll be
definitely
around.
see you, Monday night, of course. So.
I'm sure I'll see you next Friday.
Yeah, man. Oh, 100%. All right, buddy. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Thank you really a lot.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to all of you that tuned in to
heck
hear
yeah.
us ramble on about falling asleep while having sex. And
Yep.
Well-
Only in our dreams. Some Debbie Gibson for you folks. Anyway, all right. And on that note, I get. Oh my God, I even stopped. All right. On that note, folks.
So long, gay boys.